One touch from you takes me to paradise, paradise. One look from you and I fall in your arms, in your arms. Baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. 'Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel One kiss from you is like a fantasy, fantasy. It's like you go beyond my wildest dream, wildest dream. Baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. 'Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you
Give it to me now. Damn, you're sexy, but you keep controlling my mind. Yeah. I've been thinking of reasons, but I can't deny. Yeah. 'Cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come on, do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees. I cannot deny you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh, you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh. So baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh. Yeah, what kind of magic got control of me? Oh, what kind of magic you got over me? Yeah, ooh. 'Cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come on, do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees, yeah. I cannot deny you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Oh, you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Oh, so baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh. Yeah, put your lips upon my lips. let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste.
Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Tasty. You're looking so tasty. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. So baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty.
Give it to me now.
I don't know why we parted. I don't know what went wrong. I just know that I want your body here with me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night. Tell me you want me, baby. Tell me I'm not alone. Tell me you wanna be with me tonight. With me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night. It shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night.
It's a summer love affair, putting flowers in your hair. Windows down in the Jeep as we pull up to the beach. Got this feeling like a crush. I don't wanna say too much, so I'm leaning in real close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, make a move. Oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart, feel you touching on mine. It's a hot, hot, situations. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. 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 Like a diamond in the sun, baby, now we're having fun. Turn the music up real loud. Come and find me in the crowd. It's so sweet like cherry rose. Close your eyes and start to fall. Got me leaning into close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, make a move. Oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart. Feel you touching on my. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation, temptation. It's a hot, hot, hot episode. Ooh, yeah.
Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things. 'Cause that's what I can't swim. I'ma run from the life that I'm living, like a ghost fading into oblivion. Big win, big win. I'm a joke from a rope I'm swinging, just a bloke made of smoke and some thick skin, cauterized by the wound of a vision. A prison, a prison. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I'll have you all. Don't wanna be good for something if my life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead when, even when I have a heart attack. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. Idolize, idolize, that's a word game. I am sick of the grip of my thin frame. You can call me my first and my last name. When did I become such an ingrate? Toe to toe, shoe to shoe, I'm a shoelace. I'm a fraud, I'm a zoo in a dark place. Why do I even try to pretend that I can rhyme good? Oh well, I guess. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I'll have you all. Don't wanna be good for something if my life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead when, even when I have a heart attack. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. Good time.
Don't you wanna tell me about the time that we felt fake? Turn your eye on the halo that you give yourself daily. Give me a new ending, cause I'm running free tonight. Don't want a story, wanna love and live my life. Always talking about where we'll be, gonna move out of the city. Spending our time daydreaming, living our life like a movie. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. Gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend and pretend and pretend and pretend. Don't live life in envy, shine a bright energy. With the waves I'm making, gotta make sure I'm happy. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. I'm gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend and pretend and pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend and pretend and pretend and pretend. And I don't wanna pretend
cute. Ain't no drama, only venom when I get my dues. Respect, I'm the next tycoon. Got a pad full of greens, couple M's my soon. Unbeliever, do you see the confidence? Got some people waiting for me on the fence. I live it, but never see me on the fence. Best believe it when I win, it's common sense. I'm designed to fly, defeat all demise. The best me, no fear, no compromise. 100 degrees, I breathe more to life. You should disconnect and throw in the west. And the hand that's in this. Gotta back it up a high percentage. Got a heart in my sleeve, non-stop. Stepping up to the seat, more shots. Getting those. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the world. You can never stop me. Watch me die.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the
Give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. 'Cause this is my love.
During the team fight, depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
That's real magic.
Sun and rain, sleet, snow, any weather. Just know if you can do it, I can probably do it better.
拿下下一个第一，
There's the gold wireless.
要比你们都闪耀。
Thì mình chỉ cần bé mèo này thôi là đủ quẩy team bạn rồi.
给点新颜色，小小。
There's the gold wire.
提起他的打野挥发，历经2个赛季的沉浮，终于是完成了自己的归宿。
我说过我会回来的。任凭浪起。
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another day here at the Wild Rift League Asia regular season 2023. My name is Jitay, coming at you with me is Giyang, and this is the start of the week. Another fresh slate for all of our teams. will be your casters for today.
Yeah, we just came from a really interesting weekend, by the way, celebration for the APAC region, because we now have secured 1 point for ourselves after the incredible victory of KT.RY versus EDG. So now the APAC versus Chinese team scoreline is now up to 3 versus 17 wins by Chinese. Still a big margin of difference here. But at least we got one after 14 days. G10, 14 days since our last victory against 2 exact weeks. And now we will have another set of games set in store for our viewers. Starting it off with Rare Atom versus Keep Best Gaming. Next up is gonna be another chance for KT.RY to carry the name of APAC region alongside, of course, with their very own team as they face off against Fun Plus Phoenix. And last but not the least is gonna be up of J Team versus Nova Esports. Actually, for the week, we only have scheduled 2 APAC teams for this entire week, and it's actually both coming from KT today and for Sunday. And here are our best of April. The players that have been really going on top of their form.
I quite agree with this. Sure, Xiao Zhang, absolutely beastly for EDG. 0711, very impressed with his jungle as well. I mean, in the games that we saw him, he was absolutely key to to his team's kind of dominance of that game, of that map. So the others, so Anren 9 and Barry, as well as Wake Up, definitely did a lot to deserve their place here, but I would say it was much closer for these roles.
Yeah, I'm actually excited for the matchup of J Team later on against Nova Esports, because 0711 will face off against Long. And just a small trivia about 0711, I believe he used Lee Sin just recently as well, and actually used the skin of Nova Esports as well. So that's pretty exciting. Maybe he is going to be looking forward to using that champion again later on. Same skin as well. Andron has been a pinnacle player, of course, on the side of Keep Best Gaming, and he will be facing off against Rare Atom in our first series. Whereas for Wake Up, he has been really performing at the top of his form as well, helping Weibo Gaming keep up with the other Chinese teams on the top spot. And now we are going to be looking, I believe we are also going to be looking at the best for April on the side of the APAC region. But first, let's see the best player of April here for the CN Conference. Barry, actually. Well, J Team as well is so far having 100% of their win rate. And Barry has been, one of those players that just cements that victory for themselves.
Yeah, and I mean, very deserved. Very deserved. And for APAC, the best of April. I mean, the best of APAC. It's just KT.RY. That's it.
No doubt.
They've just been standouts. Zero contest here from other teams, because they're all on another level. Honestly, thinking about the matchup against other APAC teams.
They're the only APAC team to actually take down EDG.
Yeah.
And EDG has, defeated other really strong Chinese teams as well. And that matchup on last Sunday just proves that someone from APAC can actually stand a chance. And it's only KT.RY so far. And Ratan has been one of those really good players on the side of KT.RY that has helped them so much in their games, especially their last series against EDG. His Fiora performance has been really on point alongside with his Jax, but it does not discount the other players as well. It's a team movement. It's a team participation that actually allowed KT.RY to win against EDG at that time. Their macro play was magnificent. It's just on a different dimension.
Absolutely. And of course, Rattel being the best player of April, no doubt. This guy has just been, well, absolutely insane when it comes to the Baron lane. I mean, he absorbs pressure. He does his role whatever it needs to be, whether he's scaling Jax, whether he's put on a Renekton or something like that. At Camille as well, he's an insane threat. So a lot of people respect him so much that they'll focus ban his champion pool, and then that gives KT quite a lot of leeway in the bans and picks. So now moving on to our standings in the Chinese conference. Of course, J Team still at the very tippy top with 6 wins and no losses. JDG is actually in at the second spot with 5 wins to 1 loss. EDG surprisingly are not going to be up there. They're number 4 with 5 wins and 2 losses. KBG is above them, also 5 wins and 1 loss. So following them, Weibo Gaming and Woohoo Gaming, and then Nova Esports, Trace Esports, OMG, Thunder Talk, who have gotten some pretty decent wins. FPX, and finally Rare Atom at the very bottom.
Rare Atom isn't really performing at their very best so far. They're kind of exploring as well on which of the players will take certain roles. Even just last Sunday, they kind of were shuffling it up. So I'm hoping that they would have a much more solid performance heading down towards their next games, because they're going to be facing one of the best, Keep Best Gaming, in our first series. And outside of the APAC region, well, KT.RY just is so fun to actually see at the very top, but not trailing too far behind is Naos Esports, NGX, and Buriram United Esports on our right side of our bracket, though we do see some of the teams that are actually quite struggling a bit. Invade Esports, Cerberus Esports, Fennel, and also Team Flash, and they do struggle against their APAC teams as well, so it's going to be such a big challenge for them to actually catch up, especially that if you're kind of struggling against your APAC teams, it's just a natural analogy, right, to assume that they would struggle against the Chinese teams even more. So the competition is really high on their sides, and the only team to actually have a good performance against a really strong Chinese team is KT. Because we saw, just to compare to on the other APAC teams, because it's still noteworthy for them to actually win against the Chinese team, but at the time, Trace Esports, when Nigma Galaxy actually faced them, Weibo wasn't actually there. And for the sides of Naos Esports against Rare Atom is actually on the bottom part of the tournament right now, or on the bracket of the Chinese region. So far, KT.RY is the only one to actually beat the top of the top on the side of the Chinese region.
True. So with all that being said, I mean, KT, they're looking so good in APAC, and they do look like they can conquer the Chinese as well. However, Rare Atom, our first to bat for today against Trace, sorry, not Tracy, but KBG, I believe.
Yeah, I'm honestly concerned about this again, because let's just make a little bit of a rundown on how the roster actually went on some of their games during day number 3, or their first match against Naos. Swimming was the one playing at the Baron lane. Rocky was in the jungle. Morty was actually the one in the mid lane. Dixon in the ADC, and Max was the support. They kind of switched it up, putting Rocky as their Baron laner and Max as the support, Yuri as their ADC. But then last Sunday, we do see the same roster that they have right now, which is Swimming at the Baron lane, Yuri as the ADC, which is good, but Rocky is the one that's going to be on the support side. And I can recall one of their games wherein he actually picked up an Akali as a, quote-unquote support, but he wasn't really support at that time. He was actually the one going on a solo lane. And that kind of made Yuri pick up a support item using a Karma in a Dragon lane. So it didn't really transition well for their on both of their matches against Weibo Gaming, and now they're going to be facing off one of the most stable teams right now in this tournament, only to suffer one loss, which was against Nova Esports, Keep Best Gaming, and they won against EDG as well, won against every other team that they faced across in almost a dominating fashion. So now it puts the Rare Atom in a much more concerning spot. How are they going to be addressing the issues that they have, especially that they're facing off against KBG?
That's a really good question because, as you said, KBG looking like really one of the stronger teams in the Chinese conference, and Rare Atom has not been looking all too great. I mean, they do have some standout moments, but they're few and far between. And KBG, yeah, one of the very few who can call themselves EDG slayers. And just look at those stats: first dragon 63%, first turret 62%. Of course, they do trade out that herald pretty often, so it's basically, yeah, you know, that whenever they don't get the first dragon, they get the first herald. It's perfectly traded for KBG, but for Rare Atom, sometimes, you know, they get a little bit sloppy. But definitely red side going to be a big priority for KBG.
常规赛第5周的第1个比赛日，第1场比赛将由 RA 对战 KBG。经过了5-1的短暂休息之后，我想两支队伍在调整状态之后，会为我们带来更多的惊喜。而 RA 面对强者 KBG， 今天注定是不平凡的一战，让我们赛场分胜负。接下来，让我们欢迎 Royal Item 以及 KeepBest Gaming。Hello everyone, welcome to the stage of 2023 Wild Rift League Asian 1. I'm Alora. Today will be the first match day of Week 5, with the first match being played by RA versus KBG. After a short break on May Day, I believe the two teams will bring us more surprises. And RA facing the strong opponent KBG, I'm sure they'll do good. And now it's time to welcome Royal Item and KeepBest Gaming.
看你们今天挺开心的，希望你们打完比赛。
就算我们输了，我们也会笑着走出去的。
Oh, just basing from their reactions, we all know it's a jab coming from Rare Atom at the time. Dreaming, just making some banters here onto Yu.
I love it. I mean, whenever you get that friendly banter, you know, it's not super serious. I know they did look super intense anyway, but you know, some friendly get yourself riled up for the match banter kind of thing is very nice for the players.
Oh yeah. Actually, I want to ask you which selfie do you actually like most?
In the solo lane, RA, 醉梦, KBG,
my top one would be Service Esports, but my second would be KBG.
You're gonna call me biased. I'm gonna say Dallas Esports, baby. Dallas Esports, baby.
I try not to be as biased as I can, but if I am, of course, let's go for PhD. No.
Of course. But yeah, now
下面有请双方中路
Rare
选手
Atom
登
and
场。
KBG walking on stage.
Irma, KBG,
Man,
and
that's on just a huge part of KBG's success, and Android 9 as well. I mean, he seems to be everywhere at the right time. Ooh.
接下来有请双方射手登场。In the dueling,
well, we are going to be looking at we are going to be looking at Android 9 a lot later on. He's so far one of the best mid laners all time right now, playing on the side of the CN confidence. And fun fact, he actually has one of the highest, if not the highest, win rate on the Yone. 5 games.
Yeah, I believe.
Imagine this. He used the Yone 5 times in this tournament.
两支队伍现已
5
集结完
times
毕，
he
让我
won
们
as
即刻
well,
进入召唤
and
师峡
5
谷。
times he
All the
got
players are getting ready.
MVP.
Let's start into the well.
Understandable. Every single time you give it to him. But alright, now let's see. It's going to be yep.
And he loves actually participating in the fight for side. He's always the one playing on the side of KeepBest Gaming. So, well, before that, we are just gonna be going to the head-to-head. This is as equally important as the fight for side, of course, because this is how we are gonna be determining the matchups as well, heading towards the game. And we do see a bit of a difference here on the side. If we compare Rare Atom towards KBG, and it's natural, right? Due to the amazing performance of KeepBest Gaming at a time. So my question here generally for both matchups that we are going to be having here is if Rare Atom's players are going to be able to keep up with the pressure that KeepBest Gaming is constantly going to be laying onto them, because KeepBest Gaming, similar to J teams here with the EDG, they are just very efficient in the laning phase, in the macro plays, and even in the slight crucial decision makings in like team fights and objective takings. And Rare Atom, we see them most of the time kind of struggling actually, even against APAC teams.
Yeah, and I mean, sometimes you can't help but, you know, have that kind of performance. It's not Rare Atom's fault per se, it's just that sometimes the teams that they go against really are just, you know, really are just too much for them to handle. And even with APAC teams being that it does not spell anything too good for them coming into this battle between them and KBG. So it's going to be a Lee Sin matchup here for Irma and Anran.
Wow, no hesitation at all. They're going to be picking up this champion. I'm going to be happy if we do see them get or use the Nova skin or Long's Lee Sin skin on this as well. Also, you know, Godfist Lee Sin is always one of my favorite, or will be my favorite skin of all time. Even have it on my PC account as well. It's just amazing details put out by Riot in designing that skin for Lee Sin. Definitely makes you want to perform even better when you use that champion with that skin. And now we do see it again. Actually, we saw multiple times the Lee Sin has been picked up already in the Fight for side. It's just so fascinating to see our players, you know, make some plays and using this champion, because it's honestly so difficult to use a Lee Sin. And I do recall myself using this champion in the jungle at times, and it's just so difficult. It actually forced me to be an ADC or support main instead, because I just like doing auto attacking and kiting instead of making those flashy plays, because it's just not on my skill set as of the moment.
Understandable. I mean, it does take some certain muscle memory to be able to do that.
Oh yeah.
I mean, the insect is so specific, and the timing for it, especially on mobile, it gets very, very difficult. So I understand why you would, you know, be a little, have a little bit of difficulty.
Oh yeah,
with Big Lee Sin. So,
but
you know, but these guys are pros. They know exactly what they're doing.
Godfist. Okay, for Irma. Come on, Anran, pick up the Nova skin. Let us see the Nova skin.
Give it to us.
Okay, Y side.
I mean, okay. We'll take it.
I will take it. Still one of my favorite skins of Lee Sin. Actually, the PC account, just a small trivia, I do have all the skins of the Lee Sin. Is actually one of my favorites, if not my OG favorite champion before I transitioned into a one-trick Senna. And Lee Sin actually is one of the most popular champions when Wild Rift actually was created during season 0. Aside from the Xin Zhao, was one of the most used champion in the ranked games.
Interesting. I did not know that. Very cool. Very cool to know. Because I mean, Lee Sin is such an iconic champion, and right now, you know, he's being used as a 1v1 champion, and we have seen, you know, Lee Sin get aggressive and get that kill as early as level 3, as Anran 9 gets taken a little bit low by Irma here. But some Lee Sins, especially in the Fight for side, they tend to just wait, you know, until that level 5, until they get that Dragon's Rage, and then they start to pose for, you know, the big play. Sometimes they just walk and kick, you know. It's hilarious to see.
And also, I think one of the most fascinating updates or like changes they made onto the Lee Sin when they integrated it on Wild Rift is just not needing any ward or specific ally target to actually use the safeguard. I think that was a deal breaker. Even for me at the time, I was like, really? I don't need to place a ward so in order to use the safeguard, and I can just make those insect plays anytime I want, and that was just mind-blowing. And also this sustain from the safeguard is actually interesting. It's a bit different from the PC version as well, just for those who are, you know, not really that much of a fan of a Lee Sin, because you get an auto attack reset. But the difference of the safeguard second proc in here compared to the PC version is that you get high enough sustain on your next auto attack when you actually press it the second time. Because for the PC version, you get some percent of Omnivamp, and in here it's more of a burst of sustain.
Yes, you do, and you know, bursts of sustain are a little bit better sometimes, especially in this context here for Wild Rift. And once again, Anran9 safeguards to get a little bit of damage in. He's trying to stomp the ground as well, get some more damage, because all he needs to do is hit one Sonic Wave. You see Irma is dancing right behind his cannon just to try to bait Anran into going for the Sonic Wave, and yeah, he's going to get the health font. Be completely alright coming back into this laning phase, but yeah, with Dragon's Rage now available for Irma, that does mean that Anran9 has to watch out, because there's a small window where Irma's going to be more powerful than he is.
Oh yeah, both of them do pick up the healing for themselves, and well, as the famous quote and wise words from Godfrey's Lee Sin, the key to immortality, actually it was from Mastery, the key to immortality is not dying.
Oh, a little bit of a whiff there. He did whiff the Sonic. He's burning, but no, the health font will save Irma. But yeah, Anran9, he whiffed the Sonic Wave actually, and that gave a lot of advantage over to Irma. However, Irma got turned around on, and now you know that was Anran with the very almost kill. Just one more take of the Ignite E. No E for Irma.
Divine Sunder. This is actually one of my favorite items in for a Lee Sin in a 1v1, because you do have technically have seven ways to actually proc the Divine Sunder, and the sustain is just so massive. Even in 1v1. Oh wow, okay, that's a bait.
Alright. That was a little spicy, I'm not gonna lie. A little bit of a bait there, Irma coming in. Anran, of course, gonna get that health font, should be fine into the rest of this fight as he tries to save that in, goes for the E, and then the Q. I don't think he landed that Sonic Wave though, because there were a lot of minions in the way, but as well as Anran9, he is going to get tagged up, and here Irma trying to go for a little spicy play. Instant Q safeguard. So no kills yet. Both of these two are just kind of chilling. And almost interrupting that back there, but not quite.
Yeah, this actually is a long game. Nobody has died just yet, and you might actually have see for the first time a sudden death for a Lee Sin to Lee Sin matchup. Wow, this is actually pretty nice. To think that normally Lee Sins do have that innate burst potential. Well, maybe it's because of the Divine Sunder build and how they are just playing this safely. Anran9 doesn't want to risk anything. He really wants to cement victories even if we fight for side. That's just pride of being one of the best mid laners here in Wild Rift, and being against Irma, don't really want to lose. Especially that so far actually Irma has been performing really well in this 1v1, always chunking Anran down to low HP, and even at times he does get low as well. He still managed to actually keep up.
Yeah, now Anran9 is the one who's gonna get pushed into under his tower, and yeah, Irma's done a fantastic job of just putting the pressure down all the time. See that Sonic Wave hitting it once again, and then he takes a follow-up at the very last second. He lands another Sonic Wave, but he almost waited with the Dragon's Rage there, but he hit the second hit of the Sonic Wave right after Anran9 tried to safeguard away. Irma in front of the damage now. All he needs to hit is one more Sonic Wave, and he can make some big plays onto Anran, especially with the Dragon's Rage, but will exhaust health and that. No, he just safeguards into the Dragon's Rage, but he does get the kick. He flashes, and then he is going to get hit up by these minions. Minions keeping Anran alive and taking down his enemy. Irma overextended, and Anran gets the first blood.
Oh yeah, that was a good outplay there by Anran9. Definitely knew that he was coming right at him and managed to get a couple of tower attacks onto him as well. The minions just definitely helped at the very end. No way for Irma to actually land a single Sonic Wave onto him due to the minions blocking him as well. But interesting enough, Black Cleaver gonna be picked up, and Irma does still possess a higher enough goal lead against Anran9, so despite dying, this actually might still be a-okay for him.
It could be completely fine, because he does, as you said, he has a pretty decently sized lead in terms of items. it was just because he pressured Anran so much, and look at how much he's gotten in terms of the tower. Even if he just gets 1 kill, he could just take the win if he's able to kill Anran 9. As the tower plate is quickly coming off as well.
Ooh. Alright.
Anran, he's not gonna aggress. Trying to get a little bit of damage on. The Ignite gonna be popped very late there just to keep Anran from healing.
Tower so low though. Irma's doing a really good job shoving or dealing some of the damage there onto the tower as Anran tries to keep up. And it cannot risk going back to the base anymore because the wave clear of this Lee Sin is so much pretty high. Sudden death gonna be coming their way now. So Irma still is struggling a bit in the 1v1 damage exchange. Still has to be very careful. Oh, kick.
Oh, there you go. Oh,
Sonic Wave though.
Wave. Unlucky Rubber Ducky, but now Anran 9, he's got the Otis because he's got the Dragon's Rage, so Irma has to be careful. Even if trading with him, Anran has to be very, very mindful. So he should just be able to reap the rewards of that health font right there as well. Anran, he's going to try to go for something here with a safeguard, but Irma shields himself up. Anran very, very defensive because he has to be. I don't think Irma's gonna follow up on that. Why are you trying to back? There is. Look at that. Look at the.
Just thought about it.
Sudden death. Don't think about it. Don't do it. This is the last. Yeah, this is the last confrontation. Whoever wins here wins it all.
Oh yeah. And Anran 9 doesn't really want to lose this. He has a very, very high win rate in our 5-4 side matchups, and Irma has been the one making it work for Rare Atom times here. Tower.
Yeah,
okay, still a heal there for both of them.
The last health font. And here we go, sudden death. The circle is approaching. I saw the circle, and it is going to be Anran who goes for the first engage, but the Sonic Wave will not tag him away, neither one, but Irma gets kicked out, and then he gets kicked in back, and he's going to get a safeguard. Anran 9 outplays him with an auto attack.
Well, Anran really doesn't want to lose at all in the 5-4 side. He only has 1 loss actually in the 5-4 side, and it was the match against Nova Esports. Their first matchup. First game in day number 1, and today the win streak still remains. And what a nice outplay at the very end. Sudden death kill. And that will give Keep Best Gaming the side selection priority that we do see them actually utilize quite a lot. Their most wins has been on red side, and it's going to be safe to anticipate that they might pick that side here in game number 1, as they also see that Rare Atom has their only wins on red side as well. So that is going to be like hitting 2 birds with 1 stone here for Keep Best Gaming.
That'll be very smart for KBG to do. So yeah, I think they are going to be picking up red side. That is confirmed. And well,
yeah, okay,
that's yeah, very, very good analysis. I'm 100% sure though that KBG are not going to let that red side pick just give any sort of advantage to Rare Atom here, because I think they're gonna play this pick ban phase very smartly. I think they're gonna let a couple of picks fall through, and then kind of force the hand of Rare Atom here, maybe.
I don't know, honestly, because that Saturday we can definitely recall Keep Best Gaming going with a Malphite comp or a Yasuo comp, with a Malphite, the Kha'Zix against Cerberus Esports. They lost that game. But after that, game number 3, they just did an almost perfect game against Cerberus Esports. 20 plus kills to 1 death in the entire game, and just a one-sided beatdown. Basically, just them having some fun in that game number 2, since they are very, very confident that they can just win the series. But again, here it's going to be a different case. It's Rare Atom, despite being on the lower end of the bracket, it is still a formidable Chinese team, and they're just trying to get towards their good form. They have been rotating their players from Baron and in the mid lane and the support as well, even in the ADC department. Hopefully they do get on their good form now, because again, KBG Gaming, it's not an easy time going against them. It's always a nightmare to actually face them.
Yeah, I mean the name says it all. They're keeping their best effort there for themselves, and it really is very difficult to kind of try to outplay them. You know how lethal their team fighting can be. So Rare Atom gonna start us off with a ban onto the Shen. So definitely does not want any part of that ambulance composition to come out.
Oh yeah. Naturally, KBG Gaming is gonna be the one maybe batting away the Camille, the Aatrox, maybe the Zoe, though it has been toned down. So some of the changes that we have seen on the red side is, you know, banning the Senna instead. Sometimes you do see the ban on the Fiora as well, and it's just usually just to deny on the potential of Chinese teams and using that particular champion. But in here so far, it is what we're seeing. Akali not going to be given over to Ana 9, and one champion as well is something that Rare Atom really needs to deny onto Ana 9, the Yone. Again, 5 times used, 5 wins, and 5 MVPs. This guy is one of the best Yone player in the mid lane so far in our tournament, and you should not let him just get that champion up for himself.
It's very difficult to deal with him if he just is allowed to get that Yone. We'll see if it does happen. Rare Atom, they do have first pick.
Yeah, naturally, maybe.
So
okay,
yeah, it'll be the Yone.
That's the respect that they just need to give on to Ana 9, because if you don't get that champion, he's gonna be getting it, and you're gonna be seeing smiles on his face as he slashes his way towards your team. Fate Sealed always on point, and just miraculous plays made by this amazing player, Ana 9. KBG Gaming gonna be going maybe towards the Gragas and the Ziggs, since, well, it is available for themselves. And naturally, Yu is just one of those really stable Gragas players. Not really getting an MVP just yet. Actually, he got one MVP against FPX at a time, but it's also noteworthy on his Rakan play. Though that champion has been toned down and nerfed, so maybe we're not going to be seeing that anymore here. At least for
we have seen Rakan a couple of times already. It is very possible that we will see even more. But for now,
actually,
we won't be seeing Rakan. We'll be seeing a Gragas.
Just a small trivia as well.
Yeah.
On the support side, just last Sunday, we have seen a Blitzcrank by Nova Esports, and it was a really exciting game. I mean, it's Nova Esports against Team Flash. So again, it's just the Chinese teams, you know, having fun at that time in that kind of matchup. Team Flash not really the best performing team so far in the side of the APAC conference, and Nova Esports just had a little bit more confidence in having, you know, to extend their limits at that time. And Yami actually picked up the MVP in that match. Well, that game didn't really have an MVP, but our casters, Autolus and Dash, gave the MVP towards Yami just because of its performance with the Blitzcrank. And I would too, honestly. I mean, it's really hard to use that champion.
I could see that. I mean, Blitzcrank is one of those champions where skill is like the biggest factor. You can 100% just win a game off of one of those grabs, but some of these champions, you can win a game off of one big pick, just like with Gragas. You know, you get one big explosive cask, and Yone, that Fate Sealed, man, absolutely insane. But Morty gonna be on that. Olaf here gonna be able to find a way into that back line. KBG hasn't picked up their back line yet. They've picked up mostly front lines, as well as a Kha'Zix. So Gwen and Renekton banned out here. KBG do not want that Jax to be bullied at all, but Zoe and Ziggs getting taken out here for the bot lane. Gary in mid once again.
Looks like Andran wants to play this a little bit slow this time. Well, not really the champion I would be looking forward to seeing Andran actually use. I do yearn more towards maybe a Lucian, maybe a Wukong. Well, Wukong is going to be coming our way, so that is a good sign, at least. Not the Garen, because it's too boring, to be honest. You're just going to be clearing waves, just going to try and get that assassination done to a crucial target. And well, KBG Gaming wanted to deny that champion as well towards Rare Atom. They were thinking about it, but I guess they're just gonna be comfortable giving this away. Rare Atom actually is thinking about picking up the Corki as well. Well, they can pick both if ever, because the Garen could just go towards the Baron lane. Corki can be the one in the mid lane, and that would still, you know, give them a nice composition for themselves.
Exactly.
But, ooh, Varus.
Interesting. So Varus coming out here. No, don't Lux it. Varus is the right play here.
Oh, wait.
So Varus is the
Never
right
mind.
play here. I think Varus is just a little bit more consistent in the long range. If you want to go for poking setup, Varus is the way. Lux is a little bit difficult because she has to get a lot closer to the fight than Varus does. But against the Senna, this definitely bodes well for Xiao Ma here. It's just he has to be very aware of where Morty is and if that Olaf is going to be running into his face.
Yeah, I'm kind of concerned here. Because, yeah, okay, the Garen as a support can be similar to how a Nasus will be in tandem with a Senna. But it's not entirely what what Rare Atom actually needs. Because they don't necessarily have a front line that has crowd control to take down Keep Best Gaming. It's going to be really difficult to shove away KBG, especially the Jax, especially the Kha'Zix. And who's going to be able to pin down Shama later on if you don't really have someone who has crowd control?
Yeah.
Except for Zwimeng. With the Fate Sealed on Dione, maybe that can pave a way. Maybe the Last Embrace of Yuri Senna as well. But you do get what I mean, right? You don't have something like a Galio that was available at that time. It wasn't really banned away. So I guess Garen isn't really the best, but let's see how Rare Atom is actually going to be using this champion up for themselves.
Exactly, because Rare Atom, they need to pull out something pretty good from their back pocket if they want to keep themselves in this championship, in this league. So let's get on to the Rift, ladies and gentlemen, for our first game of the day. Or are you going to start leashless?
And naturally, since Rocky finds himself against two people in the Baron lane, it's going to be having a bit of a hard time, for sure. Same goes here for KG. I mean, Jax against a Senna, and there's even Zwimeng in the bottom lane, going to be trying to poke him down. It's going to be quite challenging. And naturally, we do see, you know, our Baron laners actually on top lane and the side, but we do see a bit of flexibility here on the side of our both teams. Yuri wants to really pin down KG here, since the Jax is a bit of a problem in the late game and actually want to bully him out in the early game. Same goes here onto Rocky. And I think Varus himself, just being alone, is going to be having an okay time already against the Garen, because you can just slow him down whenever. You can just proc the stacks as well and just, you know, deal a massive amount of damage in terms of poke. In the laning phase, though, the Judgment is going to be helping him and sustain a bit in the laning phase.
Yeah, and that is kind of why you want that Garen in the Baron lane. He's so easy to just play into anybody. It doesn't matter if he takes a lot of harass. It doesn't matter if he's poked out of lane. All he needs is to, you know, keep behind the tower a little bit or be inside a bush for a bit. But Zwimeng, a little bit of an attempt here onto the Gragas, but Yu is pretty tanky. KG is not afraid either, even with Yuri right there with him. It's because, you know, Senna doesn't really threaten a lot of damage like, you know, some other threats in the Dragon lane.
Yeah, we haven't really seen actually. Oh, okay. Wow. Oh, past appearance 100.
Interesting.
Wow. Yeah, he's just always here on the side of Keep Best Gaming. And generally, we do see Keep Best Gaming wanting to get scaling champions for themselves. Naturally, relying on Adrenaline on the aggressive playstyle, also onto KG. But it's also interesting to see them now using the Varus. I actually can't wait for the next upcoming ADC update, wherein we will have items like the the Immortal Shield Bow, and some champions coming our way as well here on Wild Rift. Because we have been seeing a lot of APCs actually over like almost a year now or more even.
That's true. I want to go back to the AD meta. But speaking
Oh.
of going back, look at this dive onto Sun Mang. He's going to get taken back, but there is a little bit of miscommunication there. Still Datan who takes that first blood. He was incredibly low, got W to the face, but I was a little ambitious there. Still KBG with the first blood.
Oh yeah, just standard things with the Kazakhs, and a really good initiation coming in as well from Mew to just help him out. Now, naturally, Best Gaming is gonna have a bit of an edge in this early game, given, you know, their level 5 states as well, in which Rare Atom has to be very careful on their double scaling ADCs, since Corki and Senna does take a lot of time. Same goes with the Yone actually, so make that triple scaling. And naturally, they will kind of rely onto Morty and Irma, or at least Rocky, rather, in getting those damage done, especially with the mass injustice of the Garen in getting that small pick off. And that is where we are going to be concerned on how they're actually going to be able to do that, because they don't have any initiation tools. The only thing they can actually do is maybe kite away, try to kite back, but they don't have any CCs as well to actually push Keep Best Gaming away from them. The only thing that they do have is some, you know, frontline power, I guess, from the Yone, from the Olaf, and from the Garen. Just those really tanky big boys for the team.
And that frontline power is still, you know, very decent to have at any point. It's just in this situation, will it be enough, you know, to kind of resist all that damage and let your backline actually do some damage while your you know, all the beef tries to frontline.
They're going to be starting this dragon off. Keep Best Gaming wants to contest. Irma has a good flanking angle, but Keep Best Gaming straight teaming up
for the big pass, but there is the package fly getting KBG. They are trapped out of there. Datan has to get out of there. He is a very low, but he doesn't manage to steal it. It is going to be the dragon for Rare Atom, but now they're pretty low. They're going to get chased away. That's 3 kills already for KBG. Irma going to follow very soon, maybe. But he just barely hangs on. Shama's going to take that kill, but Yuri will find one as well for himself. And that is a 4 for 1. Sorry, that might be a 5 for 1, even as Yuri almost bites the bullet, bites the bucket, bites the dust there. And Datan going to take that Rift Herald as well. So, you know, trade for trade, 4 for 1, everything goes KBG except for the dragon.
Yeah, Rare Atom got a little bit delayed there, and since they don't have any crowd control to actually serve in the front line, it was so difficult for them to actually shove Keep Best Gaming away. Dreaming tried to do some work, Fate Sealed got cancelled, and despite them getting that Mountain Dragon, yeah, it's okay, that's good there for Rare Atom, but what happens after is so bad for them. 4 kills, almost even an ace there by Keep Best Gaming, and naturally, since Keep Best Gaming won that fight, they're gonna be getting a trade on objective as well, since Datan got the RH. And now we see even a 2,000 gold lead by KBG, a push into the mid lane. Oh, this is not really the best start here for RA.
This is really not going RA's way. It is KBG who, you know, have been super good with their team fighting, really. And even then, even when KBG got really pushed out, wow, Anna going pretty hard here. Although he is going to come out with a lot of health. Yu's going to be coming in onto Morty, and I don't think this Viking has enough in him to withstand the drunken fist, the drunken barrel. Yu taking a kill.
Oh my.
Oh, and another maybe engage here. There's the counter strike.
Oh my god,
of Yuri.
damage!
He's gone. Yeah, that's Datan with the sickle blades on his arms.
So we saw a kill on the top lane. We saw a kill in the bottom lane. Just separated fights here by Keep Best Gaming. And double the amount of gold lead that they have just 2 minutes earlier. And now mid lane. Oh no.
Uh-oh. Yeah,
yeah, they tried.
Bite the dust. Ooh, this is getting a little bit I don't want to say sad, but a little bit difficult for RA to really pull themselves out of. Already, look at this lead, 4,000 at 8 minutes. KBG really good at setting the tempo here. And they're really not letting Rare Atom get an answer back.
Yeah, no answer at all. We even just see them, you know, just trying to farm in their lane space and desperately trying to defend their towers. Well, mid lane is not gonna be standing for long. 49 HP, still barely able to survive. But KBG Gaming is just timing their onslaughts, their engages against Rare Atom at times, and it's only gonna be a matter of time as well where we see the champ is gonna be falling off, especially the Olaf, and oh no, the cast again.
Oh, once
flash.
again, yep.
Oh,
Yu, what can you really do against
what can you do? I say Corky right now. When you get body slam flash into a cast, into a flash chain of corruption.
Yeah, you're just like, oh, alright, I'm dead.
Yeah,
I got nothing.
Yeah, just drop your phone
You
for a bit.
accept your fate, yep. And Rocky going to get ganked there, but he's going to be able to flash out. That ton coming through. Morty's going to be there for support as well, so at least he won't die. And now, KBG, they are putting up the pressure here in the top lane.
Oh yeah. I mean, all the lanes are having pressure right now on the side of Rare Atom. KBG Gaming is just annihilating them in the micro and the macro scale. Chain of Corruption. KG, Fate Seal.
Yeah, there you go. This is going to be KG. Once again, he is going to risk it all, but he will at least get one kill. The Fate Seal, unfortunately, was not able to keep him from getting one kill still.
If you're Rare Atom, right? This question pops into your head. How do we actually come back from this? And one of the ways that I am just seeing this right now is just try to stall the game out. Naturally, that is going to be coming onto their mind, but also the way they can actually answer the engages coming from KBG Gaming actually will stem from Morty and Rocky just trying to interrupt them at times. Again, with the Ragnarok, you can actually be untargetable or not be affected by any CC, and Rocky naturally can stop some of the combos that KBG Gaming can actually have or do, especially onto Yu. So maybe that flash body slam engage can be mitigated or stopped by Rocky, since that's the only thing that they can actually do. Zwimeng maybe can go onto the back line with Fate Sealed, and that's the only thing. They don't have any other crowd control to actually work around with.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is going to be a little bit tough for Rare Atom to actually get into, and with them getting pinched down, Ran 9 is going to be behind them, as well as KG from the side. They are going to try to get into this Dragon Pit, but this split fight might be exactly what KBG want, because yeah, KG is going to come in as well, and there's a Cyclone as well as Counter Strike. There's the explosive cast to disrupt everybody. They're trying to fight back. They're coming in, but Zwimeng is going to risk his life for nothing. There's another kill down. That's the Olaf, who has been taken to the ground. Rocky, Irma, and Yuri are on the back foot. Now Yu, the Garen, is a level under him. What has KBG been actually doing in terms of experience here? As Yuri and Rocky just try to keep him from taking that tower down. Yu, he's completely happy to just tank everything, man. He's not worried at all, especially since that's not going to be there. But he maybe have to worry a little bit. He was going to be completely fine. Not even close, baby. 1 HP. But he's going to be completely okay.
Oh yeah, they basically got the dragon for themselves. They got 2 kills as well, and I was actually happy to see that Faison landing onto multiple members of KBG Gaming. But what they lacked was actually the follow-up damage. Chain of Corruption was on point, and since they don't necessarily have any crowd control to actually funnel one initiation, they couldn't really follow up at all. That's the really bad I guess
just unfortunate
lineup here of Rare Atom compared to KBG Gaming, because we do see the follow-up chain CCs coming from KBG Gaming after the body slam, after the Chain of Corruption, after the Counter Strike, and everything else. Cyclone as well, just working here for KBG Gaming. But for Rare Atom, they're basically going onto team fights blindly, and KBG Gaming just are shooting at ducks basically at this point. They tried to get into that team fight but lost 2 people, lost the dragon, and even almost lost that bot lane tower for absolutely nothing. And now the gold lead just keeps on rising here on the side of KBG Gaming. In a short while, we are going to be seeing, Baron spawning up. And with 8,000 gold lead, I think KBG Gaming can just start it whenever they want.
Yeah, and with that, big advantage on KBG Gaming side, Rare Atom, what they can really do at the moment is just respond, man. It's really not easy for them to contest anything right now. Even Morty is afraid to be in Yuyu's face. I mean, that Gragas is just so wide, and he's not afraid to take a little bit of damage because he can just heal it back up. And you can see how KBG, they're keeping the pressure up, and it's basically a 2-3 situation with them controlling the top side of the river as well, because that's where the Baron is, so they can threaten that at any time. So they're trying to force RA to be a little bit impatient and make a move while they kind of bait with KG here. This could be the move that they're trying to make.
Oh,
and there it is, a chance of corruption starting it off, and it's going to absolutely catch that set off guard. Big pick coming in from KBG, and that was the perfect use of that ward. You see that right there by the rock, that ward that showed KBG where everybody was, and then insane chain of corruption onto the Senna.
Yeah, and though it's just one kill, KBG Gaming can just do it multiple times. Actually, they can just clear the wards, clear the vision, and then go for a death brush once again. They are actually grouping up again. Actually, they got separated for a little bit, just shoving the waves in the side lanes for the meantime. And since they know that they can just engage onto anyone, really, since they are way far ahead here against Rare Atom, they can just pretty much do anything that they want. They have a lot of time to make around these death brushes. Engage again. Just forcing that Ragnarok from Rocky. This is, or rather for the Olaf right there. Not really good there for Morty.
Little bit difficult for Morty to really do all too much against KBG, so there's just gonna be a little bit of a Senna ult scouting it out. Not really gonna attempt to steal it right there, just giving KBG, the house and keys, the house and lot to the Baron. Well, they didn't even try to go for anything. They couldn't even push the lanes all too well, except now they're going for something. They will get at least a clone of Andra 9 as well as his tower. But Rare Atom saying, hey, we're going to fight. If there's only 2 of you, we're going to try to take something at least while the rest of KBG was away. But now that they're there, they're going to chase them out. Yeah, joke lang.
Yeah, they can't really go onto KBG at this point. Even at 2v1, KG just muttles swimming right there, flashing out. Wow, okay, nice dodge there by KG. Absolute nightmare with a Jax, and KBG Gaming, they're just getting all the lanes here, all the towers. Rare Atom, since they don't necessarily have any sort of wave clear, aside from the Corki, they can simply defend. KG just bashes that tower up, that inhib, and Rock can't do anything to stop him. Chain of corruption.
Yeah, nice another hit by there, and then Yu goes in. He gets quite a bit of damage along with that ton onto Morty. And Xiaoma, everybody has just made their way into the base. One last hit turret standing. They will find another kill. But Rocky now, will he be able to defend along with Morty? No, this is just a slow death. And the Olaf tried, but he will not be rewarded as the Nexus falls. And there it is, the first game of the game. It will be going to KBG.
Just a slow but secured game here by KBG Gaming. Absolutely no resistance we saw on the side of Rare Atom. They tried at times, but we saw the difference in terms of lineup as well, since they don't have any sort of crowd control. They don't have any sort of initiating tool aside from maybe a Fate Seal, but we all know what happened after Zwimming engaged with the Fate Seal, right? His Fate was the one that got sealed, and Rare Atom as well. Their Fate is about to get sealed here against KBG Gaming if they don't really patch that problem up. Because KBG, they know their strengths already. They know just how to fully utilize any sort of lineup that they do get. And we saw it just perfectly being executed here in this game number 1. 16 minutes and almost a half. They managed to have a one-sided beatdown against Rare Atom. And it's not even with Andran getting any aggressive champion. Even if his Wukong was just chilling all throughout the game. Not really being as aggressive as when he does use the Yone. And then here we saw more actually of highlights coming in from KG with the side lane pushes.
Yeah, and I mean, you can definitely see that, KBG, kind of study this game super well, and not just study, but like they know this game like the back of their hand. They know the meta much better and know how to handle it better than Rare Atom at the moment. I mean, having a Corki and then a Senna, just you are putting your early game, you know, on hold for a long time, especially with Rocky on the Garen and zooming on the Yone as well. It's just so difficult for you to do really anything in the early game, and KBG made sure, hey, we can do a lot of things in the early game. We got a Wukong, we got a Gragas, we got a Kha'Zix, and then eventually it just all came coming down onto Rare Atom, how much more superior KBG was, and at exploiting their, you know, item breakpoints.
Yeah, and at that point, you know, when we saw, well, the Corki Senna can actually work, but they do really need some sort of early game pressure to actually alleviate the intended pressure that KBS Gaming wanted to give onto the scaling champions. But in here, we don't really see an angle wherein they can just have any sort of maneuvers in the early game. We saw Swimming having a hard time. We saw Rocky not really having the best kind of engages, and basically KBS Gaming, even at one point we saw just less than 30 seconds or a minute, we saw a kill that KBS Gaming got in the Baron lane, and the bot lane, and then in the mid lane. That's just how clean KBS Gaming performs here in this tournament. And the Rare Atom, if they want to really come back on this and try to redeem themselves, because again, Rare Atom is just sitting at the very bottom of the ECN conference bracket. Their only win is actually against Cerberus Esports when they denied that reverse sweep against them. But it's mostly because of some of the mistakes that Cerberus Esports had made in that entire game. And against the Chinese teams, it just has been struggling entirely. All 0-2s, and KBS Gaming, they're setting their eyes on the same 2-0 against Rare Atom. And if they don't really patch up their problem right now, especially in the composition, they're just going to suffer even more.
Absolutely. And I mean, if there's a team that knows how to make you suffer, it is without a doubt KBS Gaming. I mean, they're so efficient, you know, at their game plan, and it's so difficult to try to read their game plan while they are actively, you know, reading yours as well. You cannot be on the onus here against them. That's why they like picking that red side. But you with the Gragas will be picking up that MVP spot. 2-0-10 with a 75% kill participation. Safe to say he's been a part of a lot of the plays of KBG here.
Oh yeah, I mean, he is on the side of KBS Gaming. He really loves using that champion, Gragas, and it is either a win or a lose for him, but his performance remains stable here on the side of KBS Gaming. Let's see how Rare Atom is actually going to be coming back into our game number 2, because we have a lot of concern for them, especially with their roster right now, especially with their lineups as well. But still, hopes. Back to the drawing board. Let's see if they can come back for game 2.
Absolutely. And speaking of game 2, we're going to be going to game 2 in just a little bit after a short break. So don't go anybody, don't go anywhere, anybody. Don't touch that browser. We'll be right back with game number 2.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another game here at the Wild Rift League Asia regular season 2023. I'm G10 coming at you. With me is Giyang, and we just saw KBG have a pretty convincing first game in today's first game against Rare Atom. So let's see if Rare Atom can turn this around.
Because, well, just from the performance, the clear difference between Keep Best Gaming and Rare Atom, it's already natural for anyone, even us, to actually assume that this is going to be a 2-0. But what we're looking for right now is some sign of light here on the side of Rare Atom. If they can even just push this to a game number 3, or even just perform significantly better in game number 2, that is going to be a good sign already. That is going to be some growth that we have been looking forward to see on the side of Rare Atom. Because again, as we discussed earlier, their performance and their changes in their roster, their changes in their positions and lineups as well, it's a bit putting an asterisk on their performance overall against these other much more stable teams. And to really take down KBS Gaming, it's gonna take more than that. So we're trying to just see some sort of really good happenings on the side of Rare Atom. Still, okay, still going to be, I believe. Okay, wow, okay, Swimming is gonna be going out, and we are gonna be seeing Max instead. So that may be Rocky going back to being in the Baron lane, and Max as the support, because that has been, the change that they're doing. Swimming usually replaces, or Rocky usually replaces Swimming in the Baron lane, and Max gets replaced by Rocky as a support. Now it's going to be similar to their match against Cerberus Esports, their only win. This was their roster.
Yeah, it was a standard roster. Now let's see if this roster can stand up still.
It's KBG, man. It's still KBG.
I can't believe I'm trying to frame that question in an askable way. I'm just like, no, it's
still.
It's so difficult to say this much, to say a lot about how these teams are shaping up, because Keep Best is just, they're keeping it best for a reason, man. They have just been near untouchable so far.
Yeah, we can understand the intention here on the side of Rare Atom. Yeah, they're trying to experiment a little bit on which angle actually works better for them. They even tried a couple of changes in their roster, tried a couple of champions. Akali even picked up just last weekend as a support on the support role, but transitioned into a solo lane. So a lot of experiments, really, and it's all for a good intention for development of the team. But right now, it's not really the best case. This is usually the platform wherein you have to really focus on using what worked out for you best through the scrims, through the trainings, through the other tournaments that you have participated so far. And in this case, not much of success actually has been acquired here by Rare Atom. This might be a good take, I guess. Pick up these Ziggs, also the Galio for themselves, since the Gragas has been taken away by them. And naturally, that's gonna give them some sort of area control for team fights, offensively and defensively.
Yeah, just a little bit unfortunate that Gragas will be banned out, because that is a really good counter. Well, not counter, but like a match that Nautilus. Galio is up still though, so Rare Atom may be looking for that. But KBG, I mean, that Nautilus looking incredibly naughty already. Could be going into support, could be, you know, going in the jungle, but I think that on is going to be on that Shen.
Oh yeah. Whenever I see the Shen not being banned away, I try to stay as silent as I can until I see it being hovered, because I just don't want to jinx stuff, you know. We have a certain ability, us casters, the so-called caster's curse. Not really the best ability or a quirk to have, but it is interesting how at times it is kind of like it happens on occurrence, and we have absolutely no way of understanding the reason why or how, but it does. It
just happens.
It just does. There's a Shen gonna going towards Skip-S Gaming. Also the Fiora, which is a proper front line to actually have when you have a Shen. So in terms of defeating a Fiora in a 1v1 or trying to ganking, it's going to be much more difficult now for Rare Atom. But I still love their lineup. Again, having a linear composition towards team fights, having this kind of team fighting based composition with a lot of crowd control, easy to execute abilities, is best in terms of form to actually have to increase your win rate at least into the game. But ooh, okay, Vayne? That's going to be very ambitious. I don't think they actually...
No, they're not going to do it, but I want them to. Yuri, please bring us home.
Maybe the Jace is going to be much better though. Yeah, the Vayne kind of pumped my blood a little bit. It would be interesting to actually see it. Not gonna lie.
I would have loved to see it actually. I mean, Vayne is... We have seen like a Vayne one time, right? If I'm not mistaken. I believe we have. But
we have.
I wish we could see it again.
It was coming in from Fennel, I believe. It's a Demon Knight. Let me recall much better, because I don't want to make some sort of mistake. It was EDG on their match against Keep-S Gaming, and they actually managed to redeem their ADC performance 1 point on their next series. So yeah, it is... we are transitioning slowly towards ADC. I mean, at times, but still, it's going to take one solid patch. So eyes on May 25, I believe, is going to be the target. Correct me if I'm wrong with that, but that's the date I have seen with regards to the patch 4.3. And that should be the time for the ADCs to actually shine.
Yes, ADC meta, are you ready for this, ladies and gentlemen? Because it's going to be a real doozy. And I mean, going back to how it all started, could you ask for anything more? But yeah, this meta is still going to be the AP carry meta. So, you know, it's still gonna take a little bit. Here.
Yeah. I do miss the ADC meta a lot. I will be very confident in saying that, because I know that a lot of people have been looking forward to that meta as well. The APCs are really stable so far, but we can't help but miss the standard ADCs. Right now, it's going to be still APCs. Though we do see the only ADC that actually we do see in our matches is the Senna. That's the closest we can actually get into an ADC composition.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Because Senna is...
And I'm not going to complain. I love Senna.
I do love Senna as well. It's just that she is a little a little not. She's not like a carry ADC. You know, she's more of a support ADC, as she was designed to. It's just that for for an ADC, supposedly she just is not the fantasy that you would have as an AD player.
On late gaming, she does pop off quite a lot and deal a sizable enough of damage. But I do get you. Yeah, we normally see champions like Jinx, Kai'Sa, Vayne as well being the hyper carry ADCs, right?
Yeah,
it's not really the category that the Senna is actually in. And yeah, Shama as well in the previous game actually picked up Varus, and KBG Gaming actually rarely uses Varus, and I believe that's the first time we have seen them use a Varus as well in other matches.
Okay. Yeah, if this is the first Varus,
it
could be.
It is.
Oh, interesting. Very
Just
interesting.
a trivia above the trivia. Oh wow, flash!
Oh, hang on. Speaking of trivia, there's not a trivial amount of damage coming on as Xiaoma gets flashed onto.
So good.
Tries to keep him away, but Rocky was able to secure that first blood. KBG a little bit too deep into the enemy lane.
And that's actually one of the ways you can shut down a Senna. And it's really just interesting how Rare Atom is able to pull that off. Against KBG Gaming, you're just gonna be able to stay back or stay alive as well. Interesting enough, Shama got caught too far forward there in the top lane.
Yeah. A little bit too far, a little bit too forward, and there's...
I just love it. The drift with the Justice Punch. They managed to get the kill. Good gold funneling as well towards Rocky. They really needed that.
Yes, they did. Great attempt here. Great first few minutes of the game for Rare Atom. I mean, getting that first blood really going to equip them for this this comeback here if they can at all make it possible. But for now, we are going to see Rare Atom doing a lot more proactive plays. Rare Morty almost going to be going down, but gets finished off by Datan. So that is a 1-for-0. KBG now knowing how to actually fight back. Going to look for Rocky here as Yu looks to finish the kill. He tries to go for the E. He won't have it actually, and the life seal will take Rocky back up enough so that they will stop chasing him. But the exhaust coming onto the Jace. Irma almost going to get outplayed there. He was able to flash out, and the tower will not have its way. Great dive, great calculations there from Irma.
Oh yeah, I love that Irma waited for the exhaust to actually fall off, and then went for the burst onto Andra 9. That was necessary. Managed to live with just 1 HP. Top side though, we might see another engage. Justice Punch coming here.
Oh yep.
Here goes Morty.
Justice Punch comes in. Morty does find his way into the fight, and they get onto Yu now. But they're not going to be able to finish off that kill. At least there was just one in it for them. But Rare Atom, getting anything that they can, they're taking anything they can at the moment.
I love how they were
that. Beautiful onto Adran.
But it's actually really better on the side of KBG game. Adran was able to react in time. Datan managed to get that kill as well onto the low HP member of Rare Atom, and this is where we saw the proper timing.
Yeah.
By Irma, bang, and 1 HP. Not even close.
Not even close, baby. Yeah, that was a donkey moment.
3-1. Look at the
3-1. Yeah, Rare Atom doing a lot early against KBG, and KBG, they at least are not letting it get to them. They're not letting anything that Rare Atom's doing intimidate them. You can see Yu so willing to just walk up to the faces of Yuri and Matt. And Irma, ooh, that's a lot of damage. Here's a Shen ultimate coming in. San United just to keep Adran from getting forcibly engaged on right there.
Yeah, actually that was a bit of a mistake there by them. A slight miscommunication as well, since the Datan wanted them to engage onto Irma, but Honor 9 had other plans, and now they don't have the Stan United for this upcoming team fight. Naturally, Rare Atom should be prioritizing the RH so that they can actually burst the tower down the mid faster. They're
could be
contesting.
a little bit big, yeah, as Rocky is already taken low, but he is going to get chased out. There was a depth charge as well, and the steal coming in from Daton. He just slides in smooth as all hell, and then smites the dragon away, flashes out. KBG will, sneak that one away here.
Yeah, now it's going to be much more difficult now for Rare Atom to actually start this RH. If they have just traded things out, but now they have the Scuttle Crab, at least that's one way they can actually win. Or at least have a better control on this RH. But now they can't even start it up as fast as if they started it up earlier when KBG wanted to get the dragon. And this is one of the, I'm gonna say, some crucial mistakes you can actually make when you're the team that has the Ziggs, because the point of getting the RH is getting the tier 1 tower down in the mid lane as fast as possible, so you can open up the jungle on your enemy team. But now, as it's also being threatened by KBG, then the whole point of getting the Ziggs is now being threatened here for RA.
Yeah, and I mean, that Ziggs, if it's not given enough room, it will not be able to do the damage it needs. So the backline access has to be shut down. KBG really not afraid of all too much damage, especially Yu. Look at him. He's just unafraid taking so much damage and being in the face of Rare Atom all the time. Where Morty will be starting off this Rift Herald already, while Max and Yuri will be helping out. And no contest here from KBG. They don't really want to have anything to do with that. They just want to keep the rest of their lanes from falling. Although they have left mid alone, and Shelly's going to take a little bit of a stab at that, a little charge.
Nice that we do see the threshold as well, and it's how it's going to be able to take down a tower. Stay minor patch up there on the interaction.
That's a pretty good catch onto Irma. Will he get away? Yes, he will. And that's KBG's tower now.
Finally, they do get the tower, but not without a trade. Keepers Gaming managed to, again, trade something up in the top lane, and that's going to help them so much in their scaling. Again, they do have double, triple scaling champions here with a Fiora as well. Just going to be split pushing a lot into the late game. Andran has been having a bit of a hard time against Irma and Rocky. But again, it's mostly because of the bullying that he has experienced in the early game.
True.
But late game, he's going to have more space to work around with, more mobility as well with cooldowns. With his items as well. Black Cleaver picked up. Top side, that's a tower push.
Yes,
on a shadow.
As this tower push does come down, they got the tower, but there is the Grand Challenge been issued. It will be popped out as RA tries to make their way away from this fight. Yu is incredibly low. Xiao Ma made his way in as well. Max and Yuri are trying to get away, but that was one kill at the very least for KBG. And that Tan, very slick with it, very attentive to when his team needs him. That was a little bit of a dive attempt, but unfortunately it didn't result in a big committed dive. As that's Han there, gotta get jumped on by Max. Chama from right behind him. He knows that he just made a mistake there. That Galio, unfortunate.
Oh yeah, and actually, despite that, I actually want to commend Rare Atom a little bit in this game, because now they are actually keeping up with the pace here of Keepers Gaming. That is a good sign, though late game still is much better for Keepers Gaming. Rare Atom, what they need to do now is up the pace. Try to get as much towers, maybe work around bot lane since they do have the Ziggs. RH should be taken by them at all times to accelerate this game even better for themselves. And try to work around Rocky. He is the one who is actually having the best threats towards the back line. And we do see that being their access towards Xiaoma as well. KG,
they're gonna pop the Grand Challenge. Irma going to take quite a lot of it. There's a Stan United as well. He won't be able to pop the last one. Yes, he will. Grand Challenges comes through, and the healing is there for KG and Daton. That is a free kill for KBG and a tower as well. Yu though may be paying for it. He gets knocked up under the tower. Anran trying to slave him with the calling, but Yu's not gonna be able to get out of there as RA close in 1-for-1. But the tower did go to KBG as well as this blue buff.
And Rare Atom, they're being a little bit too greedy there. Not gonna lie. Especially Irma tried to desperately defend that tower despite, seeing already Xiaoma and KG taking that tower down really fast. And when you're a Jace, you don't really want to go into melee form at times. what you need to do is play really safely during in rain form, since Rare Atom does have a lot of poke. They have the Ziggs, they have the Jace. Then it should be evident how they should be approaching this game against KBG. Try to poke them down, trip their HP down, and then strike when they least actually are capable of fighting back, since they have a lot of crowd control. That's the engage.
Okay, there's the kick coming in, the insect from Morty, but he will be paying for it with his life. There's a stasis play as well. Here's the Mega for the bump to take one down. That's on fighting back. Aaron as well. KG's there. There's the Cullen though. RA was able to get more kills, 2 for 1 so far at this point in time. But that was a great engage from the side of Rare Atom. They're going to go for more. There's a Stand United onto KG, though, as he tried to get a smooth play onto Yuri.
Oh, the stop!
Got to take a lot of damage. KG is already down. So is Anran 9. And Daton is running for his life. Rare Atom fighting like a team and keeping the KBG away from them.
That was a beautiful team fight actually coming in from Rare Atom. 4 for 2. And now they're signaling a take onto the Baron. 2,000 gold lead, 3,000 gold lead by KBG. Now down to 500 only. Just because of that initiation coming in from Morty. They engage again. Oh, kick, Morty. Denied.
Okay, that comes in. And the big denial as well. Rocky is going to get knocked up and taken out. Exhausted as well. There's, a lot of utility, a lot of resources used for just one kill on a Wukong, but that is enough to give KBG the inroad into that Rift Herald. You can see that Ton already on it. Shauma taking a big chunk. Max though trying to get a way in, but that's on a little bit too quick on the take, even soloing it.
Keepers Gaming still managed to come back again and recover the gold lead that they initially had. It was still really nice to see this beautiful kick from Morty and the follow-up as well. KG tried to threaten back the back line, but Irma actually did a really good job shoving him away from Yuri as well. And naturally, since they got 2 kills already, they can just go in once again. Despite the Stand United, Yuri was able to fall back, and the stasis from the Gallon actually bought enough time for the rest of Rare Atom to clean the other members of KBG. They got the Dragon with the help of Morty's kick as well to deny the Ton from having access into the jungle. Just simply is it. That is the way for Rare Atom to actually fight back against KBG. This is a good sign. This is something that we have been, asking for on the side of Rare Atom.
Absolutely, and Rare Atom is kind of delivering at the moment. They do need a little bit more. They are still behind in terms of gold, but ahead in terms of kills by 1. But what I mean by they still need a little more is they need that tiny little bit of an oomph, a little bit of a a one team fight or something like that to give them the confidence to take this match for what it is. That Ton almost gets caught there. There's a big engagement of a Inferno Bomb onto 2, but that is not a lot of damage actually. As we pause the scene, and unfortunately that is at the start of a team fight. Unlucky.
Suddenly played ice water there, and everyone just got frozen.
Everyone froze.
Everyone froze. We are going to be determining what is actually the cause of the technical problem. We will be updating you. Well, you are actually going to be seeing on the screen as well the cause of the pause and the development, the progress of what is happening all throughout. And we'll be going back into you guys. Just chill for a little bit, listen to the very, very nice music that our production gave out for you guys.
Yes, once again, thank you for watching, ladies and gents. And as you can see, we do have a timer on screen as well. That shows us what the cause of the pause is and how long the time is taking. So, at least you'll know how long you've been waiting, how long we've all been waiting to see what's been happening.
And well, you can actually just chill for a little while while waiting. So we are going to be stepping back. Us casters will be stepping back for the meantime. We'll be back into the game when it resumes. All right, so we are going to be continuing the team fight.
Yeah,
Okay,
as
there's
we
no
saw
problem.
there, KBG, was able to just disengage pretty quickly from there. All right, well done there. KBG and Rare Atom just kind of tickling each other. We thought it was going to be the start of a big team fight, but it was just a small scuffle instead.
And I believe it was the technical problem was on the side of KBG Gaming at the time, but hopefully it is not going to be happening anytime soon. And fortunately as well, no casualty actually happened in that last fight, and would be really bad for it to happen. And we only have seen one game. I believe it was a match of Service Esports that they got disconnected mid-team fight, and it was so sad to see. Never in our lives we would want that to happen in a tournament.
Exactly, and we, as much as possible, don't want it to happen, and we'll take what we can. We'll do what we can to make sure that it doesn't happen. So will our production. So thank you everybody for, being patient with that. With all that being said, KBG is still kind of on the front lines here in the driver's seat, but just very slightly. 7 to 8. They are still behind in terms of kills, but so far their team fighting has just been so clean, and it seems that Rare Atom is finding it really hard to find a positive engage on them.
And this is something that we just love to see on the side of a Chinese team, right? The efficiency on getting those resources engaged can come through.
Yeah, there it is. The Justice Punch did come in, but he was just locked up and stunned up, and Grand Challenge says, KBG just melted that Galio down.
Yeah, big respect on the side of KBG Gaming onto Morty at that time, or to Max rather. And that was very necessary. If you take down the Galio, then no follow-up is going to be there on the side of Rare Atom. They go in once more.
Interesting, as this is going to be not the Galio, but another big engage. At least KBG thought it was, but they're going to get re-engaged on Morty now in this scene, and he's going to get taken out. Andra does a lot of damage. There's exhaust coming out to the monkey, and that Tom flashes in after them. Irma is on the back foot. He tried to go for another kill on the Xiaoma, but there's the stun. It did hit, so will the taunt, and that taunt and Xiaoma, they duo the entire remaining team of Rare Atom, while KG is down in the bottom lane trying to get this turret against Max, and everything is coming up KBG.
KG even got the tower in the bottom lane. KBG Gaming just played it slow in the early game, and then just said, okay, it's time to end the misery here of Rare Atom, and just push bottom lane. There's nothing that Max can actually do. He's trying to buy some time. He is actually just waiting for the other members to be able to respond and manage to shove KBG away. But still, 9,000 gold lead after this amazing fight. Though Yu got taken out, and that was pretty much because of the burst coming there from Irma and the rest of the members of Rare Atom. But still, the sustain and the massive damage coming in from KBG is just enough to take down Rare Atom one at a time, another at a time. And the taunt actually is the main front line here of the fight as well. Xiaoma just having the absolute certainty that they can just take everybody down. It was also sad for Yuri to, have that blast zone, or satchel charge rather, used not in the best way to escape, and had no choice as well.
Okay. That was a little bit sketchy there on the side of Anran, but he was able to get out quickly enough. Now let's see if Rare Atom can do anything to stop KBG from taking literally every single objective from now on. I mean, in a while, the dragon, the Elder Drake, is going to spawn, but the Baron is up now. But KBG, they don't really want to do that at the moment without at least getting a pick or two, so they are going to split the attention of Rare Atom between two lanes, the mid and the bottom. So they really have to be on point, especially with KG pushing down here in the bot lane. There are super minions coming through there as well, so being in your jungle may not be the best idea, Morty.
Yeah. You don't really have any sort of disengage tool, or if you do use it, then that's teamfight advantage already by KBG, especially if they force that hero entrance out. They engage, stand united.
Yes, Rito Fury's entrance into the Sanyai will be coming in instead. And Max, he's going to get taunted up. They found another catch out of the Galio. KG's at the backside though with his little bit of backline access. He did get the grand challenge issued and Morty goes down. Max was able to Hero's entrance away. Hero's exit more like. But at least that's a jungler down for Rare Atom. They're able to get the support alive as well.
Now they're trying to bait Rare Atom into this Baron. They know that they can just force their way in once more. No Hero's entrance anymore. No Cyclone, I believe, onto Rocky. What can they do? They flash in.
They're gonna flash in, and that's going to be an attempt, but no steal because Morty was not in there. And now Matt's gonna pay for it with his life. He's down. Rocky tries to go for Yu as well, but no, that monkey will be down bad as Yuri gets hunted down by KG. Grand challenge and down bad. That is an ace. Outside of the base, KG is going to slide into the base, however, and go for the Nexus Tower. There's the Stand United. And finally, KBG will take this match 2-0.
Well, we kind of anticipated this to happen already. Keep us gaming with a 2-0 against Rare Atom.
Yes, sir.
But we can't help but also recognize some minor times that Rare Atom was able to pull off some, really good wins in terms of fights against KBG, and that is good. That is good. That is something that we have been asking for as well prior to game number 2, and it is inevitable. I mean, the way that KBG was able to just dismantle the composition of Rare Atom is pretty textbook. Baiting the hero's entrance, baiting the engage Cyclo, and when they don't necessarily have any more tools to work around with for the team fight, they can just go in once more and finally go in with a heavy blow. Also, KG was very solid in the side lane control, able to take the inhibitor tower at the bottom lane since he does recognize that Irma couldn't really go in on a 1v1 against him anymore. And that's just one of the win conditions that KBG actually had in that entire game. But they secured quite a lot. And your Atom, despite them losing, I think it's also just nice to see them at least fighting a little bit back against them, against Keep Best Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, they fought their hardest against KBG. It's just that their hardest really is not on par at the moment with the rest of the Chinese conference. Going up against KBG really showed that, because KBG, they're that above average team, almost at the very top as well. Just a couple of changes to their play, saw a couple of good games, and they could be challenging for that top spot. But just Rare Atom really being able to fight back was a good sign for them. It's just they weren't able to fight back as much as, say, they would have really liked to.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's Skip Best Gaming. They're one of the most stable, if not the most stable right now in the entire tournament, aside from J Team. But they have took a lot more teams down, including EDG. And now they're just having another fun time. 19 minutes and 26 seconds. A little 3 minutes longer than game number 1, but still an inevitable win by Keep Best Gaming. It was just interesting how Rare Atom was able to get some wins actually in that early game, especially the team fighting. So props to Max, to Yuri, to Morty mostly actually, and Rocky as well on those team fight plays that they did. Again, the composition kind of falls off in the late game, and Keep Best Gaming just having superior late game scaling managed to outmatch them as the game goes by, and we saw it very well established. Oh yeah, the taunt is just so good with Shen.
Yeah, absolutely big pressure from that Shen. If he's not the MVP, I'd be very surprised. I mean, the rest of KBG did do really good as well. It's just that Shen was so oppressive, so hard to deal with. And I think that's why if we had a vote, I'd be voting for Datan as the MVP, but we do not, so maybe next time.
Well, it can be Datan, it can be KG. KG had a really solid, it was very independent in the entire game, was in there in the fights at times. Datan was there in all of the fights. He was just helping out the team, being the proper front line, and also the Stand United just helps, even if it's just an easy skill to utilize. Well done, was just always there to help his allies, and the timing on his ults was really good as well. Just being there for the team as much as possible, and Rare Atom couldn't really kill anyone that he tries to protect.
Exactly. So that is one of the reasons why, you know, Shen is such a contested champion in the Chinese conference. He's just really good at a lot of things. If you want to go for a defensive team composition, he enables that really, really well, as you know, having just the opportunity to counter gank at any given time whenever you know, he has ultimate. It doesn't really matter where he is on the map. You can just be next to your ally side in a second, just off the counter, maybe 2 seconds, sorry, 2 seconds or 3, depending on what level you are already with the San United. But yeah, the San United a little bit too good of a tool to leave in the hands of some very, very skilled junglers, because he also does a surprising amount of damage.
And I believe the Dawn only has 1 loss with the Shen, and he used the Shen quite a lot already in their games. The only loss he had was against EDG during day number 12, their second game, and it was primarily because of how Shengdo 7 was just really strong with the Olaf. So interestingly enough, you know, we saw Rare Atom even use the Olaf in game number 1, but KeepS Gaming had a really good reading onto them. And like what you mentioned, the Dawn is going to be the one to have the MVP. Amazing performance overall in both of the games as well. And in general, it's KeepS Gaming.
100% kill participation. That's it. 100% KP.
Yeah.
Bad.
Just 100% kill participation, almost no deaths as well the entire game. Just clean execution overall by this amazing player. And we are going to be looking forward to see more of the fantastic plays by KeepS Gaming as the days go by. They have actually a lot of games later on. They're also going to be facing off KT.RY in our Sunday's match. So that's going to be one hell of a battle. Again, it's KeepS Gaming and KT.RY. But next up, we will be having FPX being faced off by KT.RY. Let's see if the frontline of the APAC team, the most successful APAC team so far, can actually take down one more stable Chinese team.
Yeah, and with all that being said, I am very, very excited to go to our next match. But before that, we have a little bit of a break, ladies and gentlemen. So don't go anywhere. Don't touch that browser. I'm G10 coming at you. With me is Giang, and we will be right back.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send one player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time image.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the fight for side. FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send one player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information, such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the players' items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
too hard like a nigga got 4 irons to get to the. Got me stop money talking, I'm always in the loop. Got my body, y'all in the ball. I'ma walk around the way because you know it, I do it better. Wow.
拿下下一个第一。
There's the GO3.
要比你们都闪耀。
Team mình chỉ cần bé mèo này thôi là đủ 7 team mạnh rồi.
给点新颜色，小小。
Let's go！
提起他的打野挥发，历经2个赛季的沉浮，终于是完成了自己的归。
我说过我会回来的。
任凭浪起。
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another match here at the Wild Rift League Asia 2023 regular season. We just saw KBG take another 2-0 victory against WRL. My name is Ethan, coming at you with me is Guiyang, and we are in match number 2 of the day.
Oh yeah, this time it's going to be so exciting because we saw KT.RY's performance during the weekend, right, against EDG. It was so good. They managed to pull up a reverse sweep against EDG, one of the strongest teams right now in this tournament. And now they're going to be facing off teams, actually. This is going to be their next challenge. FPX. And FPX is actually coming off a win against Burrito United Esports just during day number 9. And here's the interesting part. FPX lost to EDG. They lost to KBG as well. And they're just trying to redeem themselves right now after only winning against an APAC team so far. So against Chinese teams, the strongest ones, they actually are losing. And both of the games that they lost against EDG and KBG were actually 0-2s. But KT.RY, they won against EDG in reverse sweep. So if we kind of put it in a bit of an analogy, right? So if KT.RY is greater than EDG and EDG is greater than FPX, then maybe KT is stronger than FPX or will come forward better than FPX. But again, it's still a Chinese team that has really been developing themselves all throughout the tournament. FPX is also known to really struggle a little bit in the group stages, but come much stronger towards the playoffs. So maybe they're just trying to have a better form initially in the group stages, and will be striking much harder into the late game or into the late stage of the tournament.
I have no doubt. But the thing is, even with how KT has been performing now, FPX has been performing now, they could still be contending for, that upper half of the scoreboard. It's just that, mathematically it does make sense. KT.RY, they beat EDG, and EDG is like one of the better teams. And, it makes sense why you would think that, KT would automatically be a favorite here. But I'm not certain that they are 100% a favorite here. I think, FPX may have some something coming up from behind them, from their back pocket that they have ready for KT.RY.
I'm excited for this. I'm so excited.
Yes, sir.
一路高歌猛进，目前排名 APAC 赛区的第1。而 FunPlus 今天面对这样一位强敌，也一定会拿出最佳状态来应对，让我们拭目以待。接下来，让我们欢迎 FunPlus Phoenix 以及首尔 KT.RY。Hello everyone, welcome to the stage of 2023 Wild Rift League Asian 1. I'm Laura. Today's second match will be FunPlus versus Seoul KT.RY, and KT.RY has been surprising us a lot and is currently ranked first in the WRL APAC. In the face of such a strong enemy today, FunPlus will definitely come out with the best condition to deal with it. Let's wait and see. And now it's time to welcome FunPlus Phoenix and Seoul KT.RY.
오늘 미안하지만 우리가 2대 0으로 쉽게 이길 거야. 너희는 우리 5연승의 재물이 되어라.
Interesting.
连胜是不可能连胜的，还有重铸方 plus 荣光5倍义不容辞。
Wow, oh my god, I love the energy between both of these teams.
Fighting words.
KT and FPX going at KT boldly saying they'll 2-0 FPX here,
yeah.
and a stepping stone towards an extension of their 5-game winning streak. Because yeah, they are on a 5-game win streak. They won including Service Esports, Invade Esports, Fennel, NGX, and EDG.
Yes, sir. But can they keep that going? That is a
首先，让我们有
good
请 FunPlus
question.
战队登场，
Very, very
欢迎单人选手 In the Solo Lane 法斗。
It's one thing to have a winning streak. It's another thing to be able to actually maintain it. You know?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And KT, they have been, just doing so
下面有
well
请打野选手 In
in
the
their
Jungle
last series.
江之。
I mean, if you see them beat EDG, right? Sky's the limit suddenly for this team.
Yeah.
EDG is one of just those
接下来让我们有
formidable
请中
teams
路
that
选
we
手
have
In
seen
the Mid Lane
in this
Skyfall。
tournament. But as we see them beat them, we just love to see which team they can
Yes,
beat
sir.
more.
接下来让我们有请射手 In the Duel Lane A13。
Right.
Oh yeah, let's go.
最后有请辅助选手 And Support
I
超
like that a while ago they actually used they drew something on their teammates' arm and yeah.
接下来有请首尔 KT.RY 战队亮相，欢迎单人路
Just a
选手
little bit of
In the
banter
Solo Lane
here
Retail。
come through as well.
Was
下面有请打野选手 In the
I
Jungle
believe-
Yowza. That's fun.
接下来有请中路选手 In the Mid Lane Zero。接下来有请射手 In the Duel Lane Luna。最后有请辅助选手 And Support Nomel。两支战队现已集结完毕，让我们即刻进入召唤师峡谷。All the players are getting ready. Let's start into the wild.
Oh, there we go.
All right, let's dive into the wild, baby.
Oh yeah, and this is one of the matchups I'm actually looking forward here in this game, because we saw the amazing performance of Zero during their game against EDG, especially as Akali and Zed outplays during that match, especially in their game number 2. He was just really there and enabling the split push, getting the damage done even in the late game of that game number 2 and 3, was just doing so much work against EDG. It's gonna be looking forward to having the same amount of impact in this series against FPX.
Absolutely. And can they actually get that kind of impact? Because I believe that KT roster, so many good players on a very, very impactful team, and that's just how they wanted to do it. They have been doing it. It's having, especially with Rattel in that top lane, very, very difficult to deal with. Joe as well has had some really, really good plays for FPX, but now we are going to have SkyFL and Luna for our fight for side.
Oh, okay. Sky and Luna are gonna be did you see the champion they're using? I love this emote screen that they have. Oh, you can just basically trash talk your opponent while just being in front of them, because you won't be able to see them, right? You won't be able to see or hear your opponent when whatever they're saying because you're wearing your headphones. But you will see their screen, or at least the screen panel they have in front of their desk. And that can serve as your kind of like in-game trash talk, if you may. Aurelion Sol versus Lucian? Wow, okay.
Interesting. Aurelion Sol now. That's the champion that is
we haven't really seen.
Quite a bit risky in the fight for side in a 1v1, but I'm excited to see it.
It's a champion we normally see a lot during season 0 and a little bit in season number 1. But after the tone down on the champion due to it being abused so much in the rank games, in the tournaments, he became extinct and became a fossil in the champion pool, unfortunately. But I am still looking forward to seeing this champion being used again. Maybe if the reworked version from the PC will be transitioned onto the mobile version into Wild Rift, maybe it's gonna be used again. So the trend has been assassins, fighters, and big burst mages as well. Not really into the scaling mages just yet. That's why we don't see people going with standard mages in the mid lane. At most, the most scaling AP damage dealer we see in the mid lane is Corki, right? But it's more often APC.
He's hybrid, yeah.
Yeah, the hybrid one.
Okay, so with that being said, now how does this actually stack up? How does Aurelion Sol go up against Lucian?
I don't know, honestly.
It's basically a mid lane matchup.
Yeah.
But especially with the Aurelion Sol rework and the way that he is now, it's I can imagine this could be very an interesting match. But Skyfell, if he's not 100% confident on that champion, it could be Luna who actually abuses Lucian's status as a meta god.
And the funny thing about Aurelion Sol, especially in this old version, is that you can never use brushes because you're gonna be seen, right?
Yeah.
Your stars are just gonna be seen. Luna says, "Huh, someone's hiding there." You can see the stars, not champion.
It was a little funny, but now it hides with you, so that's taken care of now. Although Skyfell will return some of that damage. A little bit smart to pick a ranged champion into a ranged champion here, but Luna's the one who gets a lot more aggressive there. Shield will get popped though on Skyfell.
Yeah, you cannot win against when you're using an Aurelion Sol. This is really hard here for Sky. Luna just making sure it gets things done in this Adam. Lucian again is one of those stable champions that he can just use in the fight for side. And well, for Luna actually, just a little trivia. This is his first time playing in the fight for side. Normally, we actually see Ratel being the one to play in the fight for side, but now KT.RY wants to switch things up, make things a little spicy.
Yes, they can, and spicy they shall be made. I mean, it is still Luna. I mean, that Lucian is going to be very difficult to sort of deal with, at least for the moment. Ooh, ow, most definitely.
Oh, flash! Just because of the procs there by Luna. Sky in his second time in the fight for side matchup, not really performing that too well. And well, yeah, the Aurelion Sol isn't really the best champion you can use here in the 1v1. At most you can utilize the stars, but after that is the biggest question, because Lucian can just out-kite you all the time and burst you out anytime that he wants.
Yep. And that's kind of what's been happening. I mean, Luna does not really seem to respect Skyfall's damage potential here as an Aurelion Sol. So of course he's gonna be very cocky.
Yeah. the best part here is still the brush interaction when you're using Aurelion Sol. It's pretty funny. There's a meme revolving around it as well. Way back when Aurelion Sol was just relatively new. Also in Wild Rift when Wild Rift actually happened or started. Calling gonna be used. Oh, just one more. Wow. Okay, the barrier actually was enough to at least help him stay alive, but has to be very careful with the Q. And that's first blood.
Well, that was it. First blood coming in. Luna definitely had a lot of confidence coming in there as a Lucian against what is just an Aurelion Sol. So, of course, Luna taking that first kill. This is not paying off all too well for our Sol so far.
Yeah, imagine, just on the humor side, right? Imagine being a conqueror of the skies, the galaxies. You're able to just devour galaxies at any sort in time, but you just get beaten up by a cowboy with a gun.
By a dude with a gun.
A dude with a gun. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it's a
Everyone
very
gets
cool
nerfed
gun.
when they go into the Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, that's unfortunately very true. Okay. Skyfall though is still very behind.
Ouch!
Here. He does go for the
Ouch! That hurt so much. Just wanted to clear a wave and then suddenly forced to back away from Luna. That gives tower pressure here for Luna.
Yep. Lots
GG?
of pressure. This could be it. I mean, this should be GG. Luna should be able to get a tower right here. One last auto attack and he goes golden. KT.RY will have the priority for the side selection here.
And okay, that's, well, the Aurelion Sol is just so weird for me. That's something that we shouldn't really see anymore anytime soon.
Yes.
And KT.RY, given that they have more wins towards blue side, maybe we can see them actually picking up that. Okay, what's
that's just warming up for the next one.
Yeah, that's air push-ups, everybody. And if you want to really build your delts, your chest, your skill set in Wild Rift, that is how you do it.
Air push-ups.
Air push-ups.
That's it. Oh, that's fun though. That's fun. All right. Just stretching out the chest a little bit.
Because later on, you're going to be stretching out your capacity to outplay opponents.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah. I still don't get it. Why he was doing it.
I don't know.
We're having fun as well, right? Fun. Just be on camera. Well, if we were players as well, I would have done that. I would have done that as well. Just doing something wacky in front of the camera. I mean, wow, things are just
hilarious.
Do you know that some players actually perform jumping jacks before they play a game? And the goal is to just warm up. Because again, when you're in a tournament, sometimes air is cold. Sometimes you're also feeling cold because of being nervous. And the way to address that is through doing a couple of exercises. Doing jumping jacks, maybe some push-ups as well. Just shaking your body up and making your temperature a little bit higher so that you're in a much more comfortable state. That actually helps at times. There's a study that revolves it. I don't want to bore you into the details, but that's the goal of it.
Okay, well that makes quite a lot of sense actually. Just being able to warm up physically your body, it really does help you perform at the level that you need to when it comes down to it, when the chips are down. So very good that the
red side,
they're able to kind of warm up like that. Red side though for KT.RY this time. I wonder how this will turn out for them.
Because we were anticipating blue side priority, given that most of their wins has been on blue side, but it does make sense as well. Maybe they want to recover themselves on the red side, since their recent matches has been more of a red side battle. They want to solidify their performance there, as well as get information first on how FPX is gonna go first into this game. Are they gonna go with the Ziggs because they banned away the Senna? Are they gonna tackle the Camille given that it is open? But take note, KT.RY had really good experience with the Camille against FPX, despite this champion being one of the most banned champion in the entire tournament. KT.RY just showing how ready they are in any angles their opponent actually takes.
Exactly. They really know, they are very prepared for what is about to happen. So the bans will be finished off there. No Zoe, no Shen, no Aatrox, no Jace, and no Akali. But as you said, Camille coming out, and FPX first picking that. The FP stands for first pick. The X stands for Camille.
Oh. Wow.
Yeah.
We're reading right there. Second game of EDG versus KT.RY. Rattel picked up the Fiora and managed to defeat Xiaojiang, even deny one of his signature Hextech ultimatum engage in the mid lane, which is just so difficult to execute, but he was able to do that. Game number 3, we even saw the Fiora being banned away by EDG. That is how strong Rattel is. And I can just recall his the first time he used the Fiora, it was really not so good, and it was the match against J-Team, but the way he is just able to redeem his performance is top tier in this tournament. KT.RY is having the best form and development so far, and having to face off FPX, this is a platform that they are looking forward to stepping into.
Speaking of stepping into, they'll be stepping into that mid lane with a Corki, that's right. But that does mean that the bottom lane is still up for grabs here, up for a change, as if they're going to be banning out the jungler first. Lee Sin not going to be available here for Do. KT.RY responding the same as well, with another jungler ban. Kha'Zix taken away from the pack. Now they are really kind of focusing on Zhang Ji and Do here, as the Olaf gonna get banned out again as well.
Yeah, big respect onto Do. He is just so good as well, and it was one of the matchups that we wanted to highlight as well in against FPX, because his discipline, especially with the Wukong, is just noteworthy. In their last match against EDG, he just got into the back line, pressuring down alone, and I was able to isolate him away from his allies as well, and that is just so noteworthy that FPX wanted to ban the Wukong away from him. And now he picks up the Vi, such an enabler now for Rattel and even Zero. Big initiation tool here on the side of RY, and FPX is going to be responding with what is kind of the signature picks here on the side of Zhang Ji, and also to other CN junglers, the Xin Zhao for the disengage and for some isolation as well.
Yeah, and I mean, isolation going to be the one of the keys here for well, not the Kha'Zix, because the Kha'Zix will be banned out, but for him to kind of survive and thrive, as you really do need to take note of where the opponents are going to be and try to, craft your approach to the fight around that. So that's going to be a little bit difficult to come through as well.
Wow, but, look at this.
Yeah, the Xin Xiao, incredible. KT.RY though. Yep.
Also look at the viewer support rating. This is the first time we are going to be seeing an APAC team being more supported by the viewers in anticipation that they will win against a Chinese team, simply because of their performance against EDG. That has turned the poll around.
Wow, that is unexpected. That is unprecedented. But right now, KT.RY, they have the confidence of the Chinese crowd. So thank you guys for voting for them, I guess.
Yeah. That is it. We do see a bit of adaptation as well, having the Corki being used here by Luna instead of Zero. As Zero wants to be as equally aggressive as he was during their match against EDG, picking up the Akali, picking up the Zed. And with the Renekton, you do have that same amount of mobility as well to work around with the team fight and try to bully whoever's going to be coming across you. And Sky, we talked about him earlier being matched against Zero. First time as well, we are going to be putting an APAC team a little bit above as well in our analysis. And both Sky and Fado as well going to be needing to really watch their eyes or have their eyes set on Zero and Rattel all throughout the game, because they will make the necessary play when they do get the chance to do so.
Yes, sir. So keep your eyes peeled as well, dear viewers, because the action will not be stopping right here. In fact, it's only starting for this match. This is the first game of KT.RY versus Fun plus Phoenix. So with Zero in the mid lane with that Renekton, I think he really wants to get a leg up on Sky FL here.
Really nice take as well, you know, just picking up the Z by Sky to deny it from Zero. And it's interesting how Zero as well responded with the Renekton pick off, because the Renekton can actually win against a Z at times. You have the sustain, you have the pin down. When the death mark is just on, you can just use the Ruthless Predator to deny that innate burst from the Z and try to walk away as well with the Slice and Dice. So as long as you time yourself perfectly to counter the Z, then you're going to be having an easy time in the laning phase.
Yeah, a leisurely time even, as long as you're able to stand up right next to Zed whenever he, comes up for anything. That's easier said than done, to be honest, but they are doing it right now. Rattel going up against Fado. That Camille, I think for the two champions that has 100% pick ban here, mostly bans, it's Camille and Aatrox that have 100% pick ban here in the WRL. So Rattel with his VR doing a really good job of kind of stuffing that Camille in a box for the moment.
Oh yeah. Especially recently. It hasn't been a long time since we last seen a Camille, aside from the match of KT.RY and EDG. And since Y is just so comfortable with Rattel, with the Fiora now against the Camille, then they just are able to deny other champions more and just be really comfortable being on the red side as well. Just focusing on the Aatrox ban, focusing on the Jace ban and the Shen that they took away a while ago. And the side lane pressure is going to be much more tricky now, because with the Fiora, you're just able to maneuver perfectly around the map, able to pressure towers as well. Jiangji, being in the top lane.
Good
spotted out, though.
Pressure here though by FPX. At least they showed that Jiangji was over there, ready to kind of scrap Dodo. We'll take that as a cue to maybe come in here onto A13, and he does. A good flash Vault Breaker, but that's not going to be, a lot. Jiangji uses his flash as well just to chase Do out.
Immediate pop on the barrier there by A13 and flash even by Jiangji to respond. But Y was able to just disengage successfully and not be punished at all. And that just shows a bit of a discipline there, and just some recovery actually from the slight mistake by Do, because they anticipated that no one might be actually there. But suddenly as they saw Jiangji, they were like, okay, let's fall back, not give any kills here to FPX.
Yep, that's a pretty good decision, because you do not want to give FPX with this kind of scaling team any sort of big advantage, as Zero going to get tempted on there by Xiao, but Sky fell, kind of jumping the gun a little bit as well, letting him know a bit early that he was going to be there. So unfortunately not going to happen so far.
KT just playing things slow for the meantime. Wow, okay. Really nice stats as well, Nomel having such good success rate with this Gragas, helping out the team. 3 wins already, no loss. And a relatively high kill participation as well. Helping out KT.RY, even with their match against EDG, was able to just perform at his top peak, especially in that last game. The isolation play, especially with the cast, is just so good. Nomel wants to have that same innate pressure into the game. The edge line going to be connecting. Jiangji is in the area as well. But I don't think Roster.RY is gonna be contesting them as of the moment. They want to prep for the next objective.
Yeah, nothing too huge here being attempted by KT.RY or FPX. They just want to keep the status quo right now, you know, at 0-0. Zero, though, trying to make it a little bit towards their side, getting as many turret plates as he can. Evens up the gold, but it is very, very even coming into this. The Dragon spotting, though, is in the area. They are positioned better, and it does look like Xiaojiang is going to be going over to the... sorry, Jiangxi is going over to...
Ooh, wow, okay.
Sky FL.
Yeah.
That's a lot of damage. Death mark.
That is what we have been talking about earlier, but Sky still done some damage there. And, ooh, okay. Almost there by Luna.
Good attempt.
Yeah, an exchange for objectives here at the very least, but Roster.RY gonna be able to take this tower down much faster, actually, than FPX since they zoned away Sky. Luckily, Chao is here to help and was actually able to allow FPX to get that first turn down. Since they have the satchel in the mid and might not even need to. Okay, they need to.
Ooh.
So
they
A13.
They didn't. Yeah, they kind of needed the satchel there. A little bit unfortunate that that first tower did not go down, but that will be all right here still for KT.RY. And well, FPX, they are a tiny bit behind now, just in terms of gold, just a tiny amount. Even though they did get that little burst off of gold.
And it's primarily because of the plates that they got in the mid lane.
Yep.
And well, at least KT got some plates as well in the bottom lane. Really good rotation as well coming in from Luna to just shove the wave constantly into the mid, prevent that wave into collapsing onto the tower, because it's going to be inevitable, you know, that tower in the mid lane gonna be taken down, but it's up to Roster.RY on when it actually is gonna be allowed to be destroyed. And they're trying to stall enough time. Again, mid tower is very, very important in your macro play. And FPX wants to take it as fast as they can. Red Star gonna be connecting. Janji's in the area as well.
Okay.
4 people from FPX just gonna be, you know, invested so that they can shove everyone away, so that they can throw the satchel charge. That's more gonna be used as well onto the tag. And the Melt's gonna be bidding goodbye. Luna will be able to escape at the very least, but topside, Roster.RY is able to take down Fado and will be getting a couple of damage into the tower as well, as Zero picks up the bottom lane. That's 2 towers in exchange for 1, and KT, they now turn the gold up.
They'll take that any day, as well as, you know, the kills coming in for, you know, both FPX and KT.RY. So KT, they were able to pretty much swing that fight, or it'll swing the momentum of the game so far. Fado as well, though, like some really good plays were tried, but Do was just a little bit too quick, and of course cease and desist is just a point and click ability, so them being able to take the Camille down was pretty imperative.
Yeah, we saw much better rotation actually coming in on the side of Roster.RY, and was so much more efficient. Now they are dictating the flow of the game. Now they have a 1,000 gold lead, and they've broken the side lanes as well. So the only lane they have to actually break is this mid-tier 1. They're gonna be caught out there. Mega Inferno Bomb doing damage, as well as the death mark. Everything invested to take down Luna. No escape at all. As now Jiangxi setting down into the mix. They want to pressure bot lane now. They want to open up this boss side, but Zero's actually into the top lane, bashing a tower for Roster.RY, and the goal of the other 3 is just to stall things out. No cast, body slam just to escape. Now they're stuck into the tower. Cast gonna be used. Finally, Do is taking a bit of damage there. Cease and desist into the front line. Hextech ultimating onto Rattel as well. And now they picked up the fight. Now they picked up the Kragas. Teleporting coming a little bit too late, but it did take the tower into the top lane. So that's 3 for just a tower here by Roster.RY.
Yeah, and that Luna coming in at the very last second did not really do KT.RY any favors. FPX just rolled them over. But with all that being said, that tower did make it pretty worth it for KT.RY. They are just barely even right now. Even with 4 kills, FPX were not able to actually get a tower. So big unfortunate truth for them is that, even with all those kills, they really did not get as much map control as KT Rolster did.
Yeah, it was just really difficult for them to actually escape this Spitfall position. No way for them. Now R8 can be contested. Jiangxi is still going to be able to pick up that R8, but Zero has a really good flank. Sky has to be very careful, tries to shadow in, outplay as well. Onto Rolster Y, they do get one kill up. Now they have to escape. Hexical ultimatum onto Luna, immediate follow-up by Chow as well for the CC chain. It's now Zero's in trouble. That's going to be the third kill. And FPX, they throw right at KT Rolster Y, and they pick up the RH for themselves as well.
Yeah, KT Rolster. Oh, they're going to be coming in now.
Fado still able to escape though. And that's just so clean for FPX.
Yeah, everything is coming up FPX now. They have found every single thing that they have ever needed here. But yeah, they might be fighting this dragon as well, because Jiangxi has made his way towards it so quickly. And it's just really, really unfortunate that KT Rolster is not able to respond there.
Yeah, and now Rolster Y is in a bit of trouble. The gold has been recovered now by FPX as well, and just an immediate outplay there, especially because of Sky a while ago. The use of the shadow is just so manipulative into a fight that they managed to just create some space, since Zero tried to chase him and another member of Rolster Y as well, and that paved the way for them to actually pincer down towards the other members of Rolster Y. Now they have access towards this top side tower. Now they've broken out all outer turrets of Rolster Y. And things are starting to be a little bit complicated now for Rolster Y, because now they lack vision onto the areas. Yeah,
it's getting a little bit hairy for KT Rolster Y. At first it seemed like FPX were struggling a little bit, but now with quite a surplus of kills, they are looking very, very poised to take this game away. Although KT Rolster, they are not that behind, only 3,000 gold. It's because they were really clean with their tower takes as well, and they were able to keep up with the amount of towers, so they should be able to contest, and it will depend on who has the better team fight, and if they're able to disable Jiangxi first. And Do gets jumped on here.
Yeah, Hexic Ultimatum though, just trying to escape, but he won't be able to do so. Now FPX tries for more. They are hungry for more kills. Sky with the dash mark onto Luna. Immediate follow-up by Fado as well. Xiao not going to be landing that dredge line, but they do get a kill onto Zero. So they're going to be happy with 2. And Rappel just tried to get a tower into the mid lane, which is good, which is fine. But having to lose 2 people in a fight is just so detrimental for them, as FPX gets more gold.
Yeah, because even though, they didn't lose anything more than that, just 2 kills, those 2 kills were still really key. I mean, Do just kind of got caught there, unfortunately. Walked a little bit too far. Hextech ultimatum, and then Luna, of course. What are you gonna do? Zero, though, he was a little bit too slow as well. So a lot of unfortunate things happened, but at the end of the day, KT Rolster, they did just lose kills instead of anything more.
Yeah, and now FPX is trying to pincer them down even more, trying to set more traps so they can catch the members of KT Rolster Y much more. And the way they're delivering that is through Jiangxi and Xiao just working around in tandem, and then the follow-up of Sky is just really immaculate. Now they're pressuring down towards the top side, or this red side jungle. Although they need to be very careful. Xiao is just so hungry for a catch there. They have the lineup actually designed for it as well.
Yeah, that could have gone pretty good. But speaking of lineups, can they line this next fight up? Because it does look like FPX is in a line across the jungle of KT Rolster. They won't be starting this Baron, not by a long shot, but they are looking to try to bait maybe KT Rolster into overcoming to a fight. So look at them just dancing around the map, looking for lanes to pressure, looking for more opportunities to put the pressure onto KT Rolster. Because KT, they do not want to make any more mistakes than they already have. They are ahead in terms of towers, but when they fight, they keep getting hit.
And you can't get hit here on the side of FPX. The follow-up is just there. The funneling of CC is just there. And they can immediately turn a 5v5 into a 4v5 simply because of the design of the composition. They have the Zed, the Ziggs, the lockdown as well with the dredge line and depth charge. Yeah. Even with the Hextech ultimatum, nobody's going to be able to survive. No single target is capable of sustaining sustaining himself of all those damage that FPX can throw right at him. And that is the intention here of FPX as well, to catch one member of KT.RY and then force a 4 versus 5 objective. Now they're planning on top side. You need to be very careful. Namel actually flashes in with a cask, but misses the target now. That is chance here for FPX.
This could be a good chance for FPX, but I mean, KT.RY, they are pressuring down the mid lane, and same thing is happening for FPX as well. They are just kind of letting those waves die, killing them themselves. FPX a better position onto Drake. It will be Jiangji who starts it up, but the rest of KT.RY, they're going to put lots of pressure onto the top side jungle, top side inhib turret. Now they're gonna peel off. Not really a base race, but just wasted a little bit of time.
Yeah.
Give A13 and Jiangji a lot of time to just take that dragon down for free.
Yeah, free Infernal Dragon by FPX. That's not really the best move there by KT.RY. Maybe they wanted to get a pick off there, but topside is not really the best take. They also were a little bit slow in executing that formation. So now they have given an objective for free and are down 5,000. What can be the take here of KT.RY? Because they're looking to group up as much as possible. Elder Dragon is going to be the next objective here, since FPX does secure 2 in exchange for 1 here of KT.RY. But they're able to recollect themselves, taking a tower here for FPX. And there's nothing that KT.RY can actually do.
Yeah, KT.RY, they're in a lot of trouble. Quite a bit of trouble here. They have to kind of chase FPX away. That's what they've done. But FPX, they're not really super afraid. You know, they're not really getting out of the way of KT.RY as they are trying to put KT.RY in a good position for them. Speaking of good position, there may be no.
Yeah, Namel's taking a lot of damage there. Has to really stasis himself up. Mega Inferno Bomb not doing much here. Because now KT.RY tries to flank in the front. But now Fado actually has access towards Luna. That's gonna be so bad for KT.RY. Jiangji as well with a flash. Immediate takedown onto 0. Now there's nothing that they can do. Ratel had to rotate here, and even with so, FPX was just able to take 3 people down. Now Baron's gonna be absolutely free for FPX. What can Ratel do?
It's a good question. What can Ratel really do? Because, like, him and though, I mean, they can try to go for a steal here. Though, I mean, he's looking for it. He's looking a little frisky. He gets, engaged on. That prevents him from actually going for this.
Oh, nothing that he can do. He tried to go for a steal. Mega Inferno Bomb just gonna be the cherry on top of that 4 kills that FPX got, plus a Baron. And
yeah.
That's how it happened.
NT if I've ever seen that. And yeah, unfortunately, this fight just really didn't go the way of KT.RY. They didn't have the right position, and then they got split up in the middle of it. And Luna was in a pretty bad spot to get Hextech ultimatum. 0 and Do were nowhere near to actually help them out. So the damage dealers got, got left behind. And now they're going to be going on to the damage dealer himself here. Fado almost got caught, but not quite. He's out of there.
It's so difficult to catch a Camille. Hook shot away. That's a long distance that he can actually create for space. And it's also really, really bad for KT.RY to actually have Luna go in with the package a while ago, and he just got funneled there by the members of FPX. Now it's so difficult to turn the tides around. 19 minutes in, we're not even talking about the Elder Dragon. Now Luna gonna be engaged by the death mark there of Sky, but now the damage coming in from FPX is just so massive. And KT.RY, they couldn't handle the pressure. FPX takes game 1.
What an unbelievable start to the series here by FPX. You know, we were really hailing KT.RY earlier as, you know, the best team in APAC, the team that was able to take down EDG, but now FPX, they've taken a game off of them, looking to solidify that win in our second game after match point. But so far, wow, a big performance there from FPX. Even if they end up not winning this game, I mean, dealing a blow to KT.RY is definitely something that they should be very proud of.
Yeah, and it's how they beat KT is the wonderful thing that I really adore. It started off with a couple of pick-offs that they did to have the numbers advantage to translate it into objectives. But one thing is also equally important. The time that KT.RY actually was stalling for a little bit, you know, the one where we saw them exploring across the map and trying to get some pickups, but FPX was able to avoid them and get some objectives along the way. It was pivotal, actually, for FPX. And the team fights was really designed by, or executed by FPX the best way possible, taking down Luna as fast as possible and avoiding the burst damage from Zero. Because that was the goal. Also, team fighting was really difficult to execute for KT.RY because Rattel had to split push when Fado was split pushing, and Fado was always faster in terms of rotating towards the team fight for FPX, and that just paves the way for them to have more of a numbers advantage against RY.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They always had, you know, a big advantage coming up against KT.RY in pretty much every fight. Look, so KT.RY only got 1 kill that entire game, and that was a kill that they really had to work for as well. It really shows that FPX were not being careless. They were being very meticulous, actually, in everything that they were doing, and not really letting KT.RY get that small lead that they need, because they get a single lead and they will do everything they can to extend it, right? And that's what we've been seeing consistently throughout their games. But today they just got stifled by FPX, so there may be some chinks in the armor of KT.RY here.
There are still ways to mitigate the potential of RY, and one of which is the deny of the Akali and the Zed. So props to Sky as well, having 603 on his performance. Not only has he denied that champion away from Zero, but he was also able to fully utilize that champion as well. You know, dealing a lot of damage onto Luna, onto Numel as well. Whenever they do start with a target selection, and it was just always on point with the executions here on the side of FPX and KT.RY. If they want to really turn the tides around, that they did, like how they did against EDG, they really have to recollect themselves. They really have to now design a way for them to actually fight back. In A13, well, aside from his utmost damage, he was just so stable. I mean, 100% kill participation, really even just because of the Mega for the bomb. Always there to help out the team.
Never not there. That is A13, and on that Ziggs, you can bet that he'll be in pretty much every fight. That Mega Inferno Bomb going to always be there to get any assist from even, you know, really far away. It doesn't matter to him. But as well, having the presence near his team all the time to just constantly be throwing those bombs and those satchels as well. So big props to A13. Definitely deserve that MVP in my opinion.
Oh yeah, and we are going to be seeing more plays coming in here from the side of FPX and also RY. Let's see if RY can actually push us through game number 3. We are just going to be heading down to a very short break with this Giyang and G10 coming right at you. We'll be back after a short break.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL-CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. This is game number 2 of match number 2 here at the Wild Rift League Asia 2023 regular season. My name is G10 coming at you. With me is Giyang, and we will be your shotcasters for today. KT.RY dropped their first game against FPX. Let's see if FPX can close it out.
Because FPX, it was such a clean game. Like we mentioned, 17-1 scoreline, and just an absolute efficient approach against WRL. And if you're WRL, you may be wondering right now, or they might be wondering, how can we actually come back in this series? How can we address, FPX trying to take our champions away, like the Zed and the Akali away from Zero, and also the problem that they had in terms of laning phase as well, or the rotations rather, because we saw more of an efficient rotation coming in from FPX, taking the champions away, or assassinating the members of WRL, and WRL having to explore the map at some point, not get anything at all in their rotation.
Yeah, and I mean the rotations of FPX in that first game, very clean. I mean, KT.RY, they are kind of known as one of those teams that really do like setting up side lane pressure and really manipulating minions. But FPX was really on point with that right now in the last game. So that avenue for the win may not be open here for KT.RY.
Let's see. WRL this time gonna be on blue side, which makes sense now. FPX gonna be needing now to take away the 8 rocks, the other champions, while still focusing on taking away Zero's champions like Zed, like the Akali. So that puts a question now. How will FPX do this? Do they give up some champions away? Do they allow the Akali to be picked up initially here by WRL, or do they try to take it away when they do get their 2-pick prio? Because WRL is going to be having a chance now to take Zero's champion one way or another, unless FPX invest a lot more.
Yeah, and I don't think FPX is going to be investing in that all too much. I think they're going to be... I honestly don't know if they'll go all in on Zed. But KT also, they're going to be batting out that Zoe first. Do not want to keep that champion on the table here for FPX. A13 very, very proficient with it. Senna is all going to be coming out in the bans here. But I don't think Aatrox will be making it out either here. Either Camille as well. I think Camille was really, really good for FPX. I don't think KT should let it keep going.
Interesting ban on the Lucian here by Rolls.RY. Are they gonna be having other plans here in their pick-offs? Maybe a Jace, maybe a Corki mid lane. But Holly is not gonna be seeing the light of day here for Zero. Not at all. He's just so good with his champion. It's almost, impossible for this champion to let open for him. Jace gonna be banned away again here by Rolls.RY, similar to game number 1. And FPX, they have the chance to either maybe take away Zed or maybe ban away the Aatrox. Still hasn't been banned away just yet. Looks like the Camille is gonna be the more important takeaway here by FPX.
Yeah, Camille, definitely you don't want to give that up to KT Rolster, but at the same time, KT Rolster, that did leave the Aatrox open for them. So FPX, afraid of quite a few things, but they will be picking up that Nautilus first. A very, very good pick if you're trying to disable an Aatrox, especially because that Aatrox is just, woo, baby. He is incredibly good at just staying in the fight as long as, he's not being crowd controlled. So pick a crowd control champion like Nautilus and you'll have a lot better of a time against an Aatrox.
We haven't really seen Aatrox being picked up here by Rolls.RY, like, ever. So this is going to be a new face that they are showing right now onto us. Maybe it's a necessary change to actually show this kind of form in order to win against FPX, but also it can be a double-edged sword, because now FPX is building on frontline suppression as well, and this Nautilus and this Shen can be a pivotal champion pick-off against Rolls.RY in terms of negating some of the damage that the Aatrox can actually do. And if you are able to suppress the Aatrox, then no damage is gonna be able for KT Rolls to actually throw out, and that's one way for any team to actually take down or deny an Aatrox performance. Yone as well gonna be pivotal here for FPX. That is a lot of burst now building on this red side team.
Another way to keep that Aatrox out of the fight, with a knockup, your fate sealed for the Yone. But the question does remain, will that be a top Yone or a mid Yone? Because 100% Jiangxi is going to be picking this Shen up in the jungle. So this Yone can go to either side lane, which he could have a little bit of a harder time against the Aatrox in the Baron lane if it does go to, a little bit of a longer laning phase.
I'm actually nervous on the side of Rolls.RY here. Yeah, it is good that Rattel does possess the Fiora once more, but it's how Rolls.RY is going to be able to resist the team fighting here, or address the team fighting, is going to be the biggest question. Because FPX is now removing some of the counter plays that they can actually take. Again, the respect onto Zero's. Zed is still coming their way in the second banning phase. Varel's take it away as well. Riven is a really nice ban to kind of mitigate some of the bursting damage. Maybe the Garen as well is going to be a proper takeaway here. Or the Yuumi does work as well. And we have seen actually a Yuumi picked up by Weibo Gaming at time. They picked up the Shen, the Galio, and the Yuumi. So much, sustained city with that lineup.
Yeah. It is... That would have been, the Wambulance composition, Shen, Galio, and Yuumi. But unfortunately, no Yuumi here. The Shen and Galio possible still, because Galio's still up. But I don't think FPX is going to pick a Galio up, because just look at the way that composition is built. They have absolutely no range damage at the moment.
Ziggs. Burst? Wukong for Do. This is necessary.
I like that.
I love it. And Do actually was one of the main highlight makers there against their match, or in their match against EDG. The way he chased down alone in that last fight allowed them to actually not only win it, but also just have a certain amount of suppression built for offense and defense. And it might be Zero actually using this champion this time, since the Aatrox is there for Do as well. Karma gonna be the standard response, since Varus has been taken away, and Senna as well has been taken away. So the amount of defense tools and counter engage tools that FPX actually has is obnoxiously high. You have the Shen, you have the Karma, you have so many crowd controls to suppress the Aatrox. It is going to be such a challenge for them to actually pop off in any team fight.
It's definitely going to be difficult, but it's not impossible. The thing is, with Do, he does have a really good instinct for getting into fights, you know, and the way that he can, you know, kind of conceal himself and then just come out whenever the fight does start to break out, I think could be key with this Aatrox, or, you know, just a tiny bit of a late entrance or a re-engage from a fight that maybe FPX has picked. So we'll see, because there is so many ways on the composition of FPX to disable that Aatrox, but if they put all their focus on that Aatrox, the rest of the team could still have a really good time.
Oh yeah, I think that can be the option here. That can be the opportunity, or the window of opportunity for KT.RY, especially for Rattel. A while ago, he was struggling a lot. And also, since they do have Zero on the Wukong, maybe can find a way or pave a way for Do to actually pop off. You know, the double Cyclone, the Mega Inferno Bomb as well from Luna, and the cast to isolate the members of FPX. Again, both teams has drafted so well into this game. The only thing I'm going to be concerned about here on the side of WRL, because FPX is now match point. So we're trying to assess now how WRL is going to be able to try and push this into a game number 3. And again, on our thoughts, early game I think can be problematic for them. It can be challenging, except if Rattel and Zero actually is going to be able to address the early game prowess here of Fado, because Renekton and Yone are pretty, you know, so irritating in the laning phase, and we see Zero already jump down to a quarter of his health.
Yeah, with Chao coming through, that doesn't leave a lot of space for Nomel to come in, but he will be able to get in there. Just letting Chao run through first. Rattel, though, may be the subject of a gank right here.
Yeah. Parry a little bit, or riposte a little bit late there. But is able to sustain himself. Right, Schlein gonna be connecting a nice way to use the body slam. Actually hit 2 people at the same time. Just negating all intentions there. They both FPX, and it's gonna be the case here for at least the early game. Not much aggression except for mid lane. Sky gonna be investing the ignite here by Zero just to shove him away. Nice way to actually negate some of his healing too.
Yeah, Zero though was able to heal better off of that, and Fado gets jumped on here, but KT.RY are not really risking all too much, trying to make things happen. But wow, Luna did 37% of his team's damage in the last game. But I mean, as a Corki, that you're gonna do that.
Oh yeah, if you're a Corki or a Ziggs, you know, you're gonna be doing a lot of damage for sure. It's the primary goal of the APC. And here's gonna be the Karma for FPX. A little bit difficult, but still very possible. So especially with the Transcendent Embrace, a lot of knock-up ability, also suppression available here for FPX. So given that the pace is actually pretty slow in the early game, that gives Dove to a chance to actually farm up in the early game, waiting for that 5-minute mark, and probably a first item as well, so that he can, you know, try at least to wreak havoc into a fight when he pops in that World Ender. But what he really needs to be careful is the taunt and the depth charge from Chao. If they're able to at least land 3 CCs onto Do, that's pretty much gonna be a big punishment from FPX already because they have the burst actually. Renekton and Leone gonna be doing a lot of work against an Aatrox.
Yeah, because that Aatrox only has so many ways to keep in the fight with his World Ender, but if you keep him, you know, stand up and shut up, the World Ender will end and he won't have been able to do quite a lot with it. Not to mention you can just burst him down when he's, you know, knocked up or stunned or whatever, so that Aatrox has to be super careful. And Zero once again trying to just get spicy over here against IFL.
You know that this is also the wow, okay, big burst damage there. Fado actually might need to escape now as he took more than he can chew from that last interaction, and RosterY was able to actually suppress most of their damage. Now Zero might be in trouble.
Oh, say you right.
And United gonna be used defensively. And really good job at least defending Sky there. Could have been first blood for RosterY.
Yeah, could have been Zero securing that first blood with a little bit more oomph, but he just lacked a tiny bit of damage before the stun. United came in, so unfortunately will be blocked out from there. So, KT Roster now, what can they find here? Because they have found themselves in a little bit of a dominating position, at least in the early phases of this game.
Yeah, so far they're playing this cleanly. And, you know, this is also the first time that Zero used a Wukong in the mid lane in the tournament so far. So his performance is actually on the positive side so far in this, at least in the first 5 minutes of the game. And I'm gonna be looking forward to seeing his other performance later on as the game goes on, because FPX, they're specifically designed to scale well against RosterY too. So team fighting can be really crucial, and the timing on the Cyclones is just so crucial as well. You really have to create space for Luna and for your other allies. Left charge onto the backline, into the Transcendent Embrace, into the snare. Wow, 3-layer CC there by Xiao and A13. Not enough to pin them down, but still, FPX got the RH.
Yeah, quite a lot of damage there being dealt to KT Roasters too, but I mean, it's a karma, man. The longer this game goes, the tankier everybody else on the team is gonna be, just because of that mantra W that she can do. That the Q as well does a lot of damage, surprisingly, especially as you go on later to the game. She almost becomes sort of like a mini Ziggs, but with the ability to shield and make you faster. Fado though maybe jumped on here. Remember, nobody has been killed yet so far in this game. It's been 6 minutes and they are still kind of dancing around first blood.
A little cheeky there by Fado. Just wanted to maybe get something there, maybe onto Noel as he tries to check the Tribe Rush, but already done with it. Has placed a ward as well in order to guard that area. FPX is starting with their usual pick-off. Similar to game number 1, Sandy Knight is going to be used here onto the top lane. Ratel able to disengage for the meantime. But Noel is taking a bit there from Jiang Ji, and double purpose as well. Spawning that Rift Herald into the top lane to get a couple of plates taken here by Fado as well. And now here comes FPX. Red Line going to be connecting onto Ratel. Immediate follow-up with the Transcendent Embrace. Even Mega Inferno Bomb a little bit late, and FPX get the upper hand.
They force their way behind the turret. They get the pick that they needed. They set it up perfectly, and FPX are rewarded with first blood and first tower. What more can you want from the first actual interaction of this game? Although FPX, they are still behind, and they're just barely ahead in terms of gold. I mean,
whoa. Okay. This is what happened earlier. Yeah.
That's Doe just getting a
That's
big catch.
what you want when you're using Doe. And, okay, FPX could be trying once again. Even a flash there by A13. A little bit questionable, I would say. But since it was a tower and a 1-for-1 trade, KT Rosa actually is still okay in this game. Because, again, as long as you have your mid-tier 1 standing strong, then you're going to be A-okay. And RosterY, they are able to at least equalize the goals as well, despite that takedown on Turtle in top. Despite the tower takedown as well, they're able to match with the pressure in the bottom lane. So everything's good here for Rolls-Royce.
Yeah, and FPX though, they have just come back. Their back timings coming into this next series of positioning fights will be a little bit better at least. Their combat efficiency improved by the items that they did get. So FPX now maybe looking for a little bit here. Xiao Gao's the dredge line.
Big zone as well with the depth charts towards Luna. A lot of resources used here by FPX. We don't see the damage much coming in from the Karma just yet, but it's just the amount of respect that FPX is actually giving Rolls-Royce.
Yep, FPX very, very respectful
Oh
here.
no.
Oh no.
Not
Skyfell.
like this. Okay, Fate Sealed. Not blocked there by though, unfortunately.
Okay. Yeah, so at least he was able to get away, but this will be a one-for-one trade in terms of towers.
Yeah, another
Though
one.
A very slick get out there, get out of jail free from okay, Fado almost bit the dust there.
Yeah, and it was also a bit of a bonus there for FPX since they managed to pick a kill onto Zero in the bottom lane. They delivered that.
Yeah, let's take a look at how they did get Zero. So he did go for the Cyclone early, but that did mean that Fado had enough time to slice and flash in and get the stun. And then Dominus, and then, you know, everything happened there, and then Fado got the tower as well. So FPX, really good execution.
Second RH as well has been picked up by FPX, so now they can actually use it in the mid lane. Now is the best possible time for them to use it as well because bot and top has been taken out. And to deny that from a Ziggs comp is actually pretty massive. KT.RY hasn't been able to fully utilize Ziggs lineup just yet. And yeah, they're focusing more on the scaling part. They picked up the Infernal Drake, which is really good as well. But you need to take this tower down in the mid lane. And you're not going to be able to do that if, one, you cannot get the RH, and two, you cannot win any team fight. And so far, our Rolls-Royce hasn't really been able to do both.
Yeah, because KT.RY, they are really having trouble even trying to find a team fight here against FPX, because FPX, they're the ones who are usually aggressing, and look at that, that Mega Inferno Bomb just to get some kind of damage on. That Rift Herald at least will not be able to damage your turret, but KT.RY, they're not really doing a lot of damage to FPX even when they do try.
Oh.
This could be big, Fado on the flank.
Yeah, FPX are trying to pincer them down. Zero though is in the area. Dominus gonna be popped off. They do sense the damage. Fado trying to extrapolate them, but able to escape. KT.RY is still into this game. That intention by FPX was denied, but big damage there thrown out by Sky. The Zero and the Mel, they have to reset.
What happened there was, as Zero walked in front of him, the Dominus started damaging him and gave him vision of the big crocodile, so wasn't as sneaky as he might have intended to be. If he didn't have Dominus on, maybe, you know, Zero wouldn't have been able to see him, but SkyFL tried to go for something big there.
FPX wants to draw attention here of Rolls-Royce into the area. They have picked up the Scuttle Crab already, but now they're transitioning towards Fado. Doesn't have the Dominus anymore, but has his stand denied. Can he actually escape? Sky hit as well with a Fate Seal. Denies the entry there by Dode. Hasno brings Yang Ji back. Here comes Zero with the flank. Transcendent Embrace doing a lot of work. But now Jiang Ji is in trouble. Fado was trying to help, but was also a big detrimental here for FPX. KT.RY got 2 kills in a cage for 1, drawing people into this dragon, but FPX are still actually able to zone them away. Rolls-Royce gonna be happy with 2 kills.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a KT.RY, that just made you break even. That just put you back into this game. That's the kind of mistake that you need to exploit if you're looking to, you know, go to game number 3, because FPX, they kind of overstayed their Fado, did not back out, and you saw the rest of KT was already making their way toward him. The pincer maneuver did not work out because Fado was a little bit in too deep. So There you go, a lot of damage onto FPX, and then Jiangji was just caught out after that. He wasn't really all too tanky, so he couldn't resist that damage barrage, and then of course SkyFL gets put into the ground too. But FPX actually first on the dragon and will be taking it.
Yeah, at the end of that, it's still weird, right? FPX got the objective now, also why transitioning towards top. This is the similar odd behavior that Rolls-Royce was doing in game number 1, and we all know how that happened there. And that was still a-okay for both sides.
KT also have gotten 2 towers from that swing alone, I think. Wait, no, they got one.
They got the top side already a while ago. Bot side as well. Yeah. So not much actually that they have taken here.
Yeah, nothing
in
really.
That short instance, just gave away a free dragon.
Yeah, unfortunately it did still go to FPX, and that will give them a little bit more combat efficiency, but KT Roaster, at least they know that they can win these fights as long as they can find the right way to get into it, which is at this point catching Fado, especially that's what Snow is going to be doing right now.
Yeah, Megan for the Mom going to be used quite early, but yeah, Stand Knight is not going to be helpful this time. A13 tried to shield him up as well, and because of the burst here by KT Roaster, why they're able to at least get 1 kill. Trying to escape now. Chow in the front line, though actually a little bit questionable with his approach. Why are you going to be going there? But now the death charge is their 1-for-1 trade at the very least. How can KT get more out of this team fight? As now FPX is going too deep. Movement speed from the Karma allows A13 and Chow to actually escape.
Skyfell's there as well now. Might be looking for some more. He's charging up the tornado. He's knocking up Nomel. He should have his fate sealed as well.
Fast cooldown on the Mortal Steel too. And Roster Y just... That was a bit of an oopsie there for Do, not gonna lie. Going to that kind of route puts him in harm's way.
Yeah. Harm's way, definitely one way to put it.
Good job for Rattel actually, trying to pick up the pace here for Roaster Y. Split pushing into the top lane, doing what he is specifically designed to do. Almost able to pick up a Blade of the Ruined King as well to up his dueling power. In the sidelines, now able to pick it up. No teleport just yet, though we do see more of a stasis play usually by all of the players. Even during the match of FPX and during the match of EDG and Roaster Y. So we might see the Zonias picked up by Rattel despite the side lane prio here. So FPX does possess that same enchantment as well.
Most likely. I mean, you do need to get out of the base really quickly. Or sorry, not get out of the base really quickly. That just kind of happens. You need to be able to get into fights and then stay in them. So, you know, the Zonia's enchant will be your key to not dying. KT also looking to make some aggressive inroads in, and that means no more gets that charge, but not a lot as a result of that. No pick so far, and this is why they pick the shot. You can see Jiangji just kind of chilling in his jungle, just ready to ult onto anybody if they need it, but this allows him to have a presence in team fights even without him physically being there.
Now it allows FPX to actually explore the map even further, get a couple of resources. They're sending finally Jiangji into the bottom lane because that's the way to go since it does have the Stand United. No need for the teleport here. Topside, there's a play happening. Fate Seal onto the back line. Rattel might actually be in trouble. And now that signals the Stand United. Jiangji straight up to Rattel, gets the kill as well. Do is very low. Has to escape. Transcendent Blaze missing onto 2. But that's already a big signal of FPX towards this Baron.
Yeah, Do, Noble, and Lumina have been rebuffed for now. And they're going to bring the Aatrox in to, you know, come back. This fight, try to stop it, but Nomel may have just been caught there. SkyFL looking to keep Do away, but there's Zero coming in back in Inferno. Bomb actually
gonna turn! Steal!
And,
the steal! Do got it! And Sky is gonna get taken down as well. FPX! They made a bit of an oopsie there, and Roaster Y complete punish and wrecking havoc. They got the Baron, they got 3 kills. It's a disaster for FPX.
Big steal of Thieves in the Night. KT.RY, the T stands for Thief, as they absolutely bulldoze through the FPX to take that Baron and some of their lives. It's just going to be A13 and Yang here.
Can they actually end this just because of a single mistake here by FPX? Yang is going to try to stall things out. The cast is going to be used. Stand United as well, but nothing that A13 can do. KT.RY pushes a game number 3.
They were losing until they won, and I absolutely love that. KT.RY waiting for the right opportunity, stalling the game out for long enough to give them a fighting chance, a big opportunity. They went for the big steal, an overcommitment from FPX, and KT.RY, they're saying, hey, we're gonna take this to game 3. We'll see you there.
It's not the way to go as well. FPX had that. They got the kill already onto a member of Roster Y onto... Oh, it's a little bit frustrating. The Mega Inferno Bomb as well by Luna was just timely there. That zoned away the Renekton, and just... Oh, the entry of those really pivotal. FPX got surprised, and now game number 3 commencing after that big mistake by FPX. They might have not calculated the amount of damage that Roster Y can actually deal in that last fight.
Yeah.
And to think that FPX was, you know, the one that should be dictating the flow of that late game. But after a slight disrespect came the big punishment. And Roster Y now on the path for a game number 3 upset.
Yes, KT.RY looking to actually prove our predictions at the start right. Because we did kind of expect them to, you know, have FPX on their toes quite a bit. And that with the game 3 coming up soon, I think KT.RY, they do have a penchant for winning these reverse sweeps, as they did against, I believe that was Service Esports on their first match in the Wild Rift League Asia. So they're not a stranger to fighting from behind. And I think the longer that you go up against KT.RY, the more they get a feel for your playstyle, and the more they'll be able to kind of draft and fight against it. So
we saw a much more efficient rotation as well. I mean, it's still kind of weird how they were giving away some dragons away to FPX a while ago. The RH as well, not being prioritized by Roster Y. But that last fight, I think, just was just beautiful. Very timely as well by Roster Y. And FPX did not expect that happening. They thought they were in position to actually take that Baron up. Lately realized that, oh no, we screwed up. And Do just found the perfect opening. We'll get the MVP as well after his amazing performance. And we'll be looking forward to game number 3.
Yes, sir. Do will be that MVP coming in. 89% kill participation with that Aatrox. So, you know, 8 out of 9 kills. Big impact there from the big man that you should never give an Aatrox to if you can help it. So, you know, I think that FPX have to really think about whether or not they want to give over that Aatrox or the Camille over to KT.RY.
Yeah, especially the Zero picked up the first time Wukong as well. Let's see how KT.RY is going to be handling game number 3, or how FPX is going to be handling KT.RY in game number 3. We'll just go into a very short break. We are your casters, Giang and G10.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL-CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are still watching the Wild Rift League Asia 2023 regular season. My name is Jitan, coming at you. With me is Giyang, and we are now at the last game of our second match. KT.RY just pulled off an incredible against FPX in game number 2. Will they pull off the reverse sweep, or will FPX take it right back?
Oh, this is giving me such a big EDG versus ROLSTER-Y vibes, because it is very similar how ROLSTER-Y was able to pull up a reverse sweep against EDG last Sunday. Just one slight mistake, just one angle actually that ROLSTER-Y was able to take and outplay the opponent, and massive turnaround immediately. And FPX, there are no strangers as well to that. If they make a crucial mistake and give an opportunity for ROLSTER-Y to punish them, then they will punish them heavily. We saw Doe a while ago just going into that Baron pit, despite being very, very low in HP, was still able to pick up that Baron for themselves, and the resets came. And suddenly, FPX finds themselves suddenly losing after winning for quite some time. And now they're gonna be pushed to a game number 3. FPX though gonna be back on blue side, so maybe they can go towards their back to the drawing board, back to how they used to play in game number 1. And game number 1 has been really solid for FPX. Again, 17-1 on the kill score, and just a clean execution by FPX. They can do that again here.
It is definitely possible for them to do that again. But I think this time, since they're going to be on the blue side, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for KT.RY to ban here, because they're going to have to choose which one do they give up, the Camille or the Aatrox, or do they ban both of them and open up another one of the picks for FPX that they really need, for example, the Shen.
I think the Shen is gonna be not... Well, it kind of was a problem by ROLSTER-Y even against EDG, but they kind of let it happen. They let it be taken. They managed it somehow through the other picks that they made. And in game number 2, we saw how they were able to address the Shen pick off by Jiang Ji and just able to isolate him at times. Numel, when he gets his hands on the Gragas, can be actually the biggest win condition here of Roster Y, because we saw how he was isolating the members of FPX a while ago, and so far he does possess still does possess, you know, a really high win rate on this champion as well. Was tarnished a little bit during game number 1, but still, you know, we see the effectivity of him with this champion, setting up plays, isolating the members of FPX, and trying to enable Do as much as possible, because Zero went from being the hero playmaker to an enabler as well, and that I think is one of the biggest change, but also positive change of KT roster.
Still, the flexibility of having Zero, you know, be able to both carry and assist the carry gives a lot more fluidity to the, you know, roster of KT roster. They can put Do on a carry champion like Aatrox. They can put Rattel on a carry champion as well, while Zero is left on, you know, something like maybe a Garen. I don't know. But he does, you know, allow KT roster to be very flexible around his role and around the champions that he can play and pick out, and that gives them a lot more time in the later batting phase and the later picking phase to actually solidify their composition and counter pick against teams like FPX.
Very similar bans. Game number 1, Akali, the Senna, Aatrox, and the Jace. Zoe and maybe the Shen gonna be taken away here by Roster Y, unless they're gonna be comfortable with it this time around. Maybe try to find a way to work around getting the Z for Zero. Looks like the Camille is gonna be the one respected here. We saw the performance of Fado as well in game number 1, and I think he is one of those really big threat makers on the side of FPX in terms of setting up plays and getting that proper pick off against the members of Roster Y. So that paves the way for FPX to get this Zoe or get this Ziggs pick off, and similar so or timely so, because we do see FPX getting all the RH so far in this entirety of the series. So maybe that can pave the way for them using the Ziggs to actually accelerate this game faster for themselves.
That could be it, but KT roster gonna be picking up a couple of heavy hitters here in their first round of drafts, going with the Gragas and the Fiora. Not that's not gonna be a Mumu, but you know what is up as well? Gwen, if they so choose to have it.
They
in the
love
top
hovering
lane.
that.
Yeah, I know. I wish they would just pick it for once, for one time. But Nautilus as well, really good champion, just to have, you know, either in the support or the jungle. We have seen both. Just the CC of a Nautilus is insane, especially if you're ahead and then you can just stand in front of the entire enemy team, dare them to engage on you because you shield for like half of all of their damage in 1 second. And then you can just bring them to your team basically and stun them up.
Is that a skin? Is that Yitz's skin? That Nova Esports Icons Global Champion skin? Oh, I love the graphics the team we're working here. We see it even in the stage skin, the updated ones. Just so good to see all these aesthetic stuff happening in our screens. And well, going back to the roster, since they do have the Ziggs and the Riven, which is a really nice combination, maybe you can post for a Garen as well if they want to slow the tempo down. But again, having to match with a Corki can be detrimental. But we have seen a couple of wins actually with a Garen in the mid lane against a Corki. It can be boring at times, but the synergy is still there for the Ziggs Mega Inferno Bomb into the Wind Slash, into the Demacian Justice to take one member down. But what will they actually decide to take here? Yone gonna be taken away, Shen as well, and the Wukong from even Zero gonna be respected. Wow.
Yeah, I like that Wukong, man. Okay, so Zero, he's very versatile, right? So is Wukong. If he's ahead, he can start carrying. If he's behind, he can start being the support for the team. But it looks like he will be picking up a little bit more of a supportive role here. Probably picking up the Garen there against whatever mid lane FPX doles out. So FPX can definitely pick up a Lucian or something and just absolutely make his day. A ranged matchup versus a Garen. Yeah, that does give the Lucian vibe. That's what SkyFL's
Oh, yeah.
going with.
But
wait, no, it's Corky in the mid lane, isn't it?
Well, game
Jared
number
could
one, we saw Luna being the one to use the Corky. So this can be a 50-50 still. FPX recognizes might be a bait that Rolls-Royce is making. So they get the Kha'Zix first and get the... Okay, they do decide... Okay, it's going to be much better to pick up the Lucian in the mid lane. Have to risk it up. Oh, Lee Sin by Do.
That's a... There it is, the Nova skin.
And let's go! 2 Nova skins. Right now in this game. 1 for FPX, 1 for Rolls-Royce. I do love it.
And for Nova.
And not...
because they're not here yet.
They're not here yet. They're not here. But they're loving seeing at least their skins being used.
Yes, sir.
And my favorite is always going to be Long Skin. Lee Sin. Ah, so good. So good.
Quite like the Lucian as well.
Mm-hmm.
Because it looks very elegant, you know, long.
So we see three Nova skins, right? Because we see Neon as well. Yeah.
Cool.
Neon with
Lots
Illusion. It says Ribbon and Long's Lee Sin.
Lots of love for Nova Esports here, as FPX and their opponents, KT.RY, square up here. Of course, KT.RY, the only one so far that has been consistently able to stand up to Chinese teams. Maybe they can keep being consistent here against FPX, because I mean, they've already beaten EDG, right? Why stop there? FPX should just be another bump in the road. But KT.RY, I mean, they are the crowd favorites here for a reason.
Oh yeah, they have been breaking boundaries so far, breaking limits. And this is, again, even before the series, right? They've made some banters here and there. Rolls-Royce saying that they're gonna 2-0 FPX. Well, that's not possible anymore since they lost game number 1. But they can still win the series probably if they find a way to do so. FPX is also as equally comfortable in winning this series. Again, it's still FPX. They are really, really strong. We saw how clean they can actually go when they are on blue side in game number 1. And as they are on blue side again, this can be quite troubling for Rolls-Royce, unless, you know, they find a way to actually turn the tides around. 0. Ouch on him, because he saw Chow as well.
That is a Garen that just got forced out of lane. He's gonna have to back out for a little bit, or at least wait for his Lee Sin or his heals to come along, and that's exactly what he does. And once again, Luna topping the damage charts here for KT.RY, as 36% of the team's damage in the last game, 37% in the first game, so maybe, you know, 39% this game. I'll see.
Oh. Very high enough, actually. And Luna, that's one of the reasons why I just really adore this player whenever he gets his hands on any champion, really. Because he's just so stable here on the side of Rolls-Royce. We don't really see him dying as much as other ADC players or APC players. And we see him just being as equally effective in dealing damage as also negating the damage thrown at him. Oh, that's sad for 0. Just wanted to recall.
Oh, that backdiving is going to be so awkward now, and that gives KFL opportunity to push this minion wave to his tower. So that means that he'll have quite the edge coming back into lane once he has his own item breakpoint, and then was able to deny the experience and the gold from his lane opponent. So I don't know, it is going to be a little bit difficult, but you know, Mel has been found, or Chow.
Yeah, they do catch him up. They can just get this first blood, and Dell's gonna be able to get it. Quite untimely there, I would say, for Chow. So unfortunate.
Very unfortunate indeed. But KT.RY, very quick on the trigger there. You know, they saw an opportunity and they took it. Nautilus was a little bit too deep there, as though look at that. Look at where he is right now. Look at how he spots Chow and then immediately kicks him into the rage of Nomel. That layering of CC was absolutely beautiful. Chow tried to get as far as he can, even with his Spider-Man move, but that's not going to bring him to safety.
And FPX was like, a support for a support. Let's kill Nomel as well.
Yeah.
To check that replay, and yeah, they do get it up for themselves too. FPX not letting KT.RY get the better end in this game, at least in this early game so far. And Chow, that was a little bit unfortunate. His timing, him going too deep is not really the best case when you're going up against a Lee Sin.
Yeah.
That was really creative with his positionings always.
Yeah, he does have to be very on point with the position. Speaking of, he tries to go for something here.
Oh, nice suppression by Chow though. That's gonna force Do to actually escape. Sky just needs one more auto attack. Goes with a Q and does get that kill. Big punish. The suppression again from the Nautilus is just so irritating.
Do tried to go for a big play there, but Sky fell maybe in a little bit of danger there. Luna.
Yeah.
Almost taking him down.
Well, Sky is still able to be safe as much as he wants to. Almost got taken down just because of that slight rotation. Now also by trying to get a couple of plates here into the top lane. Gets 2 here for Rattel and Nomel in an attempt to recover some of the gold that they have given towards FPX.
Yes, man, that was a really good attempt on though. He tried to go for the inside play, it didn't happen, but Luna trying to make this kill happen. Skya fell, going to just get flashed on and killed.
Good punishment, because Sky was already low, so there was no reason for him to actually stay in that lane and go too that deep.
Greedy.
Especially when you're going up against a Corki.
Very greedy, and he will be punished for it. Now Nomel left to defend this mid lane tower. The rest of KT.RY, though, they have found Jiang Ji trying to prep for this dragon.
Naturally, FPX should be the one taking this RH. Given that they do have the Ziggs, but KT.RY actually doing a really good job clearing out the vision into the top side and setting up vision for themselves. Zibido has to be very careful top side. Oh, that's a wind slash by onto Rattel. No! Fado was still able to get that kill. Real nice outplay.
Yeah, no riposte coming out there. I think it came out really early on in the fight, so unfortunately the Ribbon was able to get everything and more from that one fight. So KT.RY will just be forced to trade objectives there. They know that they can't really fight or distract FPX from taking that dragon, so they'll be content with just having that RH now. Maybe aggressing here into the middle lane, but yeah, now you have to be very scared of Fado.
And since KT.RY was the one able to pick up the RH, interesting enough, they might threaten for first or a tower push here into the top lane. First tower actually taken there by Do. FPX went to get the dragon instead. Let's try to dissect that for a bit. Given that they're willing to give the RH with a good first tower, they might be just wanting to deny that scaling objectives for KT.
That's true. I mean, why wouldn't you want to try to get as much away from KT as possible? But yeah, they're not even gonna give a space to push there. Well, Fado and Jiang Ji going to take a lot of plates off of this one tower. Rattel able to save it from getting taken down at the very least. But that keeps the gold pretty even for both teams.
Yeah, FX still able to catch up despite losing the tower in the top lane. Also, why though not getting any scaling objectives can be bad for them. Again, they're banking on the scaling of Luna and Rattel later on, because Lee Sin kind of falls off into the late game. Garen is going to be a walking meat shield by KT.RY later on. And FX has a lot of angles they can actually deal more in the team fights. As the game goes on, Mega Inferno Mob gonna be hurting a lot, especially onto Luna later as the game goes on too. So KT.RY has to, maybe make some plays. I mean, those using the Lee Sin, he has to try and find a way for Rattel to pop off, because the side lane control is going to be the best possibly yet. As the Meteor Enchant is well going to be used. Not enough for the Mel to actually land a cask there.
Yeah, not nearly enough, and KT.RY now that they were unable to gank Sky fell a little bit too slippery here on the Lucian. They're just gonna go for the tower. Chow's gonna be there, so is Mega Inferno Bomb. That won't take out the last cannon minion, but that will take them down low enough to dissuade them from going for the tower.
That's just yeah, that's why the 6 pick is so beautiful. One Mega Inferno Bomb, you can actually prevent a team from just pushing. And Sky was able to even get that last cannon. Prevented Rosawai from getting any answer from the top side push of FPX. Now, it's actually helping them get some tempo into the game. 1,000 gold lead, scaling objective taken a while ago, and just enough time for Sky and A13 to scale up. Because they know they can just easily burst down KT later on. They have the setups ready. They have a Fado as well for the cleanup with a Wind Slash. Has 2 kills as well in his belt after winning against Rattel in the laning phase.
Yeah, very, very big Riven right now. They really have to leverage Fado and how fed he is to take down KT.RY in a team fight, because he's really not getting into the fights that he should be. KT.RY is trying to engage them without Riven there, because the Riven is more often than not, split pushing or doing something else. Do here, maybe trying to get a pick. He will be seeing Chow. No one's gonna be there, but Chow did not see him. Some great trigger discipline here from Do. Rattel will, as well as Luna, will be taking that turret, and now they're gonna chase FPX to the mid lane. Fado, Chow setting up a death rush, while Jiangxi gonna be taking that Raphael for himself, very free.
No contest at all. And finally, this is the objective that the Ziggs really needs. So now they can actually enable a push into the bot lane, maybe another tower into the mid lane if they do want that. Since mid is pretty vulnerable, just one RH charge is gonna do the trick. They have the Ziggs as well. Again for the bomb just to clear it out. So this leaves it so open. Just one charge with the RH and they get it.
He doesn't even need the satchel charge. It was there just for insurance, but yeah, that 100% was gonna be the Rift Herald pushing it down. The siege power of the Ziggs is untenable. Very, very good, to say the least. So that does mean that FPX has the onus here to prepare for this Drake take, as KT.RY are just scrabbling to get into position. Look at them, they are all funneling in from one side, but Do's taking a place in the tri-brush, but will be spotted out by the ward. At least he'll be able to take it out before doing anything else. Fado is there though on the backside.
Yeah, what can FPX do now? They have a wave building into the mid. We have Sky as well, just pressing it down. Really nice macro play here. That forces Rosawai to actually commit onto this dragon much faster than they intended to do so. Battle as well has a nice flank onto the side. Sky gonna be initiating. They need to be very careful. Package already used calling by Sky just to deal some damage. Able to be stopped though. The FPX dredge line to the depth charge. Mega Inferno Bomb as well with the burst. Now they use the cast on Chow, but not enough follow-up actually from KT.RY. The Wind Slash doing the work. Can Rattel pop off? Flashes away instead. Joe as well trying to flee, but Sky is chasing him down. Not enough damage to actually clear him up. They go into a dance here into this tri-brush. RY trying to survive, but Luna is just so low right now. They're trying to utilize the wave into diving under the tower. Can they actually kite it away? They got the kill onto the Nautilus. Fado as well will be taken down by Luna. Big outplay by KT.RY. And Sky A13 says, skedaddles, we don't want this anymore.
Oh my god, how did KT.RY just defend themselves against that? They just absolutely turned that around. Hello, KT.RY, what a defensive monster. I thought it was like, this is their... Oh my god, no.
Oh wow.
Kill as well.
A bonus.
Finishes off the Fiora, steals the blue buff. What else can you ask for as KT.RY? I mean,
it's interesting how they started it up.
Yeah, like that was a huge knockup by the Nautilus. Perfect for the Mega Inferno Bomb, but somehow KT Roaster, they switched aggro so perfectly. I mean, yeah, the Garen died there, but look at how the rest of them, they were so low. Doe, one hit away from death. They're pushing back and forth against FPX. Well, Fat Doe was down here at the bottom of your screen, just pushing the wave in, and as soon as the minions made it to the tower, it was like, oh no, but then they got a little bit too greedy. They went in a little bit too soon, and Chao was immediately taken down, and then the Kazakhs got one kill. He immediately tried to turn onto the Corki, and then just bam, Luna took his life. And that was it. KT Roaster get up in kills and in gold.
That was a, I believe that was a 3 3 for just 1.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the way that Nomel was able to body block them was just so massive into saving Roaster.Y in that fight. Props to him as he stopped the whole intention there by FPX. Now they are quite deep actually. Third line not going to be connecting here onto Nomel. But as they try to get some vision and try to shove the waves into their towers, it's still going to be very scared to do so, since the pokes are relatively strong on FPX, as though is on Roaster.Y with Luna. So they need to really space themselves away from FPX. Again, respecting the possible engage as always.
KT Roaster.Y. The Y stands for yes. I don't know what the Y stands for, but yeah, they are just a little bit further down the road in terms of, you know, coming back here and achieving that dream of a reverse sweep against FPX. But right now they are being given the run around. FPX as well, just trying to hunt through the map as a team. Doing the same thing here is KT Roaster.Y sticking together rather than staying apart. Will give them the advantage here. So that being said, Ratello being sent off alone to deal with the mid push. The rest of the team gonna be coming in, looking in it for an engage from a brush, but they scare off Jiang Ji, and Chao is on the way out as well.
Oh yeah, Roaster.Y's now having confidence to actually engage onto them. Zero is much more tanky than he used to a while ago. Now able to suppress some of the damage thrown out by FPX. They're the ones who are scaling pretty massively in the late game, and the positioning as well has been improving over the course of time. Luna is capable of making a lot of outplays similar to a while ago, and that's something that is boggling the minds now of FPX. They really need to pay respect towards Luna, especially the amount of outplays that Nomel can actually pave away for KT Roaster.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and it has been a pretty close game. You can see this goal difference bouncing up and down and up and down, and it was up for quite a good bit, and then it went down back again. But KT Roaster, they just kind of did not push the issue, and that lead slowly swung its way back into FPX's favor, but just by a little bit. So yeah, KT Roaster basically still kind of even here against FPX, but they definitely have to be careful of their engage.
Yeah, package available. Also, I can actually use it here in this fight. And FPX, if you're FPX, your goal is to try and have this package expire, since it is relatively fast in expiring. So this is only a buy time that they are trying to make here into this game. They have a wave pushing into the top lane as well, so that is a win condition by FPX as they try to get the aggro of this dragon, stalling again, forcing Roaster.Y to use this package not into a fight.
Yeah, Luna is just holding on to it though.
Big wave top.
It will go away.
Jiang Ji has a flank. This is very scary. Yeah, Ratel is a little bit late into this fight. Nomel took a bit of damage. Mega Inferno Bomb is going to be dodged there by some of Roaster.Y, but they're being shoved away from this dragon. Again, the wave doing a lot of work into the tower, quickly taking it down. So now FPX has to really make most out of this situation. They managed to at least shove Roster Y away, but as the wave resets into the top, now it's a time here for Roster Y to actually attack them and also buy enough time for them to actually get good position for this dragon.
And nobody has been killed yet from both of those engages. KT Roster being extremely careful. Fido gonna be coming up on Dodo.
Here comes the ult, gonna be used. Zero, taking a bit of damage, but still able to tank a lot of it. And now with some of the utilities used by FPX, they're threading away towards the Ocean Drake. They actually turn into Luna, gets a burst in on him. And now that's a lot of burst damage away or taken away from Roster Y. This is a free dragon now. 3 dragon stacks so clean by FPX.
Big pick there from FPX, as well as the clean dragon that will set up the Elder Drake for the next take. But yeah, KT Roster, that was not a good look for them. Luna got caught red-handed, open mouth, and he just got, you know, blown to the moon.
Just got served
immediately, and that is his first death as well. So, you know, getting that shut down onto the Corki, who is the only member of the enemy team of KT Roster that is still in the lead versus his counterpart at FPX. I mean, it was very important to get that kill onto him.
Yeah, it's quite timely as well, and just with him falling down, we saw already the big effect of it. The big casualty onto Luna is just massive here for Roster Y. They have to really be careful. They're trying to get now a kill onto the Mel, chunking him down so low, forced to use the stasis, but now Rattel's trying to fight back, doing a lot of damage here onto Chow. Shoving away with KT Roster still into the game. Again, Elder Dragon spawning the next 15 seconds. And FPX with this 3 dragon stacks can actually force a fight much better than Roster Y now.
Domel is pretty much healed here. Should be able to contest this Drake if they want to, but FPX is just gonna be there first. KT Roster making their way in a little bit late.
This is so scary.
Will Zero get jumped on?
Flashed away. Again, Luna was bursted out a while ago. Dove is using a Lee Sin with an Nova skin. Can this be a buff that he needs to actually take this Elder Dragon steal? As they're trying to turn here onto Fado, might be very difficult to actually do so. He is stalling so long. Jiangji is in the vicinity now, and Rattel is so far away. So this suddenly turns into a 5 versus 4. The FPX has really good position. Zero's taken down already. Fado doing a lot of work, able to stay alive even. And now it's a disaster for Roster Y. Does get chased away. Rattel flashed away, but can you do anything really against FPX now? They're just cleaning them away.
Huge greedy play there from KT Roster. Tried to go on the Riven. The rest of the team was ready and waiting for just that. And you saw how long Fido was able to stall with the stuns, with the knockup, with his stasis. And then Jiangji was able to come in, get those resets as well. Can Rattel be the last one? But he will be the last one who fell before the Nexus as well.
And that is it. Fun plus Phoenix denied the reverse sweep of Roster Y and will also deny the win streak now. And put an end, put a stop on the 5-game win streak of KT Roster Y.
Yeah, KT Roster not gonna be too happy about that. I mean, they were building up to something. They were really, you know, looking to cement their place as one of the teams that can consistently beat CN conference teams, but unfortunately that does not look like the case right now. FPX, an incredible 3-game match there from them. They definitely did a lot of things right there and caught a lot of the mistakes that that were being made by KT Roster.
Oh yeah, we saw a lot of mistakes actually coming in from the side of Roster Y in this particular series. Game number 1, the exploration that they did. Game number 2, it was there as well. And game number 3, that just won a lot as well actually. But the biggest is that the gank initiation towards Fado. He had the GA as well, so it's going to be really difficult to actually take him down, especially when Rattel is not there. And the only reason as well that FPX was comfortable turning in that particular fight is because Rattel is just so far. And we saw how FPX just was able to turn a 1 versus 4 into a 5 versus 4. And that paved the way for them to actually clean everyone up. Fado was even alive after the end of that and was able to land this magnificent victory by FPX. And that short mishap, similar to game number 2 on FPX side, this time it's on to Roster Y that led to their demise and an end to their win streak now as FPX cleans them up.
A13 was so clean with his Ziggs as well. I mean, the timing of his and placement of his Mega Inferno bombs were always on point.
Oh yeah.
And of course he did 29,000 damage. 500 more, you know, he could have gotten that 30 bomb in terms of damage. But yeah, a very big part of how you know, his team was able to actually win those fights and force KT.RY to be respectful and then actually to commit mistakes against them is because that Ziggs, you know, the longer you do a dragon dance or dance around a lane, the more opportunities he has to hit you with the bombs, and the more he hits you with the bombs, the less prepared you are to get into a team fight. So that puts a lot of pressure on KT.RY to be the ones to instigate before that Ziggs can really chip you down. So, you know, big credits to A13 for being that threat.
And just generally FPX, very, very clean on their execution, very clean on their priority as well. They were able to pick up the 3 dragon stacks. I think that was one of the biggest win conditions there of FPX. And we started up a little bit nervous for them as well because they prioritized the dragon instead of the RH. And naturally, when you're the one who has the Ziggs, you would try to get the RH. But actually, it was a plan for them to actually set tempo at least into the game so that they can get all the dragons for themselves. And they got it. Fado as well going to be the MVP after his incredible performance, especially that last fight, able to sustain the entirety of the fight and able to get a lot of outplays as well within the game, able to beat down Rattel on his signature champion now, the Fiora. We saw him getting 2 solo kills actually against him this game.
Yeah, big chip on his shoulder there that has just been fulfilled for the top laner here of FPX. Of course, Rattel not gonna be too happy about that, but that should be completely fine because I mean, it had to end at some point, you know, the win streak of KT.RY. So it's going to be today. And before we go to a little bit of a short break, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for watching the Wild Rift League Asia 2023 regular season. I'm Stuton coming at you. With me is Giyang Gaming, and in just a bit we will be watching Nova versus J Team. So I hope you guys stick around. Do not touch that tab because we will be right back with match number 3 after this short break.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, A new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information, such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon-specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, A new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information, such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the players' items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
拿下下一个第一。
There to go wild.
要比你们都闪耀。
Team mình chỉ cần bé mèo này thôi là đủ quẩy team bạn rồi.
给点新颜色，小小。
There to go wild.
机器上的打野挥发，历经2个赛季的沉浮，终于是完成了自己的回归。
我说过我会回来的。
任凭浪起。
Welcome back, ladies and gents. It's that time of the night, the last match of the day. J-Team versus Nova Esports. My name is G10 coming at you. With me is Giyang. And so far we have seen KBG crush Rare Adam, FPX narrowly win against KT, Rollster, and now J-Team versus Nova. Who's going to take it?
Oh, this is going to be really exciting because we have seen so far J-Team being undefeated. The only team to actually have a 6-game win streak and no defeat so far. The only undefeated team on the side of the Chinese region. They won against, or they're coming up a win against BO3 United Esports just last Saturday. Won against KT, WHG, Cerberus Esports, Daos Esports, OMG, and recently just BRU. They haven't battled though against the other top tier teams or other top Chinese teams just yet. So they're looking to remain undefeated so far. But Nova Esports, they just came off a win against Team Flash and started also very explosive, winning against Keep Best Gaming, but have been struggling against the other Chinese teams, especially the top Chinese teams lately. So they're trying to have a much better foundation in their games, especially now they're going to be facing off one of the most stable Chinese teams so far.
Yeah, I mean, they are very stable despite the fact that, you know, they haven't gone up against EDG, they haven't gone up against KBG, J-Team. They have gone up against some very tough cookies here. Woohoo Gaming and KT, Rollster, Service Esports, Naos Esports, OMG, Bariram. There are no slouches either. And J-Team just kind of like chewed through them pretty much. So while Nova, they're very well known. They have a history here. They have skins to their names. If they don't pull out that world's winning performance again today, J-Team will be popping them off.
And this is a matchup that we are really looking forward heading down to this game. 0711 even has secured one of the best jungle performance so far on the side of the CN, and Long is just that person to be really respected to, because he is the reason why they managed to beat KBG during their first match. He's also the one that has been really performing really well on the side of Nova Esports. His Yone remains to be undefeated, 3-0 so far, and even got an MVP with a signature Lee Sin against TF just lately when they matched against Team Flash. So 0711, despite being a little bit facing off against an OG, still has his own good strengths. He is magnificent with the Olaf, fascinating on the Shinzao, and his Kha'Zix, Aatrox, and Lee Sin is noteworthy as well. And during their last match as well, he even picked up the Lee Sin Nova skin of Long.
连胜至今未尝一败，而最近状态起伏不定的 Nova 在调整之后，能否终结 J Team 的连胜记录？让我们到比赛中一探究竟。接下来，让我们欢迎 J Team 以及 Nova Esports。Hello everyone, welcome to the stage of 2023 Wild Rift League Asian 1. I'm Alora. The final match of the day will be J Team versus Nova, and J Team, which has created endless surprises for us so far this season, winning every game without tasting a single defeat. And whether Nova, who is ups and downs recently, can end J Team's winning after adjustment, let's find out in the game. And now it's time to welcome J Team and Nova Esports.
拿了这么多冠军，也该休息一下了。
我只能说累死我得了。
I wonder what Yit just said there. It was a one-liner sentence, probably saying, "Let's see, let's see."
No, maybe something with a little bit more impact than that. I just wish we could, understand what they're saying. We always do. We always kind of wish that, because we don't actually speak Mandarin or anything. So, it's very difficult for us to understand these Chinese conference teams, but we don't need to understand
首先有请双方单人轮选手登场。In the solo lane, J Team down 1-8, Nova 1则。
Interestingly enough as well, J Team just so many victories, It has been noted as well that
接下来让我们有请双方打野选手登场。
can be boring
In the jungle,
to
J Team
to
0711,
watch, given that they
Long.
play it really slow and efficient, and that is the key into this game. Similar to how Korea has dominated the PC version of this game before, playing things slow, playing things efficiently, and having to just have very minor movements across the map at times, making sure that when you actually strike, you strike the hardest into the game.
下面有请双方射手登场。In the dueling, J Team, Barry, Nova, Remake.
For Nova Esports, I mean, they're incredibly patient, right? But J Team, they know how to exploit
最后有请
very
双方
small,
辅助登场。
very small
And the
openings.
support, J Team, DY, Nova,
Especially
Yami.
with Barry, who was our, most valuable player of April that we just saw at the start.
Oh, yeah.
of the broadcast.
两支队伍现已集结
He's
完
just
毕，
one
让
of
我
those
们即刻进
stable
入召唤
players
师
here
峡
inside
谷。
of J
All the
Team,
players are getting
just
ready. Let's
doing
start
the
into
damage
the duel.
necessary to actually win the game, having the least amount of casualties as well, all throughout the series. Just playing as the team's spear, or the arrow, I'm gonna say, since it's ADC or APC. Oh yeah. But here we are gonna go into a much more casual version of the game for the meantime. The fight for side, in which we will see Barry and Yitze actually gonna be going up against each other. And interestingly enough, we have seen Barry play quite a lot on the side of J Team. To be exact, he actually played 3 times now and won twice, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Won once, rather. Never mind. Actually, lost all of the Fight for Side games. Yeah, he battled against Zero, against KT at the time. Zero and 0-1. He battled against Rafe when they matched against Naos, but it was Rafe that won with the Gragas versus Akali matchup.
Oh yeah,
and
that
he
was,
battled against Valdez as well, wherein Valdez won with 86 HP remaining on his tower.
Ooh,
so it's
very
his time, I guess,
unlucky
to
for
redeem. Yeah, he's gonna be looking to redeem himself this time. He faced off Yitze, which has been as well struggling a bit since the last time we have seen him win was during their match against KBG. His last performance in the Fight for Side isn't really well. He used a Nasus against a Riven, so we all...
Yeah, I mean, what were you gonna do there? Barry, though, it's strange that J-Team keep putting him up there, and then, you know, whenever he does fight, he loses, unfortunately. So
they don't mind.
They don't mind. They don't mind at all because they can.
They want a challenge.
Okay, Twitch coming up versus a cannon.
This is why we love Barry. Oh yeah, AP or AD Twitch? I don't know. But just the first Twitch ever we are going to be seeing in this tournament. And interestingly,
in a Fight for Side as well.
In a Fight for Side. I'm not so sure if Twitch is going to be allowed now in the 5 versus 5 one. But even so, we don't really see that kind of champion paving a way towards our usual lineups or meta just yet, given that APCs are still the way. And even if the Twitch does have some penetration power with the spray and pray, and this the OG name of his ult before,
it's not
it's still really oh
it's
yeah,
not Rat-a-tat-tat.
Yeah, it got changed after some time, a bit 2015 in the PC version. But still, I do love the OG name of that.
Hell yeah. I mean, spray and pray, it was pretty cool to say. But Rat-a-tat-tat, it doesn't roll off the tongue as well, you know, especially when I started casting League of Legends, it was already Rat-a-tat-tat, so I had to say that, but I would find myself saying spray and pray more often than not, just because it was, you know, it had a better cadence, it flowed a little bit better, and it's just more fun to say, you know, spray and pray. Spray and pray on the way today to make the enemies pay. See, just do stuff like that, but now with Rat-a-tat-tat, it's a little bit harder, but Barry,
Rat-a-tat-tat and pat your opponent in the back.
I guess I could work.
No, it doesn't. But Barry might make this pick work. I mean, first time we are going to be seeing a Twitch here in the Fight for Side. First cannon as well. Nice skin too.
Tower. Doesn't know where Barry is, where Barry might be. Doesn't know that Barry can see him right now. Barry has the Q, so he's gonna get a little bit closer. And then, yes, he's gonna get the first couple auto attacks over onto Yitze and proc the max stacks of his passive. That's really all he wants to do. Barry has a pretty good start to this. He's got a pretty good way to just stay in this game and whittle down Yitze just by hitting him with his E later on, and then filling up those poison stacks, and then yeah, it could be very, very difficult for Yitze to deal with that.
I think though the cannon ult, I'm not sure if Yitze's gonna be going with AP. Okay, he's gonna be going with AP. So does possess some sort of bursting power here onto the Twitch. As long as he keeps finds or closes the distance onto Barry later on, is going to be able to deal massive amount, though Barry keeps on zoning him away. Does have the camouflage, at the very least. Going in B, but when you go close, you are going to be seen.
Yeah, it's getting kicked down there by Poison. Man, I remember when Twitch Poison was really deadly back when I was an ADC man and I did play a lot of Twitch, but now today it is a shadow of its former self, but it's still very hard to deal with in a 1v1 because it does kind of negate your regen for a bit. So there's going to be Barry making aggressive move towards
exhaust.
Big exhaust
Ouch,
coming out,
ouch.
and there's the E, but Yitze taking a lot of damage and dealing a lot of damage too. One more auto attack, the Ignite will not take it down, the minions will not chase him down either, and Barry goes invisible. He goes for the health font, and he's gonna be stayed on Yitze, and he does get it, the auto attack, and expunge for the kill.
Sneaky, sneaky, that's what you do when you have the Envy. And Barry does get that sneaky backstab onto Yitze right there. He thought he might be going towards base, but no. Went for that kill, now has a Maw of Marmoltius. And will be able to negate some of the burst there of Yitze. Maw of Mortius. It's one of those really difficult to pronounce items.
Especially when you try to say it fast. The Maw of Malmortius is an item that gives you some magic shield when you get low. It's one of the lifeline items, another which is Sarah's Sage. So Barry, counting himself going to be safe from the slicing maelstrom here once Yitze does hit 5 and he does get that. So when they do decide to engage on each other, Yitze will just pop that big bursty slicing maelstrom, and that gives Barry a chance to respond. And yeah, that's exactly what happened. Right now there's the exhaust as well. Barry, he gets taken down to very low and then immediately dispatched. He was not able to heal at all. That health on will go to Yitze, and it's 1-1 here. A little bit more exciting now. A lot more on the line now for these players.
Got to greed there as well. Going too close towards Yitze again. It is a cannon. When it gets that range of the slicing maelstrom, you are gonna get taken down. And even going for more magic penetration here for Yitze. And Barry has to really keep his distance. Despite the Maw of Marmoltius, he wasn't able to actually negate that much damage from the slicing maelstrom. This one auto attack into the third skill is able to pick up the kill onto Barry. And that's primarily because of the Rabadon's death cap. You have more AP than other items actually give. The damage is enough.
That damage should be a huge boon to Yitze, especially since, slicing maelstrom is a skill that you can use either proactively or reactively. And Barry, with his own ultimate rat-a-tat-tat, he has to be very precise of when he uses it. He has to be on the offensive, and he has to be sure that Yitze cannot retaliate.
And for those who are man, that's
retaliating. There you go. Yitze just slicing maelstrom, but one more auto attack was not available there. Barry's the one who gets it.
Around at the very end. Yeah. First win by Barry.
Big win there by Barry. The trust that his teammates had gonna pay off big there as he gets a 2-1 with a Twitch.
So this is gonna be new for J-Team in general. They're like, okay, so now we have side selection priority. How do we do this again? Because normally we just go on the receiving end. Normally J-Team isn't the one picking the side selection. No, and despite that, they keep winning. So now it's going to be, a new face, a new time as Barry picks up the win against Yitze. Very fascinating till the very end. Was able to get that kill onto the cannon. And let's try to maybe assess where they actually might be going. Okay, going to the serious side. J-Team does have a 90% win rate on blue side. 9 out of 10 games were able to win that case. So maybe they're gonna be going on blue side, right? As they have 3 out of 4 games won on red side. So it's kind of like a double win, or hitting two birds on one stone. Not only do they have a highest win rate on blue side, they will also deny the highest win rate side on the side of Nova Esports.
All right. So
I can't wait to. Okay, on point. They are picking blue side.
Yeah, see, because they do have 9 out of 10 on blue side. Why would you, why would you mess with something that that's not broken? So, yeah, they will be picking a blue side once again, a comfort pick for J Team, definitely. But just because like they have a lower win percentage, just means they didn't play as many games on the red side, because that's still 3 out of 4. That's 75%. They only dropped one game really. So, they still want their comfort pick blue side, but they're still incredibly dangerous on red side pick. So Nova though will be banning out the Camille, probably gonna be banning out the Aatrox as well. While J Team gonna be focusing down that Yone, does not want Long to get hold of that.
Imagine losing only 2 games in 14 games. That is how stable J Team has been. The only team that was able to push them to a game number 3 is WHG and OMG. Maybe Nova Esports is going to be the first one to give them a proper challenge. They are very, very stable. They're on the red side as well, naturally trying to minimize the champions that Yezi can actually use. Also Neon too, as the Yone, Akali, and even the Gwen has been taken away. So much respect here towards the main carries of both sides.
Oh, Aatrox is
that
open.
A lot of champions are actually left open. Zoe, the Senna, the Ziggs, and
open
and Aatrox
well.
too.
So not Aatrox gonna be first pick here, unfortunately. That does open it up for Nova, but they will be first picking at Grog. That's understandable. That fat man is pretty key to a lot of compositions. He is the core of the defense in the later stages of the game. So yeah, gotta pick that one up. But yes, Aatrox gonna be coming out for Nova Esports with a 74% ban percentage and a 26% pick percentage. Aatrox, the harbinger of doom and stuff, is is one of the champions that is 100% ban pick.
I'm honestly gonna be a little bit nervous with this Aatrox pick, because hear me out. Long only used this champion once in this tournament, and it was against Weibo Gaming, and they lost that particular game as well because of the one of the reasons why is Sika with the Gwen is just so massive in that particular game, and generally Weibo Gaming was able to burst the Aatrox out. One of the ways was actually the Varus, and also wake up with the Nautilus. Now J Team doesn't have any bursting damage just yet, but they have one now, the Garen. The only question now is what champion can actually bring Long's Aatrox from 100% to 20%. As no champion is still present here on the side of JT that can do that just yet.
It's difficult as well because their CC right now is pre-conditional. First, you either have to hit with the Senna E or you have the Justice Sponge from the Calio. So how do you lock down that Aatrox? Nautilus still open, that could be an option if they want to bring that to the jungle for 0711, but then where is their damage going to come from really? As Nova Esports, very well-rounded composition with that Aatrox as well. So Nian probably going to be picking up the Monkey Kin, unless...
I like this actually.
Yeah. The Zed though, that could be a pretty big source of damage here.
That is actually really good coming in from J Team in their goal to burst down Remake and Long. So now they have a way to actually burst the Aatrox down. Fizz, I don't think they are going to be going with this. We haven't really seen that much success, or also even an attempt for any team to actually pick up this champion, as it's so difficult to actually execute. Despite the capability of it being on the bursting side, the Xin Zhao does have more stability in a sense. And I believe the last time we have seen a Fizz actually was Icons Global. So not really the meta right now. It was so long ago. And
even here
yeah.
on the viewer support rating, 48% to J Team, 52% to Nova. Interesting.
Yeah, a little bit on Nova Esports, but it does make a lot of sense. They have such a solid, foundation already in their, and as a team, I mean, former Icons global champion, they have a skin for themselves. Though no skin's gonna be showing here right now because they haven't picked up their champions, but it's okay as long as they attempt to get some wins here in this tournament, especially against J Team. You really have to go with your full form and potential. And let's see if this lineup is actually going to be able to take down J Team. Nova Esports and J Team face off game number 1.
Where is Mr. Coach? Ah, there he is. Kind of forgot, but there you go. There's your customary coach bow. Just kind of was lost in his thoughts after that draft phase. Went off to the side of the set and was like, oh, there's something I forgot. I got about to the other guy first. With that out of the way, J Team versus Nova coming in.
Let's go, Zed. I always fancy Zed players, And interestingly enough, okay, I'm just gonna be confirming something here if it is correct, because we haven't really seen a jungle Fiora in a long while.
Oh, that's
so it's Nian actually with the Aatrox and Long with the Fiora. I can't really recall the last time I have seen the Fiora being used in the jungle, but it was really popular just way back 2011 to 2012, especially in the Icons Global. But now we are going to be seeing it being used. Oh, 2011. Oh my god. Why minus 10 years? 2021 to 2022. What am I saying?
Because I was like, wait a minute. In like real, PC?
Like a real PC? No. Too much reminiscence. If that is the case.
Yeah, well, Fiora was a good jungler back in the day as well. Just not today.
Especially the old one. Oh.
Yeah, old Fiora. What a nostalgia trip. But Nian, though, going to take quite a bit of damage here. Going to get bullied a little bit by Barry. Because he is in a lane versus a ranged champion. So that ranged champion is going to take priority for a lot of the time. Yet, though, getting the upper hand here on this mid lane. Or, well, getting under the hand. Yeah.
Nova Esports addressed this by sending their Baron laner into the mid lane to face off the Zed. And the Aatrox gonna be on the side lanes instead. With their mid laner using this. And does pose a lot of good strengths with this champion. I think it can pop off later on if ever give it a chance to do so. But that is with the JT's hands and how they are gonna be addressing this early game.
0711 looking to make a high impact play here. They are going to dive.
Oh, big dive. He actually took a lot of damage. 0711 as well. That's already 2 kills. And Yami even didn't die. Big mistake by J Team.
Yeah, now Nian is going to get fed. Accelerated scaling on this Aatrox, man. Yitze and Yetzi in the mid lane. Alongside come in. Challenges grandly, but Yetzi is not able to fight back.
2-for-0 kill by Nova in bottom lane tower dive. Oh, that is so disastrous for J Team.
Yeah, and look at this dive. It's beautiful, almost. And then DY just took so much damage. 0711 wasn't able to tank at all. And that was 2 kills that J Team pretty much just fed Nova Esports.
Yeah. Yami was even able to dodge that 1Q from Barry as well before Barry got taken out. And, I mean, tower diving at that time isn't really the best choice, I would say, against Nova Esports in general. They're just so good. And, wow, yeah, this is a nice stat to actually see. I gonna let this out. 0711 is he's actually the one that uses the most Shin Zhao in this tournament as well, and has 100% win rate on it too. Wow, that is just massive.
Yeah, I mean, 4 wins to 0. That he does something right whenever he plays Xin Xiao, and I mean, right now for J Team, pretty much everything is 100% win rate except the champions. They use it one time they lose. Or the couple of times that they have lost. I think they've lost twice. But they've lost, yeah, twice. Only 2 times in 5 matches. So far, very, very high win percentages can be expected here for them. But can they sustain that win percentage here as Yami may be running into Dawn and 0711?
Again, the zone control of this composition that J-Team made is actually really good. You have the hero's entrance, you have a proper front line with the Garden, you have the Crescent Guard from the Xin Zhao to zone people away. And also you have the Dawning Shadow just for that long range ability. And you have ways to fully utilize the hero's entrance as well, since you have a Zed that can easily close a distance off, triggering a hero's entrance. So that can pave a way for J-Team to actually make some plays against Nova Esports. But, well, they are sitting on a ward. They got spotted out. And Nova Esports is just going to be having some chill moment in this early game.
Yeah. Just not risking anything against J-Team. J-Team, they are trying to force the issue again and again. So that Mega Inferno Bomb going to keep J-Team away from this dragon that has just been started here by Nian and Long. While Yitze up there in the top lane will witness 0711 go for this Herald, but he will get engaged on.
Yeah. Really good engage. So it is a Wukong, just one cast with a Cyclone, and using the clone can actually allow you to create some space, and that buys enough time for Nova Esports to actually have enough entry to maybe get double objective. That's two ults already invested. Nice Justice Punch, but the follow-up here by Yitze actually stops the engage of J-Team. Now KT.RY rather is in trouble. Neon is starting to pop off, dealing a lot of damage. Remake, can he actually get that bouncing grenade? No. But they will get this tower in the mid lane after getting 2 objectives, including the RH.
And they're going to use that RH to push down that mid tower. 0711 chased into his own jungle by Yami. Yetzi going to take that Rift Herald's life, but that is a lot taken for Nova Esports. Let's take a look at that once again, because they just fought for a really long time. Look at where the Gragas was that entire time, inside the pit, and then Yetzi just got the hero's entrance. Really good stuff there by DY, but unfortunately, yeah, Yitze was there to keep everybody safe, and then they were able to secure that Herald as well. So J-Team, they are not dealing enough burst damage right now.
Yeah, I love how Yitze was also able to stop the engage of the other members of J-Team as well, despite not having Cyclone. I think they just completely got zoned away simply because of his presence, and that paved the way for Nova Esports to win that fight. Double objective and even a tower in the mid lane. And now J-Team just answering back with a tower of their own. The bot lane to try and catch up. But again, since the other side is pretty much clear, we can just see Yitze pushing it away for them.
Yeah, now Nova Esports playing a little bit of a delicate dance here against J-Team. 0711 has to run in fear, so does DY and Dawn. But DY trying to go for something here, trying to get a taunt off onto Yami. Won't be successful.
At least Nova Esports still being able to get a couple of gold lead. 5,500 now, actually, after taking 2 turrets away. And so far, having a clean execution in their kills as well. So 0 casualties for the moment. And they're just planning to take this bottom tier 1 for themselves. J-Team having a bit of a hard time in this early game now. Yami is in the area. There's the blacksmith, Black Mist gonna be used here by Barry.
They should know better than to engage here, as Nova They know that they are 2 members short, so they will just be backing away, and that push gave them enough pressure to really reset and go back to laning pretty safely without anything really, you know, going too badly for them. I mean, so far it is 1-1 in terms of turrets, Nova with 3 kills, but look at how much pressure they've applied, and sorry, 2-1 in terms of turrets. I didn't see the top one, but yeah, look at how much pressure they've applied, how much respect they've commanded, that J-Team is not really able to even farm up against them.
It's so difficult to do that, given that the side laners or the solo laners are actually stronger than the ones of J-Team as well. We see Long, even with the Fiora, able to just go to the jungle camps of JT, because again, the Fiora is a duelist, and when he comes across Xin Zhao, he's gonna be happily engaging onto him, no matter how deep he is into 0711's jungle. And now, as we do see the timers again, Nova Esports can just go with the RH and then the Dragon here.
Yeah, because that Rift Herald spawning in about 5 more seconds could be the start of the next fight, but J-Team doesn't want it to be a fight. They want to secure that first. However, Nova, they're already on it, and J-Team, they just kind of went down to the bottom side of the map, took down that Skull Crab, and are starting to position for Dragon, but they should know that Nova has enough time to just meet them there, and yeah, that Rift Herald will be stomping down the top lane while you're doing so.
Oh,
and
no.
J-Team, they're going to be coming into this fight a little bit unprepared, actually, as Nova are the ones who are now setting themselves up around the Dragon Pit.
They're sending up DY, which is good because he does have the Hero's Entrance. So the moment he gets the kill onto the RH, you can just Hero's Entrance in towards the fight with J-Team. But Nova Esports still has a pressure being built up, a second wave into the top lane that can actually crash into the tier 2 tower of J-Team. And now they're going in. Cast actually going to be used onto Dawn. Hero's Entrance in. That's the last embrace as well towards Long. So a lot of utilities thrown by both teams, but still very, very good position for Nova Esports. It is building a wave into the mid lane as well to get a prio for themselves.
The chip damage on Nova Esports, they don't really mind it at all. J-Team, though, they are now just committing.
Yeah, Dawn taking a bit of damage there. Dawning Shadow has been used. And on the backside, Yezi is doing a lot of damage onto Yitze actually. But nice outplay on with the Zed. That gives enough time. But still, Nova Esports got the Dragon for themselves. And now as Neon pops off, he's going to be wrecking havoc with the World Ender. Tower dive, not a problem. Nova Esports just obliterating J-Team now.
And that is so many kills. 4 kills for nothing for Nova Esports, and Yitze just tanking that turret. He doesn't even care. That turret's gone as well. Everything just went Nova's way. They are up 10k. What else do you want me to say? Let's watch the replay. As yeah, look at that. That Mega Inferno Bomb did do a lot. But J-Team, they were pretty dang hot throughout this fight because of that Infernal Drake. But then the might shifted and Nova came in hot, got a couple of kills for themselves. DY was left to rot against Nian, and then they tower dove super easily. That was it. J-Team, how are they going to get back into this game?
This is not a J-Team form that we are used to seeing. Nova Esports completely dismembering them, and look at how clean they're just doing it. Long going with a 1 versus 3, still able to stay alive after all those engage.
He's fine.
He's alive, he's fine. Again, 12 minutes into the game, we don't see any casualty on the side of Nova Esports. They even get Yezi just trying to pass through the river. Oh, so unfortunate for him.
Yes. What are you doing? And then he got taken out by Ignite as well. That just gives so much priority to Nova Esports. And they will use that priority to do something. And that something is start the Baron here. And they know that people are watching. They know that 0711 is looking right at them. But they do not peel away for long.
0711. Oh no, it is so bad for him. Resident Guard Gonna be used to deny some of the damage output here by Nova Esports, but returning on to DY. They're able to take him down. That's embraced a little bit late there. Now Barry is in trouble, gets absolutely deleted from this world. And Nova Esports turn to the Baron.
2 key kills that they needed, but the jungler is still up for J Team. However, Garen may be down very soon. He gets like a Inferno Bomb, but
Ooh,
now he's down.
Nice assassination there by Yezi, but actually being chased down by Yeze. 7-11 is stuck against 4 people. Can he actually escape is the question. And the answer might just be no.
Yeah, I got poked in the butt with the sword by Luna, yeah? Sorry, Long, not Luna. Because Luna is on the other team. That's from the last match that we watched. So, J Team, we're going to be coming in this time, 12k down. What can they do now? Because that Garen pick has not really been the best thing. I think he did get a kill, perhaps, but overall, not really feeling the meat shieldiness that he should be. Especially since Nova has so much access to like the back line if they needed it.
They can pretty much do anything that they want. At this point in the game, late game is present now for Nova Esports at 15 minutes. That is how big the lead is right now. By them, they're reaching the 60,000 minute threshold where they get 3 items already. And even Yitze is just so comfortable going against Yezi. We saw that Dragon fight a while ago. It was going with a 1v1. Just able to draw attention towards draw the attention of Yezi towards Yitze and just prevent him from doing the assassination onto Remake all throughout the fight. And now, as we do see it still maintaining 10k, nobody's just waiting for the next dragon because they know they can just secure 80% win condition or win rate condition when they do get 3 dragon stacks.
Oh, look at this engage.
Yeah, they're turning onto Yami, not really the best target here for the team, as now just the cast is gonna be used for disengage. DY is also burning to death as Remake gets the kill. Now here comes Neon, just wrecking havoc again. Standard Aatrox thing, goes golden, almost got burst down there by Don 128. But now here comes Yitze. Hello, says him, joining the team fight, spinning away with a Cyclone. Long as well being here, just chasing them down. Again, the slow is there. They just want the ace so bad. Oh, the post gonna be dodged there. Nice job by Don at the very least. But yeah, it's Nova Esports still winning.
Barry just barely clinging on to life there, being protected by Don, taking all the shots at his back for Barry, but that doesn't change the fact that Nova's found 3 more kills, and now they may find another couple as they've exhausted Don. He's tried to splash away as well. And he will get away, but Barry will not.
It's so sad for him. Cannot do anything in this game, especially when there's an Aatrox right on top of him.
Not allowed to play.
And that is 3 dragons as well.
Yep, and the Elder is going to be next. Nova Esports, what an insane lead, but they do still need to close the game out, so Baron is the option here. 15,000 almost up. It's going to increase even more with that Baron take, and Nova getting that Skullcrab too. They're going to engage actually onto a team fight here.
Yeah, 0711 is quite low, tries to go with the Crescent Guard, trying to sustain himself or deny some of the damage. But Ian has other plans. He wants to chase down the tankiest member of J Team, and is able to deal a lot of damage. Long just completely pops DY right there. And absolutely no chance in staying alive.
No, Nova doesn't even want to back. They just want to push straight from Baron. They don't care. They're already going for it. And look at that, the mid-inhib turret's already gone. Pushing in the bottom is Long as well, and then he's just going to take this turret, and with those Baron empowered minions, they could take this bottom turret as well.
Yeah, they can do anything that they want. They can just close this game out if they want. Yes, they're gonna be popping that death mark, but Long is just ready for all those damage. That's the Crescent Guard gonna be used by 0711. Yami is very low, has to pay respect, but Yitze has other plans. It says, screw this.
Expect
I'm gonna
it.
ending the game. One more auto attack, and that's gonna be the win. Nova Esports one-sided beatdown in game number 1 and paving away now for maybe a 2-0.
You know the funniest thing about that? It wasn't even Yitze who dealt the killing blow to the Nexus. It was his clone. It was the clone getting the final blow on the Nexus. And wow, what a dominating game from Nova. Just absolutely one-sided. Where was this Nova and the 2 times that they lost? It's refreshing to see that they're getting back to their roots of being absolutely amazing here.
Yeah, generally Nova Esports just had a one-sided beatdown here against J-Team. They're very clean all throughout the game. And we haven't even seen a casualty on the side of Nova Esports for at least 12 minutes. And they have been getting so many kills, 10,000 gold lead in that particular 12-minute mark already. And it was just one mistake that started it off. That dive into the bottom lane that J-Team tried to do so, but failed miserably because of how Yami and Neon was just able to work around in that particular angle. And in this 18 and 23 minute game, we just saw a really good performance here by Nova Esports. Remake having standard Ziggs damage, but also just overall a clean execution by Nova Esports.
Yeah, and Nova, I mean, look at how clean that was. 16-1 and 29. They were very, very efficient and found so many ways to get what they need from J-Team. Just exploit any weakness. Long 6-0 and 2. Neon 5-0 and 7. They've just been absolutely insane at just outplaying their lane opponents. Out jungling as well, and really setting up these objectives first and being the tips of the spear against basically against J-Team, one of the best teams at the moment. So if Nova can do this to J-Team, what can they do in maybe the playoffs?
And Long is just an absolute beast as well. Not only do we see him fantastic on the Olaf, on the Kha'Zix, on the Lee Sin, he's the only one actually who pulled off a Fiora again in the jungle so far in this tournament, okay? But that Fiora in the jungle has been long in the meta before. But now we just see Nova Esports having so much confidence to do any kind of lineup that they choose to do so, and pull it off against the most stable team right now in the Chinese region, J-Team. Again, this is a team that has been going on undefeated so far in the tournament, 6-0 against anyone they come across. And Nova Esports just dismantles them in 18 minutes. Yeah. And this can actually pose a possible 2-0 against J-Team if J-Team doesn't really patch their mistake, especially in how they're trying to work around in the early game.
Yeah, so a thing that was not that good about that game though for Nova Esports is they had such a huge lead, but it took them quite a while to actually finish the game. Yeah, they will be the MVP here. 5-0-7, 75% kill participation, and 20% of the team's damage. Big goal difference at the end, but I kind of expect that for all of Nova's players. But of course, as I was saying, one of the things that was not that great about that for Nova is that they were a little bit slow to actually close out the game, even with the huge lead that they had. Some teams, they're really quick to be decisive about ending the game, especially when they're, say, like, they've won a team fight, they've been losing for the entire game, they won a team fight, and then they just go end. But, will Nova Esports be able to close this out 2-0, or will J-Team fight back and bring us to game number 3? Find out after this short break. I'm Cheetah coming at you. With me is Gian. Don't touch that browser. We will be right back.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asian is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. You're still watching Wild Rift League Asia Regular Season 2023. My name is Ethan, coming at you. With me is Giyang, and we are now in what production hopes is the last game of the day. This is game number 2, Nova Esports versus J-Team, and Nova just absolutely ran J-Team around in the first one.
Oh yeah, I mean, Nova Esports, that was one of the cleanest games we have seen so far in this team. And it is executed on what is said to be the most stable team right now in this tournament so far, J-Team. And I think that game really turned to Nova's Esports' way the moment J-Team made one crucial mistake. And I think just one of the things they could do right now in the second game is, well, for one, is ban the Aatrox, of course, and to not make any sort of mistakes that involves an Aatrox. Because if you do, you're just gonna have a big nightmare. And I don't really want to give Long his champions as well. And a while ago, they did do a really good job banning away some of the champions that can be fully utilized by Yitze and Neon. But I think one of the things that you really have to take away as well is just the Aatrox. And I think as they go towards blue side, now the Aatrox is gonna be much more, focused into banning.
Well, let's see how focused they are as we do head into the second pick and ban phase here of the match. Nova, they are coming off of a win, but they're looking a little, not celebratory yet, not happy yet. They are just, preparing for the next one, for this one, as they ban out the Jace first.
Imagine, I just want to recall that previous game earlier, because the score was similar to our second series actually. The KT versus FPX. The score is 1-16. 16-1 team score by Nova Esports. They just completely wrecked J Team at game number 1, and let's see if they can actually continue on that same level of dominance heading down towards game number 2. They are going to be banning away the Aatrox, and this time actually, well, Gwen is available for the taking. Will Nova Esports actually take it up? They hover
Zoe though. Zoe's up for the
Ooh.
taking, and that's gonna be Nova Esports' first pick here. Remake gonna be on that, but then J Team, that Nautilus going to be a huge part of their offensive.
Yeah.
DY will be picking that up, and 0711 on that Olaf.
This is a natural selection, I guess, response when there is a Zoe. Not that it's just one of those counters towards these champions, as well as just having an Olaf to just wreak havoc into a team fight. Proper frontline is going to be required here for J Team. But also, Nova Esports picking up the Zoe is a little bit concerning, because the Zoe has been toned down in this patch 4.1b. And for sure, we are not going to be seeing an Echo, or, well, we have seen once the Echo before in the WRL being used. And there was even a highlight of a quadra kill with an Echo with one chrono shift, but
yeah,
we're not going to be seeing that anymore here, at least in this tournament just yet. The Wukong is much more stable, I would say.
Much more stable, much more reliable, much more flexible as well, because you can put it in the mid lane or the jungle or the top lane if you're feeling a little frisky, if you're being a little exciting, a little wild, which is kind of the Wukong play style. But moving on to the second banning phase here, Kha'Zix and Gwen gonna be taken out of the pool, while Lucian also suffers the same fate. Nova, what are they gonna ban the last?
Lucian maybe... Well, they banned away the Corki already, so they might target the Dragon laners more. Maybe the Karma. Oh yeah, Ziggs is gonna be the proper ban here. Yeah, of course. Well, Karma is also gonna be a good take here for J Team if ever. They do ban the Varus instead. Wow. But J Team has other plans. He picked up the Ashe here instead.
Whoa.
Wow, very ambitious, I would say.
Firstly, whoa. Secondly, whoa. Is that a Yasuo?
Whoa.
No.
They hovered
Is that an Echo? No.
No.
You were just talking about Echo. You were just talking about Echo.
They do.
We're gonna be seeing an Echo.
Well, okay.
Okay. I'm excited.
I'm excited. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the game. I'm trying to recall the game wherein there was an Echo quadra kill with just one chrono shift or one ult. Was it the game of Nova Esports? Are they the ones who actually executed that and think that, yeah, well, if it's long, then it is Long who is mostly capable of doing that.
So Nova Esports, no stranger to this champion and to this playstyle. J Team, they have to be super aware of Long and how he likes to gank, and they have to keep Barry and Yezi safe from him. So it's going to be a little bit of an uphill battle here for J Team, but if they want to keep their crown of most consistent Chinese team, then they do need to get past this hurdle, because Nova Esports, they are out for blood.
Oh yeah, and they are definitely out for blood in this game. We have seen a lot of really good performance by these amazing teams already. J Team just having a clean performance so far, but now they're being threatened by one of the best teams so far in the Chinese region, the former Icons Global Champion Nova Esports, with an Echo in their jungle. Let's see if this is going to be really good for themselves, or have they drawn away themselves from the possible Akali pick that J Team has pulled off at the very end. Again, the Ashe is also a strong pick into this matchup, because that paves the way for J-Team to actually have both visions. Oh.
Nova cheers
Ooh.
in the background from the audience. You'll love to hear it.
Ooh. This gives me so much Worlds or LCK vibes.
Gives me joy.
Whatever. Yeah, it gives me joy. I wish we could be like there on the stage as well. It would be a different feeling, for sure. Live events are always, fascinating. It's live for us, but here at home, or in our studios, and Nova Esports and J-Team are in the area. Let's see who is going to be getting the leverage. Again, the Echo pick is really, really interesting for me, as this is the first time as well we have seen this champion as well in this tournament.
Yeah, and just taking a look at the remakes Ziggs at the last game, 42% damage. 42% of his team's damage. He's doing the work of 2 members of the team, basically. But now he is coming up on some resistance here. Yami and me and both there, but they are taking quite a bit of damage. Ooh, that is a big Silencio slam onto Yezi though. Who wants to pull the trigger first?
Okay, I have after a long research, I now know who and now confirmed. Yeah, it is Nova Esports that used the Echo in the jungle, and we saw a quadra kill. It was long as well, so yeah, they are going from grassroots here. It was coming from the WRL 2022. 151 days since the last appearance, and it was long as well. And that is how long it was since we last seen this magnificent of a champion and also a performance. And it was a win for Nova Esports at that game as well. So interesting enough, they're gonna be trying that same amount of performance against J-Team.
Well, let's see if it works out for them, because J-Team are definitely no slouches by what they've been showing us so far. Even Yezi, very alert, very aware, is not stuck in shop when backing. DY though, going to be catching along for just a little bit, but not really committing to the bit. That would be very bad here.
Arrow gonna be connecting there on Yami. Has to be very careful. They do get the kill. Immediate burst. J-Team just have this setup there. Arrow into the long CC that they do possess, especially with DY.
Yeah, big things there, but being taken down. J-Team, they did get that big first blood. Now they can kind of leverage that into a lot more in this early game. However, they won't be able to leverage that into top lane pressure because Yami is right there.
They have to be really careful from Barry. The Ash Arrows are gonna be a pivotal tool here for J-Team setting up play. And actually doing a lot of damage here towards DY and Yezi just with a spin to win. And yeah, you do have a lot of frontline power at the very least here for Nova Esports. The Garen and the Gragas gonna serve well for them, at least in some of the team fights. The only thing I'm quite nervous about is the amount of crowd control that J-Team actually has. Also, frontline power. 3-4 people can actually engage, including Yezi as an Akali, that can actually just pierce through the members of Nova Esports. And the Ashe, despite not having an APC here, the setups are still very much there with the arrows.
Yeah, it's not just the backline access as well, just the front to back team fighting from J-Team is a lot more superior, I believe.
Ouch, ouch, ouch.
However,
ouch.
yes, that is a lot of ouch, as Nian just runs him down and does justice in an auto attack. That's all you need.
It just has the Hullbreaker. How is that even possible? Does he have like innate crit damage? Just one judgment into the Demand Justice was able to get that kill. And now they have numbers advantage into this Dragon Well. Yezi is able to respawn quite fast in just 5 minutes into the game. Oh, that burst is so high. Cast gonna be used into the Cyclone. They're trying to go on to Yami right now. Still able to escape. Dawn is so low. The paddle stars are starting to hurt. And Neon is also here. J-Team, I think they have to disengage. But they won't. Long is here already. Here comes Remake with another paddle star, getting the kill on to 0711. And now Nova Esports has control in this bot side river.
What a turnaround from Nova. They have fought their way back in, and they will be able to secure that Drake for themselves. What a move. Rift Herald is up as well, so they can go for that option very quickly. But yeah, what a reply coming in from Nova Esports. They are saying, hey, stop being cheeky. We will not hesitate either, because this is our time to win.
Spin to win as well by Neon. This Scarn is doing work. Yezi felt the damage a while ago as well. And now he's gonna be facing off someone who also spins. Easy. Doing the counter strike there. The damage felt by Yezi as well. But the damage is just so high actually on Remake. But even despite that, he has to be very, very careful. Because one depth charge or dredge line or arrow can actually pave the way for J-Team to take Remake down.
Yeah. Just a little bit. Just one small catch could be the difference here. If Barry can be as accurate with those Ash Arrows as Mirmo, as he does find one.
What? Arrow into a cask there as they do find a kill onto TY. Neon is very low. Still able to fall back. Now, without any frontline, J-Team has to really respect them for the meantime. Yes, he's here, but has to just use the shuriken to escape. Nova Esports has access towards this RH again.
Yeah, and that Ash is just slowly going to push down in the mid lane. That RH will be taken down for free, and Nova Esports, they are one step closer to a victory.
Double objective again. This is not something that you would want to see when you're a fan of J-Team. As Nova Esports, if they keep getting everything, they're just gonna continue to strike.
Yep, that's what they want to do. They want to keep striking, and look at that Yezi though, doing so much damage to Yitze. Oh god, that leap strike almost taking him down. Sliver of health on that Akali, and now the same things happen again. Pretty much, he's gonna go for that honey fruit health buff to heal himself up. Yeah, as well on the bottom of the map, going against Dawn. Kind of annoying, the monkey.
We're seeing a Yezi versus Yitze in the top lane. A lot of times actually in this series, we have seen them battling on and on. Long gonna be caught there by DY, but not much threat felt there. But it's the jungler of Nova Esports. Again, they are setting the tempo in this game. They're the ones who are actually taking control of everything as of the moment. J-Team feeling the pressure so far, but they have an angle towards this game. Again, the Enchanted Cassette Arrow can be the way for them to turn the tides around. Maybe try to work along with DY and also Yezi. Try to buff up the Kali as much as possible. Again, the 1v1 between Yezi and Yitze can be the angle of J-Team as well, with the help of various arrows.
Yeah, what gets me as well here is that, okay, there's the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and that's what gets me right there. Immediate stasis.
Yami's like, oh no, I screwed up. I got hit. Yep. I'm gonna get taken down. But it's Yezi that gets the kill, so that is a massive win for J-Team every time he gets a kill.
This is exactly how J-Team are going to come back into this game, but Nova, you know, they picked this Echo for a reason. They should be confident, and they should... Oh man, that Sleepy Trouble bubble. So me and Demosio gonna be taking up that tower space. Don gonna be coming in to protect it.
Yeah. When you're a Garen, your job is just to split push as much of the times, and even if he does have the hull breaker, actually, he does enough impact in team fights, and that's quite surprising for me, honestly, because if you only have that item, naturally you should be not doing that much in team fights, right? But it does, especially with the damage that he does with the judgment and also just the zone control that he provides for fight. Now he's just trying to draw attention towards himself so that Nova Esports can just take this next dragon for absolutely free. And there's nothing that J-Team can actually do. They don't have any wave clear, and they don't have that much tools to actually work around with as of the moment.
And yeah, it can be just such a threat in that top lane that they're forced to respond to it instead of giving this dragon instead of going for the dragon. So it's gonna be Don who's responding to the end. The rest of J Team though is there. Yetze will get engaged on by Yetze. Or Yetze. Gonna be put down under tower. But will he re-engage? Because Yetze is gonna be there. There's a sleepy trouble bubble onto the Akali.
Arrow. Oh, hits onto Neon. But yeah, it's a Garen. Not really the best target here for Don. So without the enchanted crystal arrow, now Nova Esports can actually start this dragon comfortably. They have a way building onto the top lane as well, and they can just send maybe Neon back there again, or have a nice plan since he is stalling out. Just came from the base. Cast gonna be used there on to DY, and now there's a lot of damage actually being felt by J-Team. The Battle Stars are hurting. Long has a nice damage. Yenzi though has a good flank from behind, trying to penetrate through the forces here of Nova Esports. Perfect execution. Second prop. Long has to flash away, but now onto the back line. Remake actually just doing so much work. Battle Stars right in the front of J-Team's members. One more hit into Yessi. Never mind, the Dimas Injustice will do the trick. And Nova Esports find themselves winning another team fight. 4-3.
Yeah, Nova slowly but surely making their way into this game. I mean, J-Team, they are slowly losing it. They're slowly losing their grip. Especially since Nova, they still have that lead to start to build up, and really it's getting bigger and bigger. They will at least take that turret down. 0711, will he be looking for something here? He may find something against the Zoe. Yeah, there's the he goes Ragnarok.
And Nian was like, I can't do anything here. Skedaddles, my friend. So long.
Yep. Can't really do much there. But yeah, let's take a look at this replay. So much happened here, but it was all off of that early catch onto DY, forcing him to go golden and essentially removing him from the fight. And of course, yes, he got that amazing flank there, but then I think he went in a little bit too hard there. DY and Don, though, were a little bit too low to be in that fight. However, heroic effort coming in from 0711, Yezi, and the rest of the team. Although, you know, them not finishing off 0711 and hunting him down, that did bite him right in the butt when Remake just kind of got slaughtered.
Look at the damage that Nova Esports did in their last fight as well. Really high, especially on the side of Long. And yeah. J-Team, well, Yezi was a little bit late in that fight. He still managed to penetrate to the forces there of Nova Esports. The only good thing that I would say here on the side of J-Team is that despite losing a couple of times in fights and also a lot of towers, they're still the one ahead in terms of kills, and they're not really down that much in terms of gold. So as long as they find the best possible angle, as long as they land the perfect arrow onto maybe Remake, they might find it a way for them to actually turn the fight around. Maybe try to get a tower in the mid lane. Arrow gonna be connecting there onto, well, the next map. And Nova Esports just gonna be having another space to work around again.
Nova Esports, they are really good at taking up space and commanding respect, as you can see JT where they're trying to
they catch him. Oh, that is huge. Remake is in trouble. Redshine gonna be connecting, and they will try to get more out of them. And well, yes, he's starting to pop off now. JT, they might find more kills, but they have to watch their back. DY almost got taken out. 0711 is here. Barry gonna be here in the vicinity. Arrow gonna be connecting onto Love, able to still flash away. Don is engaging. Not sure if he should continue though. They can maybe force a push onto a tower. DY is circling around them. Nova Esports might get actually caught. Body slam away towards DY. They will get this tower taken down. No more damage. And Nova Esports, they have to give this second tier tower as well.
Yeah, that second tier tower not gonna last all too long. Nova Esports, what can they do to fight back, to stave this invasion off, this inquisition from JT? Because JT, with the wins that they've had, I mean, look at how commanding they are here. Look at how much they get just from one big dredge line. Immediately the Zoe goes down. There was the ult from the Graves, collateral damage, but it won't really do much in terms of damage, just bring you to new places. All of that on the, on the floor there.
That is the way. That is what we have been talking about earlier. J-Team, they have angles to work with. They have the positioning to actually work around in a fight. And if they just find Remake, they can just completely turn this game around. And they did. 2,000 gold lead negated now. They finally bashed the tower into the mid lane. Even bashed it up towards the second one. They have the gold lead now rising towards their favor. It's all because of that one dredge line by DY. And now they're having a good time chasing down Nian. Again, this is a Garen. It will take some time, but when you do close the distance, he is gonna get taken down. And that is the sizable kill. Now they lack frontline. Now they can go towards this next dragon.
Yeah, lack of frontline can be a pretty big problem here for Nova. Can they find a person who's reliable enough to be in the front all the time? I mean, Yami could be it, but they're gonna go on to Yitze.
Might be in trouble. Isido is still trying to fight back. It is a really strong Jack, not as strong as 3 people there. Again, an arrow onto Remake. He is in trouble. Perfect execution here by SD. Nice cast there by Yami to try and create some space for Remake, but he goes back in and Don says, hello, I'm just gonna be taking you down. Thank you for coming right at me. And that is gonna be the ace. J-Team has done it, turning the fight around. Oh, this is so bad now for Nova Esports. J-Team, they're just bashing towers out. Nova Esports is in critical condition. J-Team, they can actually do this right now. That's gonna be engaged. The Entra's trying to do some work here into the front line, but that's not gonna be enough. J-Team denies the 2-0 from Nova Esports and will push to a game number 3.
Yeah, big stop there from J-Team. They just made a statement there. Nova Esports just was not able to come in and pull the right strings there. And they will be coming out with a loss for that. J-Team, I mean, they are the most consistent for a reason. Very, very consistent on that win. They were able to fight back from a deficit to come back and really command that game themselves.
And this is the problem when you have a Zoe, because it's Nova Esports picked up Zoe first here in this blue side, right? But J-Team immediately responded with a Nautilus. They have an Ashe as well, so they're just looking for that one angle, just one pick-off can turn the fight around. And Nova Esports was dictating the whole early game a while ago, but just one pick-off onto Remake, one dredge line by DY led to a number of wins there by J-Team, able to just cripple the numbers of Nova Esports and just turn the series around. Now we're getting to game number 3, in which J-Team might just save their performance. Again, they're no strangers to game number 3s. They They've had that already against OMG. They had that against WHG. In both cases, they have denied any reverse sweep coming in from or any wins from their opponents.
And I mean, J Team, they are not a big fan of losing at all. I look at how that gold graph just went. It was up in favor of Nova for quite a bit, but J Team just, they found the right ways in, the right enchanted crystal arrows, and of course the backline access from 0711 was just the cherry on top. Look at that, 7, 1, and 8 on the Olaf, 88% kill participation as well.
Oh yeah. And just a small comment here on the time, game time. It's actually the same time that game number 1 ended, 18 minutes and 23 seconds. Just a small take on that. I'm just happy to see that kind of pattern that we're seeing right now into this game. J Team this time has won it and pushed it to a game number 3. Can they actually deny, or can they pull off a reverse sweep against Nova Esports and take them down? Or will Nova Esports have a better, composure towards game number 3 and build a better lineup? Because again, Long had a good performance with the Echo, but it's not as impactful as they intended it to be. We saw more strengths actually from 0711's Olaf, and Remake as well. Just having the lack of front lines, I guess, led to him being more exposed. Just one peak with the portal jump allowed J Team usually to make some plays to take him down.
True, but this time, J Team, they have to pull off the reverse sweep. It is not only possible for them, it is familiar, because they did already pull off a reverse sweep against Woohoo Gaming in their second match. And J Team, very, very resilient here, and they are also not strangers to picking out some very strange things, like an Ashe that is not usually seen in the Chinese conference, but DY will be taking that MVP with the Nautilus. Of course, the playmaking possibilities and of kids just walking in front of you all the time. Nautilus, what a threat, especially in the hands of DY.
Oh yeah, there's just one dredge line a while ago on to Remake. I just wanted to give the MVP to him already, if ever J Team won that game, and they did. So really well played by DY in general. It was a standard Nautilus things, but taken to a different level by DY after catching Remake, catching Long as well at times, catching Yidze at times as well. And let's see if they can really perform at their highest potential and pull off a reverse sweep against Nova Esports. We will know after a short break. We are your casters. Giang and Gites is brought to you by Riot Games, VNG Games, and of course brought to you by Coca-Cola. See you in just a bit.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action, who will climb to the summit and seize the
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Wild Rift League Asia 2023 regular season. My god, I am tripping over my words, but I am G10 with me is Gyang, and we are at the last game of the day, ladies and gents. It's game number 3 of our 3rd match. Can J-Team secure their win streak still and their spot at the top, or will Nova keep them from going flawless today?
Yeah. First time ever we saw a really one-sided beatdown by Nova Esports in game number 1. But in game number 2, we saw same game time as well. But this time it's J-Team that pulled off an amazing victory against Nova Esports. And it all started with just 1 dredge line by TY.
Yes, sir.
And that is basically what J-Team is saying. If Nova Esports is going to be giving us an opportunity, we're gonna be taking it without hesitation, and we're gonna deny you from ever having a chance to defeat us or scratch our record.
Yeah, and they really do not want any blemishes on that record, GT, especially since that separates them from EDG at the moment, because EDG has 2 losses versus, you know, 1 from, I think it was Woohoo Gaming or Keep Pass, who was up there as well. But yeah, J-Team, they're not going to sacrifice their spot at the top here so easily. And Nova, they will be back out that Jace on the blue side. Now J-Team responding with a Yone. Quite a few things still open here, but Corky won't be.
Okay, so
Aatrox should be banned out, but or Camille.
It's kind of similar to game number 1. Game number 2 as well, we do see same sides by both teams. Yeah, same bans absolutely here. It looks like Nova Esports wants to redeem their performance in game number 2. Again, it is a little bit frustrating to see them, you know, make some crucial mistakes. They're gonna be going with it Zoe again on remake, huh? So it's gonna be a natural response again. Deja vu, same lineup, same bans, same, well, first pick at least for both teams.
Are they going to actually change anything, or are they going to keep the same lineup at all? It would be funny if they did, because right now J-Team, they are still kind of operating on the same kind of game plan, you know, especially with that Nautilus. And if it worked for them before, it may work again now. Yezi probably gonna be on the Garen.
Well, it's not gonna happen anymore, since J-Team is the one to pick up the Garen. So
not Neon anymore.
Well, at least in paper, it's still the same approach here by Nova Esports. Again, paddle starts and long range burst and poke damage by Nova Esports, and J-Team going with an immediate engage without hesitation. The moment they find someone with a dredge line, they commit fully into a fight.
True, very, very true. Now, that did not actually work out too well for J Team in the last game, at least early on, because Nova were ready to respond. But then later on, when he started getting a little bit more tanky, a little bit harder to burst down, and then he was able to stay a fight longer, even if DUI was the one to get engaged on, you know, he was able to stall long enough to keep the team until the team got there. But please make my day. Do it. Just pick the Draven. Just do it. I would love to see it.
I don't think so. But I
It
would
would be
also
so
love to see it. I do get you. I do get you. Draven is one of the most popular ADCs to be used, but only in ranked games. It's used by mostly mains and high, like challenger players or grandmasters, just soloing up at times. Sometimes with a duo. Mostly in solo. If you want to really perform in your solo queue, you use the Draven in the Dragon Lane, you'll pretty much dominate at times. But this is a 5v5, this is a tournament, and it's more actually practical to use a Varus here for J-Team, especially for anti-engage. They realize, okay, there is a Gragas, there is a Zoe, there is a Wukong. So at least 2 people will engage to us. Chain of Corruption is going to be key here.
Yeah, and I mean, that Chain of Corruption going to be a lot more effective onto Nova Esports now that they have banned Olaf out. But J-Team as well will take away the Kha'Zix option, as well as the Gwen. So Gwen really not being a first round pick right now. Rather pulled out in the later rounds if ever. And that's kind of a trend that we've seen for most teams. Zed will be banned out here as well for Nova. You know what is up is Akali. Yezi can pick that up unless they want Nia to go that route. But Jax will be the way here for Dawn.
So Zed gonna be banned away, which is interesting because J teams, particularly Yezi, had a beautiful performance with this one. So the Jax is gonna be picked up by J team for the late game scaling. Also serves as a proper frontline tool for J-Team. But are they gonna be trying out a Fiora by Long once again in the jungle? So far, that has been the trend in game number 1, and it did work out for him. For the entirety of the match, 6-0 and 7 was the scoreline as well in that particular game. And the Riven will just do wonders as well. I love this lineup by Nova Esports. But this is something that we have been forgetting at times. This was picked up by Yezi as well during game number 2, the Akali. Yeah, this suits better now for Nova Esports.
Shen gonna be picked up here for JT to round out the composition. That's gonna be 0711 on the Shen, most likely, as Yezi will be on the Garen and Dawn will be on the Jax. But they're not. Okay, so there you go, they did switch. So yeah, Shen though in this composition, J-Team I think is lacking a little bit of damage on at least in the early game, because they do have a couple of very high scaling champions in the Varus and the Jax, but their early game focus, especially with a Shen, is not that big. The priority isn't too high in the early game, so we'll see if they can hold on for their items.
I just love this battle. I just want to highlight that one of the most iconic battles here of Nova Esports and J-Team was coming from 2022. The Icons were in Nova Esports. Well, they were the one who won that Icons Global Championships in the Grand Finals. They were facing off J-Team. And to just recall the score there in that series, it was actually 4-0 victory by Nova Esports. But now is a chance for J-Team to finally, at least get a bit of a revenge against Nova Esports. Can they actually do it? This is the final game. This best of 3. Best possible lineups for both of these teams as well. Who will prevail? Will it be Nova Esports or will it be J-Team?
And I It could be either at this point. Nova having a cheer from the audience while the game is loading up, definitely giving them a little bit of that moral boost that they do need. Now it's going to be a Kali in the top lane versus a Jax instead of in the mid lane. It still is easier, or you'd say on the Akali, it's just he's not in the mid lane. It's well, yeah, in the mid lane here versus Yezi. So that does seem a little bit interesting with Yezi there versus the Jax. It does seem that the Akali does have a little bit of a disadvantage, at least early on, which is rare to say because it's a Jax.
But with the help of the Nautilus at times, you can actually engage onto 2 versus 2 becomes very much possible when there is a Nautilus. Look at this, the damage that Dietz is already taking just in that short instance is massive, and now we're seeing 0711 pathing here as well. Will they actually dive? I don't think so. This will be a repeat of game number 1 if ever.
Yeah, that was a little bit too ambitious there. Yami keeping them safe, though they do know now that 0711 is over there. He has been warded against. So Nova Esports just going to remove themselves from that sticky situation. Barry trying to chase a little bit and get a cheeky, sneaky, piercing arrow onto Remake while Remake tries to get a paddle star onto him. Just a battle of a couple of pokers here, but neither of them are really going to go for an actual kill anytime soon. They're just going to really annoy each other with their poke.
Well, Barry's gonna be trying to time whenever Remake doesn't have any battle stars or any 3P trouble bubbles. Whenever he gets hit by any of it, it's gonna be a win by Remake as well. So pretty balanced in the bottom lane. Level 5 though can be much better for Barry, as he will have access with a chain of corruption, but that will take some time. Meanwhile in the mid lane, yes, he's just having a bit of a fun time, but here comes the Dimash Injustice onto the clone. Oh, that is so bad there for Yezi. 0711 tried to flash in as well into the Tom, but Lian was all ready for it.
That was a heartbreaker for Yezi. I mean, missing that Dimash Injustice on a clone, that definitely feels bad. I mean, he basically did it the same time that the clone came out, so he had no way of canceling it to get the right guy. But now being engaged upon, he has to get out of there.
They have the taunt as well, so despite the miss with the dredge line, they still got a kill. That is the turnaround that you want with your J team. Finally, first blood secured.
Finally, indeed, and 700 gold up. J team going to find their way into this game, and I mean, as a Jax, this is absolutely fantastic. You can out damage that Akali for a little bit. Look at that, out traded, and then you get your first back as a Jax, and you come back and you are absolutely loaded with combat efficiency. Let's see what Don does come back out with.
Oh yeah. That is the goal. I love the goal here of, oh yeah, Divine Thunder already picked up very early as well. So short lane is going to be very much possible now for Don. It's going to be very, very confident facing off Yitze at times. And when you're Nova Esports, you're going to be a little bit worried for the Jax. So question comes through is, how will Nova deal with Don?
It's a very good question, because Dawn, as the game that will go on, will start to become a lot more unstoppable as his power does scale exponentially instead of linearly here as Jax. So they do need to take care of him early on, but to do that, Nova does need to either focus him down or make everybody else behind while keeping him kind of isolated in the top lane. But let's see, because right now Nian may be fighting with 0711 over this Rift Herald, or at least the right to start it.
RH being intercepted there by Neon, as Long is taking this dragon very quickly, I would say, but as quickly as Neon gonna be taken out. Try to stasis to buy enough time. Actually survives. Yidze's here in the vicinity as well, but it's all alone in the dragon pit. Battlestar just cements that kill onto the Nautilus. Now DY gets blown out. Another Battlestar, this time onto Yezi. Wow, Remake is just popping off, and well, it still was 0711 able to get that last hit on the dragon, but I think that is gonna be fine here for Nova Esports. They got 3 kills.
Yeah, that could be a turnaround that Nova Esports is looking for. I mean, 3 kills just exactly when you need it. You're not say no to that, and as well, they get the control here in the top lane with the Herald. They're gonna be able to get that, and let's take a look at how that happened once again, because that was absolutely beautiful the way that Yitze came in, and then just supported Remake, got the kill out to the Nautilus. That sure can as well, and then 1, 2, 3, bam, bam, bam. 0711 was able to resist as well. And now we flash back to the present, where Yitze is under a little bit of pressure here between 0711 and Yezi.
Oh, body slam, Yami. Oh, okay. Yami still had time piercing. Ooh, almost. That would have been so scary there for Yitze. And good job for Yami overall, still able to stop the engage there by J Team, especially for DY and Yetzi. And without any much damage anymore present, well, it's just able to fall back to safety.
Yeah, that is safety is not real right now in this game. You can get bong from pretty much anywhere if you're on Nova, because you try to engage on somebody, suddenly a Shen is onto you. You know, the one component of the ambulance composition. Now Nova, they do put themselves in a little bit of a strange situation, because even though they are ahead in terms of gold, they're not that much ahead, right? And they want to be ahead in terms of level instead, so they do have to farm up a little bit and just respect that Nova is going to damage them.
Yeah, this is their plan. They've been waiting for Yitze, but Shuriken into the perfect execution, manage to escape. Easy lemon squeeze there by Yitze, but they are still gonna be diving. Oh, nice dodge again by Yitze. Has to maybe pop in a shroud. He is overextending a little bit. That is the engage. That is the Demacian justice, and there's nothing that Yami can actually do. Overzealous there by Yitze. Too much.
Yeah, a little bit too much, a little bit too ambitious. But now Nian being a little bit ambitious himself, trying to win a 1v1 against Don, who has his ultimate on. So that's not gonna be a good time for you, my bro, as Nova still keeps their lead, but it's very low. It's a 1 point. It's actually pretty much just bang on 1,000 gold at the moment. So Nova, they do need to kind of focus up a little bit more and really have the Zoe work with the team as well, coming into the mid and late game.
Because J Team is slowly but surely getting the leverage that they do want and need. Hullbreaker gonna be completed here later on by Dawn. It is inevitable. Does have some sort of anti-healing already. And actually a lot of them possess that anti-healing. Not only Dom, but also Yezi and Berry. And again, this time it's gonna be Neon is gonna be the victim. And he actually escaped. He does. Edgeline gonna be connecting onto the clone only. And that signals Nova Esports to maybe path towards bot lane. But it's going to be a far distance to actually traverse, if ever. And we only have a few more minutes before the RH actually spawns. Might be the better objective to actually focus here by Nova Esports.
Yeah, so a little bit of focus will be going a long way here, because Nova, they are not out of the woods yet. They are in a little bit of a lead, but they have to be so very careful. Including that scuffle there in the top lane, where it was clearly who had the advantage, but you know, being a Garen, he just closes his eyes, presses E, and then presses Q after.
Yuta loves to play with fire, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
He goes facing anyone on the side of J Team and tries to go with his full potential. That's gonna be the cast. Immediate turnaround onto DY, catching him off guard. This is actually pretty amazing. Neon gonna be going with a distraction play here into the dragon. Can he actually get a steal? The answer is no. I mean, there's still the smite there from 0711. But if he bought enough time, now here comes Nova Esports. Yami is in the area. Can they actually pincer them here? Inside the tower, that's 3 people. Actually flashed away by Barry, but that leaves only 0711. So vulnerable. And that's going to be Long picking up that kill for themselves. They also have the RH spawning in the mid lane. Getting 2, maybe 2 towers here for Nova Esports. They're going to go for more. Nova Esports is
trying to look for more. Shelly charging down. JT, though, they are very wise not to overstep their boundaries right now, letting Nova just run around the map a little bit, not really wanting to risk anything huge at the moment, as a gold lead does start to pile up here on the side of Nova Esports.
And it all started with a massive, burst there by Yami. Massive setup onto DY that actually allowed them to have an accumulation of scenarios that they have won over the course of a minute. Now they're ahead 3,000. And J-Team, they need to be very careful from the engages of Yami. He has been just one of the playmakers here. Massive playmakers of Nova Esports. And since it is mostly Long getting the kills, it's actually helping them getting that big dueling power that can be used for team fights as well. Sterak's Gage picked up 3-1 and 0 even on the score of Long.
Yeah, and I mean, Long has just been doing very, very well. Putting Fiora in a role that she was not really intended or comfortable on, and just looking really, really solid, being one of the reasons that your team is doing very well at the moment. I mean, 3-1 and 0, what else do you want to do? What else can you really expect from a Fiora in the jungle? I mean, now J-Team, they are trying to look for a little bit more.
Just a little comment on this one. The match of the week gonna be on Sunday. KT.RY up against Keep Best Gaming. They had an interesting 3-game series against FPX a while ago, but they're the ones who actually bowed down to FPX for the meantime, and they're gonna be facing off a much more devastating, a scarier opponent on Sunday. Keep Best Gaming. Now in the series, there is going to be a technical pause for the meantime. Yeah. And, well, we are going to be determining what is the cost here. You are going to be able to see the progress as well with the pause. So while we wait, we're just going to be hopping by a quick break and just enjoy the music for now.
Yeah. All right, let's get back into the game, ladies and gentlemen. After that technical pause, JT, it was Barry who called it, so they have resolved it. Gonna get back into the game. JT once again playing from behind as Nova are slowly but surely wrapping up the pressure.
Oh yeah, and well, Nova Esports actually still going with the momentum right now in this game, getting a tower down in the top lane. So this is basically so far 3 turrets to none by Nova Esports. And also an explosive start. Can be challenging for J-Team actually to take this tower in the mid lane down, since Nova Esports keeps on collapsing against them if ever they go on a single lane.
Yeah, and I mean, Nova Esports, they have gotten the outer turrets, the outer layer of turrets here from JT very easily as compared to how they've been trying to shuffle Nova Esports along, and it will work out here for the top lane turret. Will be taken down by Dawn, but now are they going to actually fight against him? They actually almost get the Dawn, but just barely miss him. He's able to back without any issue whatsoever.
Yeah, Nova Esports is still able to play this thing very well. J-Team, again, their composition strives on having that perfect angle, similar to game number 2, wherein DY popped off the best possible case. For J-Team, they need to find Remake again, because so far they haven't been really able to reach him. 104 and 2 items already picked up, and even has a QSS actually bought here by Remake just for the anti-CC whenever he does get caught. So that is a big respect that they actually give towards J-Team. It might be the best adjustment to actually have in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's much better than the stasis spectrum zones. I think just being able to get out of there instead of, you know, just getting caught and having your life taken away by one stretch line. Speaking of your life taken away,
might be very detrimental. Long immediately bursted away, but still able to survive. Sand United also invested. Oh, they're trying to chase down onto Long. Does he have a repose? He does, and get it through 0711. Now the backside is being threatened here by onto J-Team. Battle Stars coming through from Remake, but actually is maybe in trouble. Gets one more flash to actually escape. Now perfect execution here by Yitze into the front line. Got kill onto the barracks already. Here comes Nian again with a second Cyclone. There's nothing that this Jax can actually do. None will fall down. Another dragon, or the first dragon actually here by Nova Esports.
Amazing baiting there from Nova Esports. They just forced the J-Team to press the issue again and again, and were able to kite back absolutely beautifully, splitting the damage and baiting J-Team just perfectly into them again and again. So now they're gonna keep fighting. They're gonna keep looking for this fight as they chase down Yezi in 0711 and DY.
Big bursting damage. 0711 has to reach Remake. He has been free hitting all the way ever since the previous team fight. They do get the kills done again. 2 people killed. Nova Esports passing towards the Baron now. No one can actually stop them.
Takes for free DY. He's the only one near. But what can he do? He doesn't have a smite. Barry, perhaps with a piercing arrow, is going to try for the snipe with the century.
Can he do it?
From a safe place. He won't be able to do it at all.
No steal. They trade Neon for a Baron, so it's still worth it here for Nova Esports.
Yeah, that's it. I'm gonna say worth moment for Nova Esports. 100%. They got exactly what they wanted. The big objective that will continue to give them more pushing power along with the Zoe. And they only had to trade 1 kill for it. Heck yeah, that is a trade you would take any day. Speaking of, as well, that's like what, 300 gold for the big gold swing that the Baron gives you. So many things here going Nova's way. Remake
J-Team now
as well.
Yeah, Remake is just unstoppable right now in this game, able to throw in the paddle stars necessary to edge off the members of J-Team, and Nova Esports just winning all of the fights. Neon even popping off as a frontline here for Nova Esports, and really just a big transition here by Nova Esports, a necessary call to make sure they get the leverage done. And this Fiora of Long has been working for them so far. He's being chased away. Perfect execution after the flash just to create some space. But it does work. That is a lot of resources thrown out here by J-Team. And since they haven't catched Jitse, they're going to be able to take down 2 towers. One in the mid lane, another in him as well. And there's nothing that JT can actually do.
Yeah, I mean, they're sieging the bottom inhib, and that is a dredged line.
Oh no. Might be in trouble here. Remake still going with the paddle star, still untouchable into the backside. But here comes Dawn. Counter-strike away, but doesn't really get anything there. So still a bit of a win here by Nova Esports. Now it's going to be a big problem for J-Team because Elder Dragon is up.
Yeah, in about 10 seconds, Elder Drake will be an option here that Nova Esports will want to come towards. I mean, level 15 on Yitze, level 15 on Dawn, level 15 on Long. Everybody is reaching their maximum breakpoints here. And this game could be decided in one team fight. 20 minutes in, and the Elder Drake will be, you know, they will try to set up around it, but Long is just kind of spending time here, ensuring his spot to ambush is free and clear.
Oh yeah, Nova Esports now. 20 minutes. Elder Dragon available for them. They're sending out Neon into the top lane so that they can have at least a building pressure there. Again, Baron's gonna be spawning up as well the next 30 seconds, and that's one of the 2 objectives here of Nova Esports. They're now starting it up. Long has again the massive damage capability to take down objectives with this Fiora. And they're having a big pressure build up into the top lane. This is causing J-Team to actually be confused on where to actually go.
Blue team lost a turn.
Yeah, and I mean, they haven't really committed onto that Elder Drake as well. Long actually went back to buy a Guardian Angel to prepare for that fight. Just in case he gets caught out first or has to be in the fight longer than anybody else. Guardian Angel going to do very well for himself, but that Wukong in the top lane, they're sending the Shen to come deal with him. So you know, if a fight does break out, that Shen could be there lickety split. That's the correct response to the Wukong in your lane. Now Dawn, though, correct response when chased by Fiora is the stunner up, but there's a grand challenge been issued.
Ouch! Yeah, just because of Long is able to shove away a member there of J-Team, and that is pressure alleviated in one area. Look at the constant push that Neon is still building into the top lane. No vision at all here for J-Team into the bottom side. Depth charge gonna be used here onto Remake, but not much threat actually from Nova Esports. They can just continue to do this and continue to build pressure for J-Team. They see Dawn now into the top lane, so that they can actually commit onto this Elder Dragon. Quickly being damaged. That is, well, Yezi serving in the front, but it actually catch him off guard, almost getting taken out. But Long actually committed, gets the kill onto the Ganon, so that's one front line taken away on J-Team.
Yeah, but Nova as well are not fighting with their full force because the Akali is in the mid lane while the Wukong's in the top dealing with the Jax. So Long and Yami are on their own right now. There was a riposte there to keep the stun from reaching Long, but the longer they stay on that Elder Drake, the more dire the situation can be. But look at that, they are just kind of forcing DY to get away and not come back to the base. Look at Yeetz trying to break
so many
it
fights.
open. Oh my god.
Yeah, fight in the mid, fight in top, fight in the bottom lane. Nova Esports won the bottom side, able to take down DY already. And Don is sprinting his way towards his Elder Dragon now. They realize, okay, Nova Esports is going to be starting this. If they get this Elder Dragon, it's going to be done. It's going to be game over. Stand United going to be used here by 0711 as well in trying to create or close out the space. But they realize Nova Esports is actually going to turn onto them. 0711 is in trouble. Yezi is in the front. Chain of Corruption thrown out by Barry, but nothing can actually be used to stop Nova Esports from marching forward. They get both kills onto the front lines. And J-Team lose 2 people. Nova Esports just going to be ending the misery now. And that's going to be it. That's the desperation play coming in from J-Team. But there's nothing that Don can actually do. And finally, Nova Esports scratch the record of J-Team.
2-1. They take down J-Team for their first loss in the league. Now nobody is flawless. And well, Nova, they did a really good job of routing the aggression from J-Team there and absolutely just masterfully played with the the lanes and the lane states and being able to manipulate those waves so well. Big job there from Nova Esports, and this is showing why they are the ones with the skins in the game.
Amazing performance overhaul all year by Nova Esports. J-Team, they did a really good job, especially in game number 2 because of that one catch by DY. But in game number 3, Nova Esports was able to address that simply by investing a lot in the side lanes and investing a lot in service to protecting Remake. Also, that respect by getting the Quicksilver enchantment for the boots was amazing for him to try and stay alive, and that forced J-Team to try and take other ways or pick other players to actually engage with the depth charge, one of which was Long, but he does have the repose, so it's so difficult for J-Team to actually engage onto them at all times. And the way they were able to also divide J-Team was really amazing. The push by Neon into the top lane, the push by Yitze into the mid lane, and even a gank towards the bottom lane that allowed them to just build along so much pressure against J-Team was the necessary call for them to actually take down the former undefeated team and again win against J-Team the second time.
Yep, J-Team. Now the gauntlet has been thrown down again. We see that gods can bleed. J-Team obviously being the gods here because they have just had just statistically a better record than EDG, but now they fall down a peg, humbled by Nova Esports. 13-5-36 the final score here for Nova. And wow, Remake 3-0-9 there. Big damage and utility being shown here by the Zoe player too. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him in the running for MVP, but I think that the MVP probably would be
it's hard to actually say, right? Because every single member of Nova Esports made the right place for the team. The assassinations by Yitze, the side lane control, and attention getting by Neon, the split push, and even the assassinations from from long and the objective takings as well with the Fiora and Remake, just an absolute damage dealer here on the side of Nova Esports. Not even threatened to die. No deaths at all in the entire game as well, right? And J-Team just had such a hard time executing their lineup simply because of the way that Nova Esports actually read their movements across the map.
Yeah, and I mean, when you can read movements across the map and you're able to predict what your opponent's going to do, you can react accordingly. You can choose the best course of action, and that's exactly what Nova did. I mean, they were running around J-Team so much, and Long actually with his jungle Fiora picking up the MVP here, and this is the man who picks Fiora but not in the Baron lane. 5-1 and 4, 69% kill participation, nice, and he will be the MVP. Well played. These are our results for the day, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, KBG with the 2-0 in our first match, and really close in between FPX and KT.RY. Ended in a 2-1 for FPX, and finally here we go. Our last match of the day that we just witnessed, Nova Esports came away with a 2-1 victory against J-Team. So they are cementing their place as somebody who can pull out the W's against some of the strongest teams out there.
Well, this was one of the concerns that we actually had against J-Team, because they have an unscratched record, or they had an unscratched record, but they weren't really facing the top of the Chinese teams. So it can be a little bit nerve-wracking or a little bit concerning for them now as they suffer their first lose against Nova Esports, in anticipation for them to actually battle against KBG, JDG, and EDG, because they haven't really battled against them just yet. And that's going to maybe after this game, after the series or match against Nova Esports, it may be very challenging for them now to actually face off KBG, JDG, and EDG in the next one. But let's see if they can actually, improve a little bit more and taper down the mistakes that they had in the series, because Nova Esports, they were just so clean, especially in that game number 3.
Yeah, and the only real change that's going to happen in the APAC standings chart is nothing really. We're just adding a number to KT.RY. Why? Because they did lose that game today. But other than that, everything is going to stay basically the same. A very large gap between KT.RY and the next in line, which is Naos, with 5 wins for KT.RY and only 2 for Naos. Everybody else who has a win only has 1, and the rest have 0. So not the best of the best showing so far for our APAC teams, but KT.RY definitely making a little bit of a name for themselves.
And we have our next matches tomorrow. All Chinese teams versus Chinese teams. Wu Gaming versus Weibo Gaming, Trace Esports versus Oh My God, and Edward Gaming versus Thunder Talk. The next APAC match that we are actually going to be having is KT again, but on Sunday against KBG Gaming. So it's going to be a long while, a bit of a break for our APAC teams. For the meantime, it's all Chinese teams versus Chinese teams for a while. Interestingly, how this game has ended, actually, we saw a standard 2-0 beatdown by KBG Gaming against Rare Atom. We saw KT.RY almost winning against FPX, but FPX still coming on top in that series, denying them a reverse sweep. And Nova Esports finally having having to scratch the record of J-Team, and J-Team finally ending or having an end on their 6-game win streak. And tomorrow we will see another set of match for our games.
Yeah, and I mean, tomorrow's games promise to be as insane as today's. I mean, just looking at the schedule that we have for tomorrow, I mean, Woohoo and Weibo OMG, JDG, and Thunder Talk as well. And it's going to be absolutely insane. Hope you guys are going to be there for that. But we are going to be signing off for tonight. My name is Jitan coming at you. With me is Guiyang, and we will be your casters as well for tomorrow. So don't go anywhere. Same time, same place. We'll see you tomorrow.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.